If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 81, Order from the Medical Department. Are you the elite ninja directly under the Mizukage? The top ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. One of the candidates for the future Mizukage. But, I heard that you couldn't even handle a Konoha Genin, got directly killed by that Konoha Genin, 4 of you, leaving 3, escaping in a sorry state. Has the Hidden Mist Village fallen to this extent? You, who couldn't even match up to a mere Konoha Genin, what pride do you have to step onto the battlefield again? But at this moment, the voice of the Sand Jonin suddenly stopped abruptly. Blue Rose Ice Release, Rose Entanglement. Unable to tolerate the nonsense from the hidden sand, Biwajozo drew the Blue Rose sword, and while the Sand Jonin was speaking, violently stabbed it into the ground in front of him. A fierce cold burst forth. Following that, a large number of rose constructs made of ice on the ground spread rapidly towards the dozen or so hidden sand on the opposite side, at an incredible speed. Fast, too fast. And it came extremely suddenly. So much so that these hidden sand individuals didn't even react. By the time they realized it, their bodies were tightly entangled by the ice roses. The thorns on those roses pierced into the bodies of these hidden sand individuals, blood flowing out, dyeing the roses red, looking quite splendid. At this moment, the hidden sand individuals no longer had their previous arrogance, but instead became terrified. Blue Rose Ice Release, Long Spears. Above the heads of these hidden sand individuals, ice spears appeared one after another, plummeting straight down. Puchy! 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 Bound by the ice, the hidden sand individuals couldn't struggle free. They could only watch helplessly as the ice spears pierced their heads, impaling their brains, as if being executed, watching their life force rapidly dissipate. What is this? The hidden sand individuals, until their deaths, never understood why Biwajozo's fighting style suddenly changed. Became so strong. Remember, the one who killed you is named Biwajozo. The sword that killed you is called the Blue Rose Sword. At this moment, the nearby Hidden Mist Ninja finally came to their senses, looking at the Blue Rose Sword in Biwajozo's hand. Jozo-sama, is this? Biwajozo nodded. Yes, just like Kirai Kimonji, the Blue Rose Sword is also a new ninjato from our Hidden Mist Village. Now, I am no longer one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Bury their bodies and then let's return to our base. Yes, Jozo-sama. The Hidden Mist Ninja, upon hearing Biwajozo's words, showed a surprised expression. We have a new ninjato in the Hidden Mist Village, and it seems very powerful. It's great to see Jozo-sama's strength increase so much. This is really a wonderful thing. The name Biwajozo was familiar to this Hidden Mist Ninja. Very strong. But now, Biwajozo's displayed strength is even stronger. Shortly after the two left, a team of hidden sand individuals appeared. Upon seeing the bodies of the hidden sand individuals on the ground, their expressions turned somewhat ugly. Ice Release. Pakara's eyes flickered. When did someone with Ice Release Kekii Genkai abilities appear in the Hidden Mist Village? Pakara had heard of the Yuki clan in the Land of Water with the Ice Release Kekii Genkai, but they didn't belong to the Hidden Mist Village, and they had disappeared for a long time. Uehara Soma stood under the eaves, watching the falling raindrops. Drib. 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 Before long, Uehara Soma withdrew his gaze, inadvertently glancing at the semi-transparent screen in front of him. Reputation has increased quite a bit. Uehara Soma raised an eyebrow slightly. Does this mean that Jozo-senpai has encountered ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village? In that case, it shouldn't take long for my reputation to reach 1000 points again. Currently, Uehara Soma is like having 3 workers earning reputation for him. Biwajozo, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Kagaya Niko. As long as these 3 engage in combat and showcase the abilities of their ninjato, it will boost his reputation. Last time, Jozo-senpai mentioned Pakara. I wonder if Jozo-senpai, wielding the Blue Rose Sword, will be a match for Pakara. Uehara Soma knew Pakara, the hero of the Hidden Sand Village. But also, a very tragic hero. Possessing extremely strong power. And conveniently, a Kekii Genkai that counters water release ninjas. Therefore, during the war between the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village, she demonstrated extreme dominance. But earning too many merits doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. When the war ended, the Hidden Mist Village harbored deep resentment towards Pakara. Therefore, they proposed a condition, they would cease the war against the hidden sand village only if they handed over Pakara. Logically, such an impertinent condition would never be accepted. How could a ninja village betray its own hero in exchange for peace? But the hidden sand village did just that. They directly sold Pakara, willingly delivering her into the encirclement of the mist ninja. Subsequently, she was pierced by 1,000 arrows. Died with eyes wide open. Even in death, she found no peace. The fallen body was picked up by Hiriko, absorbed through the Chimera Jutsu, becoming nourishment for Hiriko's power. By the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, she was resurrected through impure world reincarnation. Her own disciples not only didn't speak out against Pakara's fate, but dismissed it with a sentence: "The past is the past, sensei, we must look forward," and moved on. Entering the forge, Uehara Soma took out a hammer and a metal ingot, placing them on the forge table. Then, he closed his eyes, recalling the images of falling water droplets he had seen these past few days. Before long, he opened them. Just like this. Uehara Soma swung the hammer, starting slowly, but the further it fell, the faster it became. Clang! A swift strike. Clean and precise. Uehara Soma could almost see the metal ingot vibrating in a certain special way. Like a struck bronze bell, even after the hammer has left, the bell still rings. Uehara Soma revealed a smile. It's done. Water breathing, first form, water drop hammer. Uehara Soma swung the hammer again. But this time, it was different from the last. As Uehara Soma swung the hammer, water attribute chakra seemed to flow automatically from his arm. It gathered on the hammer and coiled around it like a snake. Clang! Uehara Soma released the hammer. Incorporating breathing into forging, but not just any breathing. Similar to smelting techniques, it requires the involvement of chakra because the breathing technique I referenced happens to have attributes. And I also possess the perfect talent for water release. Considering multiple factors, I'm able to achieve results in such a short time. It's not a perfect forging jutsu. But at least it's a decent start. For the forging of the Skeleton Emperor, the water drop hammer isn't enough. According to my estimation, the limit of the water drop hammer should be around 60 forging cycles. Next, I should observe the water flow. Swing the hammer down like a flowing stream. Uehara Soma had just left the forge. Ao's figure approached. Ao senpai, what's wrong? Soma, Mayoko senpai is on her way. Then let's go greet her. The two arrived near the pier. An ANBU ninja rocked a small boat, approaching Forging Island, with Mayoko Ringo standing on it. Mayoko senpai. Soma. Should I bring Aray over? She should be at the training grounds. Mayoko Ringo shook her head. No need, Soma. I came here to see you this time. I have a request that may be unpleasant. I'm not sure if I should say it. Mayoko senpai, you're too polite. Just say it. It's like this, Soma. I've used the surgical set you made for me. The effect is very good, much better than the surgical knives we had in the medical department before. Mayoko Ringo continued, but, there's a problem. After each surgery, the surgical knives encounter varying degrees of contamination. Even though we've been as careful as possible and used chakra for cleaning, we can't completely remove the contamination. So, the surgical knives need to be replaced after several uses. If you have some spare time, could you help our medical department make a batch? We'll handle the procurement. It was at this moment that Uehara Soma remembered that in his previous life, surgical knives seemed to be disposable. To reduce wear, the blade and handle were designed separately. So, when it needed replacement, only the blade had to be changed. Uehara Soma hadn't considered that the contamination on surgical knives couldn't be completely cleared even with the chakra of medical ninjas. But for Forging Island, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. If surgical knives aren't contaminated, a set of surgical knives can be used for a long time. However, with the problem of contamination, the time surgical knives can be used is greatly shortened. Even if minor contamination is ignored, it still needs to be replaced sooner or later after repeated use. Like in his previous life. At the beginning, due to a shortage of medical resources, even needles would be used multiple times. Especially in times of war like right now. This led to many adverse effects. Especially in the matter of administering vaccines for infectious diseases, many people who were originally healthy ended up contracting infectious diseases due to issues with shared needles. But even at that time, needles wouldn't be used indefinitely. Frequent replacement of surgical knives means better business for Forging Island. However, this also involves a matter of price. While quality is important, if the price is too high, others won't choose it. Alright, Mayoko-senpai, I'll make some plans. Soma, I appreciate it. No problem, this is also advantageous for Forging Island. Mayoko Ringo smiled, then remembered something and asked. Oh, by the way, Soma, how's Aray been lately? Aray has been training hard. Sometimes she spaces out, maybe thinking about you, Mayoko-senpai, but overall, there are no issues. She's progressing quickly and has clear goals. Mayoko Ringo nodded. Good, then I can rest assured, I won't disturb you further. I'll head back now. Goodbye, Mayoko-senpai. Goodbye. Watching Mayoko Ringo leave, Uehara Soma immediately found Aray Funi. When it came to making surgical knives, Uehara Soma had no intention of doing it himself. Firstly, Uehara Soma's time is limited. In comparison, he has more important things to do. Secondly, the crafting of surgical knives doesn't require special materials, and it doesn't necessarily require Uehara Soma's proficient level of forging technique to accomplish. Currently, Aray Funi's forging technique is still lacking in some aspects. However, Aray Funi can handle most of the work involved in making surgical knives. Initially, I can participate in a small portion of the critical steps. Once Aray Funi's forging technique improves, I'll entrust everything to Aray Funi. That's Uehara Soma's idea. Chief Uehara. Aray Funi respectfully stood before Uehara Soma. Uehara Soma said, Aray Funi, there's a task I need to assign to you. What task? Forging Island has received a batch of orders. Orders. Aray Funi's eyes lit up. This term is a sore point for Forging Island. Why is Forging Island declining? It's because they can't get orders. Forging Island adopts the traditional individual craftsmanship forging model. The advantage of this model is that a skilled blacksmith can produce higher quality shinobi tools. However, the disadvantage is the high cost. And with high costs come high selling prices. When the assembly line shinobi tools from the Land of Iron were introduced to the market, Forging Island suffered an unprecedented blow. Initially, there was still support for Forging Island within the Hidden Mist Village. But as the war progressed, the economic situation of the Hidden Mist Village became increasingly dire. Faced with the inexpensive shinobi tools from the Land of Iron, the Hidden Mist Village had no choice but to abandon Forging Island and opt for the Land of Iron. Currently, Forging Island relies entirely on Uehara Soma alone. Relying on Uehara Soma to create Ninjato of the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords level. However, this can only prove Uehara Soma's worth, not Forging Island's. Therefore, Aray Funi was so thrilled to hear that Forging Island received an order. This means that Forging Island is likely to gradually recover. As a blacksmith born and raised on Forging Island, Aray Funi hopes to see such a scene. Ordinary shinobi tools, we at Forging Island cannot compete with the Land of Iron. Therefore, my choice is to directly give up. The direction we should focus on next is the direction of surgical tools. Compared to ordinary shinobi tools, surgical tools have higher quality requirements. In a short time, it's impossible for the Land of Iron to catch up to the quality of surgical tools we produce. But my energy is limited. Therefore, Aray Funi, I hope you can take the lead in forging surgical tools. Do you have confidence? Aray Funi straightened his chest. Chief Uehara, I will do my utmost. Uehara Soma nodded. Follow me to the forging room. Chapter 82, Water Breathing Second Form, Water Flow Hammer. I won't elaborate much on the method of refining using charcoal and magma, as most of the blacksmiths on Forging Island are familiar with it. I saw you using it before. You've mastered it well. The key lies in the lava forging technique, which requires at least 10-fold steel forging, and reaching an excellent level. Aray Funi, can you achieve that? Aray Funi shook his head. Chief Uehara, I can only manage up to 8-fold. Then practice more. There isn't a big difference between 8-fold and 10-fold. Your talent is not bad. Uehara Soma was familiar with Aray Funi's forging technique and talent. Among the younger generation on Forging Island, he was quite good. According to the rating standards of the Blacksmith System, Uehara Soma felt that Aray Funi's forging technique was close to good, just one level lower, and during this time, with his guidance, Aray Funi had improved. Now, he wasn't far from being rated as good. But this was a hurdle, and overcoming it wasn't an easy task. Yes, Chief Uehara. After forging, it's shaping, quenching, and blade sharpening. Uehara Soma said, compared to ninja tools, surgical knives need to be sharper and thinner, so shaping and blade sharpening must be done well, and quenching can be done with cold water. However, the water should be as clean as possible. Aray Funi, calculate the approximate cost. Aray Funi quickly calculated in his mind. After a short while, Aray Funi looked up. Chief Uehara, excluding labor, the cost of a surgical knife might be around 200 ryo, including high-quality metal materials, smokeless charcoal consumption, and fresh water for quenching. If I forge them alone, it will take me about 3 days to forge 20 knives. Converted, that's a little over an hour of labor per knife. Uehara Soma also calculated in his mind. A bowl of ramen, 60 ryo. Naruto can eat his way through the street with just 300 ryo. A D-rank mission ranges from 5,000 to 50,000 ryo. As for a chunin, let's calculate with Irika. Considering the total number of missions over 14 years, the average annual mission reward is about 1 million ryo. However, missions are not done by Irika alone, they are shared with comrades. Most ninja missions are carried out by multiple ninjas together. Here, let's calculate Irika's share as 1/3. That leaves 330,000 ryo. Since this 330,000 ryo is earned through the village's platform, it's fair for the village to take half, right? Therefore, there's less than 170,000 ryo remaining. Aray Funi follows the technical path. When he can independently craft surgical knives, he will undoubtedly reach the level of a good-ranked blacksmith. At this point, if Aray Funi's income is lower than that of an ordinary chunin, it wouldn't be fair. 170,000 ryo a year. Excluding holidays, with 250 working days, Aray Funi's daily income is 700 ryo. In about an hour, it's roughly 100 ryo. So, the comprehensive cost of a surgical knife is around 300 ryo. But there's still an issue, taxes need to be paid to the village. Unlike ninja missions, taxes won't be as high, but at least 10% is required. Plus, another 20% for profit. So, all in all, a surgical knife needs to be sold for over 400 ryo to break even. That's already equivalent to the price of 7 bowls of ramen. Uehara Soma pondered over it. Would this price be too high for the medical department? After all, surgical knives are consumables. In terms of volume, surgical knives are not even comparable to kunao, they just have higher technical content. Perhaps, we can consider using blade inserts now. Initially, Uehara Soma's plan was to refrain from using blade inserts at first and instead directly forge integral surgical knives. Then, when there are more blacksmiths on Forging Island, proceed with that approach. That would be easier to handle. After all, right now, Aray Funi is the main one in charge. Uehara Soma can only take care of a small part of it, he can't spend a lot of time here. But if we don't use blade inserts, the cost won't come down. In that case, the medical department might buy once or twice, but they definitely won't buy again later, and for Forging Island, it's harmful and not beneficial. One shouldn't be too greedy. If the first customer is disappointed, what future can we talk about? Although it's not that Forging Island is too greedy, it's more about the cost, the price is indeed high. This price is too high. Uehara Soma looked at Aray Funi and said, I'll redesign the surgical knife later, change it to a combination of handle and blade, make the handle durable, and only need to replace the blade regularly. This way, the cost for the medical department will be much lower. Saying so, Uehara Soma took action. Taking out pen and paper, he began to sketch. Having witnessed the complex structure of God's hand, a separation design like that of a surgical knife wasn't difficult for Uehara Soma, and sketching was just as easy. With the enhancement from God's hand, Uehara Soma's drawing ability could be said to have reached the level of a printer. At the very least, it was on par with advanced sketching. Soon, the complete blueprint of the surgical knife was drawn. Aray Funi was stunned. To come up with a new design so quickly, and to draw the blueprint in such detail. Uehara Soma handed the blueprint to Aray Funi. Aray Funi, follow the blueprint and complete the entire process. I'll be watching silently on the side to see how far you can go. Then, we'll decide how to allocate the work. Yes, Chief Uehara. Aray Funi immediately sprang into action. Previously, Aray Funi thought he was just learning, but now he knew he was about to become a true official member of Forging Island. Someone useful for Forging Island's cause. Uehara Soma divided the time outside of training into two parts. One part was spent observing water flow. The other part was watching Aray forge. During this process, Uehara Soma noticed that the number in the reputation column on the semi-transparent screen in front of him was rapidly and steadily increasing. 3 days later, Aray finished forging. A set of surgical knives was placed in front of Uehara Soma. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to what Uehara Soma forged. But it was still superior to the assembly line products of the Land of Iron. Melting, quenching Aray you have no problems with these. As for shaping and polishing, you're slightly lacking, but with more time and meticulous work, it won't be a big issue. Uehara Soma paused. Let's do this. Besides forging, I'll leave everything else to you. I'll take care of the forging. After it's done, you'll take it to the medical department and negotiate the price with them. We're all part of the same village, we shouldn't lose out ourselves, but there's no need to profit too much from them either. Aray nodded. Yes, Chief Uehara. Aray took out the metal and began to melt it. Same technique, but different users produce different results. For example, the time and temperature control during melting, the ratio of charcoal to magma, the force of the wind input, the number and frequency of flips, all these factors can affect the melting outcome. It's a bit inferior to what I produce, but it's still good. Once the melting was done, Aray placed the metal on the forging table. Lava forging. Once, twice, thrice. Gradually, Aray began to struggle. Not because he lacked strength. As an eligible blacksmith, he still had some strength. The main issue was the inability to control the force, timing, angle, so that continuing to strike could not improve the quality of the metal and could even damage it. By the 8th time, Aray stopped. Uehara Soma took over. Using the same lava forging technique. But as Uehara Soma forged the 8-fold steel into 9-fold steel and prepared to continue, he realized that with the current state of the metal, lava forging was no longer sufficient. Because the foundation provided by Aray was insufficient. In that case, we'll have to use that. With a thought, Uehara Soma changed the forging technique. Water breathing, water drop hammer. A sensation completely different from lava forging swept over. After seeing Uehara Soma's movements, Aray couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This isn't lava forging. Could it be the legendary breathing forging method that hasn't been seen on Forging Island for a long time? I didn't expect Chief Uehara to. But hasn't this breathing forging method been lost? Could it be that Chief Uehara comprehended it himself? Aray looked at Uehara Soma, feeling somewhat complicated. Previously, Aray thought that the gap in forging technique between himself and Uehara Soma might just be 2 levels. He was 1 level, his sensei, who was also Uehara Soma's sensei, was 1 level higher. Uehara Soma was then 1 level higher. Even though the distance between these 2 levels was not short. Even though bridging these 2 levels is very difficult. But Aray can still see this distance. Yet now, Aray realized that the gap between himself and Uehara Soma is much larger than he anticipated. So, how big is the gap between Chief Uehara and me now? Aray couldn't see this distance anymore. 10-fold. 11-fold. 12-fold. Uehara Soma stopped and inspected the metal ingots on the forging table. The upper limit for ordinary metal is 10-fold. But, relying on the breathing forging method, I forcibly raised the upper limit to 12-fold. However, this is still not the limit, it can go even higher. Uehara Soma stopped not because he couldn't continue, but because he felt it was enough. This is the breathing forging method. And, moreover, it's just my rough comprehension of the breathing forging method. In the future, there's still a very large room for improvement. Uehara Soma's eyes flickered for a moment. Before, I relied on materials to create extraordinary ninja tools. Forging technique is important, but not so crucial, only reaching the level where it can forge such ninja tools. If it were Aray even with the blueprint and materials provided, he wouldn't be able to create them. In the future, do I have the ability to turn the ordinary into miraculous, to forge impressive ninja tools with just ordinary materials? That possibility may exist. But, with a higher level of forging technique, using higher grade materials to forge ninja tools will definitely be better than using ordinary materials. There's no need to be too attached to ordinary materials. Using ordinary materials to forge a ninjato is probably only useful for showcasing my forging technique level to others and gain more reputation. Uehara Soma stepped aside. Aray Funi, I'll leave everything to you from now on. Yes, Chief Uehara. Uehara Soma returned to his own forging room. With the hammer, mimic the flow of water. The characteristic of a water droplet is that the closer it gets to impact, the faster its speed, and at the moment of contact, the force explodes, then disperses. While the characteristic of water flow is endless, it's not just one instance, but a continuous flow. This means that the frequency of my hammer strikes must be fast enough. In terms of continuity, the hammer can never compare to water flow. But as long as the frequency is fast enough, it will create a feeling similar to water flow. In layman's terms, it means making the metal being forged feel like the hammer never left. It doesn't need to be truly continuous. Rather, it needs to make the metal being forged unable to react in time. At the beginning, I may not need such great force. Lower the height, reduce the force, and first pursue frequency. Uehara Soma closed his eyes, imagining in his mind. Soon, he opened them. Uehara Soma lifted the hammer, standing just a few centimeters above the metal ingot. Then, it fell. Thud. 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 One strike after another, without any pause, at his fastest speed. Continuous. Uehara Soma's arm and the hammer in his hand had become like phantom entities, so fast that an ordinary person here would surely be unable to see clearly. They would only see a blur. A surge of water attribute chakra automatically spread from Uehara Soma's arm to the hammer. However, this also brought about a different effect below where the metal ingot was being forged compared to Uehara Soma's previous forging, with a more precise structure and more impurities being expelled. Water breathing, water flow hammer, novice. Uehara Soma paused, flexing his sore arms. Compared to water drop hammer, this requires much more from the body. Fortunately, my basic attributes have significantly improved. Additionally, I've gained a good level talent in taijutsu. Suddenly, Uehara Soma had a thought. Compared to taijutsu, he had clearly practiced more in forging. And strictly speaking, forging could also be considered a form of taijutsu. Could it be that after mastering the breathing forging method, he could not only use it for forging metal but also for combat? It seems like it's possible. Uehara Soma glanced at the semi-transparent screen in front of him. Suddenly, the number in the reputation column jumped up. It increased by more than 200 in an instant. Uehara Soma's eyebrows twitched slightly. Is it Juzo-senpai, or someone else? Chapter 83, the upcoming fourth 10 consecutive draws. Kagaya Niko. A voice full of extreme anger rang out. Kagaya Hikari glared fiercely at Kagaya Niko across from him. Upon hearing about the Kagaya clan incident, Kagaya Hikari and other members of the Kagaya clan on the battlefield immediately withdrew from the battlefield. For these Kagaya clan members, family is more important than the village. Therefore, when the family encountered such a tragedy, village matters became insignificant. On the battlefield, they no longer cared about the outcome against Konoha. Even if their temporary withdrawal put many Kirigakure ninja at a disadvantage, even if it meant many Kirigakure ninja died at the hands of Konoha's ninja, they didn't care. They only had one thought. Find Kagaya Niko, uncover the truth of the matter, and then kill Kagaya Niko. Kill anyone involved in this matter. However, before they returned to the land of water, Kagaya Niko had already come knocking on their door. Kagaya Hikari and others wanted to kill Kagaya Niko. Kagaya Niko also wanted to kill Kagaya Hikari and the others. After putting in so much effort to stabilize the situation of the Kagaya clan, to allow them to continue integrating into the Hidden Mist village without the trouble of civil wars, Kagaya Niko would not allow anyone to disrupt that. Third Mizukage deliberately arranged a NBU ninja to inform Kagaya Niko of Kagaya Hikari and the others' whereabouts. And thus, the current encounter came about. Kagaya Niko alone ambushed Kagaya Hikari and a dozen others. It was too sudden. Kagaya Hikari and the others didn't anticipate it at all. In an instant, several people were killed by Kagaya Niko. And now, only Kagaya Hikari remained opposite Kagaya Niko. The rest were all corpses, lying on the ground. However, Kagaya Niko also suffered greatly. The injuries on his body were severe. Dozens of wounds. Blood stained the chest red. And more importantly, Kagaya Hikari's current fighting style is restraining Kagaya Niko. Kagaya Hikari wields thunder swords, almost all attacks are mid-range and long-range. When lightning strikes, if it hits, it will momentarily immobilize Kagaya Niko. It's difficult for Kagaya Niko to get close to Kagaya Hikari. And without getting close, he can't unleash the power of Dragon Bone. Without unleashing the power of Dragon Bone, Kagaya Niko is still just at the level he was before obtaining Dragon Bone. But Kagaya Hikari can use thunder swords extremely well. Why would you do such a thing? Why betray the clan? Is power really that important? Kagaya Hikari's face darkened. Lightning release, lightning ball. Kagaya Hikari's chakra surged into the thunder swords, and in the next moment, at the tips of the thunder swords, it condensed into a lightning ball. The lightning ball swiftly sped towards Kagaya Niko. Kagaya Niko dodged to the side just in time, but Kagaya Hikari's next round of attacks came again. Lightning release, banquet of lightning. Kagaya Hikari thrust the thunder swords into the ground, and in the next moment, lightning grew like branches, spreading towards Kagaya Niko's position. Is this the power you gained after killing so many clan members? Just this little power? I'm curious how you managed to kill so many clan members. By relying on ambushes and poisoning. Or did someone else help you? Could it be Old Man Third? Kagaya Hikari thought of a possibility. Then, he became even more furious. You actually chose the village over the clan? As a member of the Kagaya clan, you chose to be a dog for Third Mizukage, that old guy? What were you thinking? What's your motive? Beyond redemption. If it was just for power, I could still admire you. But if you did it for the village, then I must kill you. After I kill you, I'll seek revenge on the village and kill that old guy. This provoked Kagaya Niko. Even though Kagaya Niko knew that Kagaya Hikari was saying this deliberately, Kagaya Niko still couldn't control himself. Protecting the village is Kagaya Niko's ninja way. A stronger aura than before erupted from Kagaya Niko, and his movements became much faster than before, as if ignoring the injuries on his body. It seems I was right. Kagaya Hikari snorted coldly. You truly are a brainless traitor, betraying the clan, siding with the village, disregarding even blood ties, killing your own kin. Do you think highly of yourself? You obtained a ninjato and think you're powerful. I am above you. Let me bury you with this thunder swords in my hand. Let me make you understand, there's not only a gap between individuals. There's also a gap between ninjato. When I was in the Kagaya clan, I was stronger than you. The thunder swords in my hand will also surpass the dragon bone in yours. That young blacksmith's created ninjato is just a gimmick. The capabilities of Kirei Kimonji, once exposed, its threat decreases significantly. As for the blue rose sword, while it may grant the ice release Kekii Genkai, what about its strength? In addition, that dragon bone in your hand poses no threat unless you get close. Thanks to that old man Third, he valued that blacksmith so much. I'm glad I got the thunder swords. The weak link isn't the ninjato, it's the seven mist swordsman. In my hands, these thunder swords are much stronger than they were in Kurosuke Reiga's hands. Let me show you the true power of the thunder swords. I'll bury you. Kagaya Hikari raised the thunder swords high. Lightning release, lightning dragon tornado. The lightning almost solidified, taking the form of a dragon. It resembled the water dragon bullet in appearance. However, Kagaya Niko could clearly feel that this ninjutsu posed a much greater threat than the water dragon bullet. It could even threaten his life. You talk too much. Kagaya Niko looked at the lightning dragon attacking, desperately stepping back. But the lightning dragon was too fast. Much faster than Kagaya Niko's speed. In an instant, it caught up to Kagaya Niko, its jaws wide open, fiercely biting down on Kagaya Niko. A large amount of lightning power erupted from Kagaya Niko's body. Ah! A wisp of black smoke drifted from Kagaya Niko's body. Kagaya Hikari looked faintly at the fallen Kagaya Niko. Killing you is just the beginning. I'll go back to the village, kill that old man Third, kill that blacksmith, kill all the ninjas who have laid hands on the Kagaya clan. Kagaya Niko fell into a coma. But within the depths of his consciousness, he seemed to hear Kagaya Hikari's voice. No. Absolutely not. I've sacrificed so much, endured so much, to stabilize the Kagaya clan and the village. I absolutely won't allow you to destroy it. I won't allow anyone to harm the village. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in Kagaya Niko's heart. Just at this moment, a stream of blood flowed down Kagaya Niko's arm onto the blade of the dragon bone. It had flowed before. But this time, the situation seemed different. Thud. Thud. Kagaya Niko felt as if there were voices resonating in his heart. Then, his blood began to flow rapidly through his veins. His body started to heat up. Kagaya Niko felt an unprecedented power. Splurt. White bones grew wildly, piercing through Kagaya Niko's muscles, skin. All over his body. Kagaya Niko became like a hedgehog covered in white bone spurs. Kagaya Hikari sensed something was wrong and instinctively turned around. Crack. Then, Kagaya Hikari heard the sound of bones breaking above his neck. Kagaya Niko's figure appeared behind him. The dragon bone in his hand viciously struck Kagaya Hikari's neck. And Kagaya Niko's body was covered in white bones, looking quite intimidating. Kagaya Hikari's pupils contracted. Shikatsumayaku. No, this can't be. You, a traitor to the clan, how dare you awaken the clan's Kakei Genkai? Kagaya Niko struck again, completely severing Kagaya Hikari's head. Who knows? Kagaya Niko sheathed his sword, kicked Kagaya Hikari's body down, then swiftly left, leaving only a ground full of corpses. Before long, some mist village ninja arrived. These are Kagaya Hikari and his group. Someone killed them. The thunder swords are here. 851. I'm less than 100 points away from reaching 1000 reputation. At this rate, I'll reach it in just a few days. Uehara Soma glanced at the semi-transparent screen. A figure approached Uehara Soma. Chief Uehara. Aray Funi. Chief Uehara, I've completed the surgical knife. It follows the same design as you outlined, with the handle and blade separated. Here's the complete set. Take a look. Aray Funi handed over a box. Uehara Soma took it. Chief Uehara, what do you think? Uehara Soma examined each item carefully. Very good, no issues. The quality is excellent. Take it directly to the medical department for Mayoko-senpai to inspect. If she approves, we'll take on this order at the price we discussed earlier. Yes, Chief. Aray Funi departed. He paddled a small boat towards the direction of the medical department. Mayoko-senpai. A medical ninja led Aray Funi to Mayoko Ringo. Mayoko Ringo opened it. Not bad, but it seems different from last time. Mayoko-senpai, this is our chief's new design. It's to reduce costs. The integrated design is too expensive, and the chief is worried that the injured won't be able to afford it. No, I'm not talking about that. I mean the forging process. Aray Funi paused for a moment, then straightened his chest involuntarily. Mayoko-senpai, this set of surgical knives was designed by the chief. The core components were beyond my ability, so the chief completed them. The rest was done by me. Aray Funi felt a sense of pride in crafting such high-quality tools, even if he hadn't completed the entire process himself. However, Aray Funi wouldn't be satisfied with just that. In his mind, Aray Funi set himself a short-term goal. He aimed to master the entire process of forging surgical knives as soon as possible. Mayoko Ringo's eyes lit up slightly. She wasn't upset at all by Aray Funi's ambition, on the contrary, she was pleasantly surprised. Mayoko Ringo was aware of Uehara Soma's situation. It wasn't realistic to expect Uehara Soma to fully engage in the forging of surgical knives. But if Aray Funi could independently complete the forging of surgical knives, then he could devote all his energy to it, which would be beneficial for the medical department. High-quality surgical knives could make surgeries smoother, saving and healing more wounded, thus reducing casualties in the Hidden Mist village. What's the price? Aray Funi quoted the figure given by Uehara Soma. Mayoko Ringo nodded. It's more expensive than traditional surgical knives, but it's acceptable. After all, the quality is on a different level. Mayoko-senpai, how many do you need? Let's start with 60 sets for the first batch, and we can add more for the blades later. Alright, I'll report back to Chief Uehara right away. Excitedly, Aray Funi left. Ordering 60 sets for the first batch indicated that Mayoko Ringo was reasonably satisfied with the surgical knives. Moreover, since the blades would be replaced regularly, it meant Forging Island would have a steady source of income. Back on Forging Island. Chief Uehara. Aray Funi, how did it go? Mayoko-senpai agreed to 60 sets for the first batch. Good. Starting tomorrow, you'll commence the forging. I'll take care of any parts you can't complete. Yes, Chief. Uehara Soma continued to dedicate most of his time to researching the breathing forging method. As for the water drop hammer, Uehara Soma had already mastered it to a large extent. The water flow hammer has improved significantly compared to before. Initially, the distance and power didn't have any practical effect. But now, while maintaining the same frequency, Uehara Soma has increased the power, making it usable in actual forging. With the water drop hammer, I can achieve about 60 forgings. After 60 forgings, using the water flow hammer, I can achieve almost 100 forgings. This means that in terms of forging, my current level has already met the requirements of the Skeleton Emperor's forging. What's left is the chakra smelting technique. I wonder when Jozo Senpai can bring Kakuzu to the land of water. If it takes too long, I might consider finding a ninja in the Hidden Mist village who is skilled in fire release. Even if they're not experts, I can still learn something from their experience. Or perhaps, I could research ninjutsu scrolls myself. However, this is not easy. Looking at ninjutsu scrolls, either the ninjutsu is very simple or it requires a genius. As for finding someone to teach, teaching ninjutsu that one is not good at oneself is also difficult. There are very few ninjas in the Hidden Mist village who can use fire release, and those few ninjas only possess very low-level fire release and are not skilled. It can be said that the help they can provide to Uehara Soma is minimal. That's why Biwajozo suggested Kakuzu as a candidate. Normally, there's no need to seek help from outsiders for problems that can be solved within the village. But progress, even if slow, is better than none at all. Previously, I needed to spend time on the breathing forging method. Now, with the breathing forging method, I've pretty much mastered it. Continuing to wait is equivalent to wasting time. No, actually, I can wait a little longer. My reputation is about to reach 1000 points. With 1000 reputation points I can do 10 consecutive draws. If the ninja tools drawn don't have high requirements for smelting, I can complete the forging of these tools before making the Skeleton Emperor. This way, there won't be any time wasted. Uehara Soma looked at the translucent screen in front of him, at the reputation column. 998. Chapter 84, New Blueprint. Scorch Release, Extremely Steaming Murder. Blue Rose Ice Release, Rose Entanglement. Pakara's attacks are highly destructive. With Scorch Release alone, not only can it deplete the moisture within a person's body, but it can also neutralize the water release techniques used by mist ninjas. It can be said that water release users are severely countered by Pakara. With a single ninjutsu, in an instant, dozens of mist ninjas fell. Dehydrated to death. But as Pakara slaughtered the mist ninjas, at the same time, a vast number of hidden sand individuals died at the hands of Biwajozo. With a single rose entanglement, the forms of the hidden sand individuals were directly bound. Followed by ice spears, which could penetrate the bodies of those hidden sand individuals. Pakara. Biwajozo. Their eyes met, and in the next moment, a fierce battle erupted. There was no one around them. Not because there was no one near. It's that during their confrontation, those around them either fell or fled. Both of their attacks were of a tremendously wide range. Moreover, their attacks are highly destructive. Whether it's the hidden mist ninjas or the hidden sand ninjas, no one dares to approach them. Time passed from afternoon to dusk. Biwajozo's expression became extremely solemn. And Pakara was equally serious. Scorch Release, Extremely Steaming Murder. Pakara once again attacked Biwajozo. Blue Rose Ice Release, Ice Spears. 20 consecutive shots. The high temperature fell on the ice, but it couldn't instantly melt the ice spears completely. However, as the ice spears approached Pakara, they gradually lost most of their power. With the blue rose sword in hand, the effectiveness of Scorch Release against Biwajozo wasn't as good. Scorch Release can evaporate water in an instant. But evaporating ice isn't that simple. At this point in the battle, both of their physical strength and chakra have reached their limits. Their gazes met. Pakara was surprised by Biwajozo's current strength, her eyes continuously falling on the blue rose sword in Biwajozo's hand. Previously, Pakara had some intelligence about Biwajozo. If there were any changes between Biwajozo now and before, it would be the change in his ninjato. So, Biwajozo's increased strength must undoubtedly come from this. Blue Rose Sword. Biwajozo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. You're worthy of being called the Sand Hero. Even with the Blue Rose Sword in my possession, I'm at a disadvantage and not just lightly wounded. If I had the Executioner's Blade, I'm afraid I would have lost long ago. No, you would have already died. But, there's still something I can do. Biwajozo looked at Pakara, who was about to attack him again, and made a decision in his heart. Scorch release. A wave of high-temperature heat swept towards Biwajozo. Biwajozo responded with ice release. However, compared to the ice release he used before, it was noticeably weaker. Pakara's eyes lit up. An opportunity. She quickly moved closer at a faster pace. Pakara had considered that this might be a deliberate signal from Biwajozo, waiting to unleash an attack when she got closer. However, Pakara had enough confidence, getting close was her advantage. As long as she got close enough, even if Biwajozo unleashed a stronger ice release attack, she could take Biwajozo's life with Scorch release before his ice release hit her. Blue Rose ice release, freeze. But what surprised Pakara was that Biwajozo's ice release wasn't aimed at her. Instead, it was used on Biwajozo himself, freezing his body directly. A massive ice block stood tall. Pakara instinctively frowned. Why freeze yourself? The next moment, Pakara understood. Swish! 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 The sound of rushing through the air echoed. Before the person arrived, Kunao and Shuriken did. Pakara instantly grasped Biwajozo's plan. Deliberately showing weakness was indeed a trap. But it wasn't the trap she imagined. It wasn't waiting until she got close to unleash a powerful ice release attack. Instead, it was freezing himself for defense. The real attack came from the mist ninjas in the distance. Pakara forcibly controlled her body to stop and dodged to the side. But it was already too late. Pfft! Several kunao and shuriken hit Pakara. Among them were mixed explosive tags. Bang! Pakara's figure was sent flying. Pakara Soma. Pakara glanced at the hidden sand reinforcements that had just arrived at this time. Go! Pakara looked back. Biwajozo, I'll remember you. Considering their overall strength, Pakara still had the upper hand. Continuing like this, the victor would be Pakara, not Biwajozo. However, the sudden attack directly inflicted serious damage to Pakara. Showing weakness to the enemy, attracting them closer. Making the opponent think one is incapable and that one is trying to lure them closer to suddenly unleash an attack, but in reality, Biwajozo was only defending. And entrusting the attack to the mist ninjas in the distance. At a critical moment, choosing to believe in those weaker comrades. This was something Pakara hadn't anticipated. It was also related to their respective experiences. Pakara had undertaken many solo missions. Scorch release countered water release ninjas, but even the hidden sand individuals dared not approach easily. Therefore, it was often just one-person missions. Biwajozo, on the other hand, as one of the 7 mist swordsmen, was skilled at coordinating with his comrades. Biwajozo had much higher trust in his comrades than Pakara did. However, this method of freezing oneself also brought significant side effects to Biwajozo. It exacerbated the already severe injuries. But Biwajozo believed it was worth it. The front line between the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village. Initially, the Hidden Mist Village held the advantage. It wasn't until Pakara joined, her ability to counter the Mist Ninjas being too formidable, that the Hidden Sand Village gained the upper hand. Pakara was the variable. Biwajozo naturally wanted to kill Pakara. But in the situation where he couldn't kill Pakara, injuring her severely, rendering her incapable of fighting, forcing her to return to Hidden Sand Village, would also be beneficial for Hidden Mist Village. On the Hidden Sand Village side, one less Pakara. On the Hidden Mist Village side, one less of their own. So, the one with the advantage would still be the Hidden Mist Village. A medical ninja quickly entered the tent and examined Biwajozo's condition. Jozo-senpai, your injuries are severe. It's best to return to the village as soon as possible. Biwajozo shook his head. Treat me first, and we'll talk about returning to the village later. There's another matter I need to take care of this time. A few days later, Pakara returned to Hidden Sand Village. Kazekage-sama. 4th Kazekage. No, to be precise, it's currently the 4th acting Kazekage, Raza, who went to the medical department to visit Pakara, with 2 assistant ninjas guarding the door. After the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, Hidden Sand Village fell into a situation where it lacked leadership. However, there were no new talented ninjas who could take on this important role. As a result, the position of Kazekage remained vacant for a long time. It wasn't until recently that Hidden Sand Village decided to appoint Raza as the acting Kazekage. If no other suitable candidates emerge, Raza will become the official Kazekage. However, with Pakara's excellent performance on the battlefield, some unusual voices have emerged within Hidden Sand Village. Pakara herself doesn't care about the position of Kazekage at all. Of course, this is under the assumption that Pakara doesn't know that the current acting Kazekage in front of her might betray her in the future, directly delivering her into a trap set by the Mist Ninjas, handing her over to Hidden Mist Village to be killed. Pakara, thank you for your hard work. How are your injuries? They're just minor injuries, won't take long to recover. I heard from the ANBU ninja that you were injured by Biwajozo. Pakara hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The injuries weren't caused by Biwajozo alone, but he did manage to restrain me. That ninjato of his is very powerful. It allows Biwajozo to unleash powerful ice release techniques. Back in the days when he wielded the executioner's blade, Biwajozo wouldn't have stood a chance against me. Pakara had this confidence. And rightfully so. Pakara's reputation outside was that of a hero of the Hidden Sand Village. While Biwajozo was just one of the 7 mist swordsmen. And not even the strongest among them. Previously, the external evaluation of Biwajozo among the 7 mist swordsmen was only mediocre. The strongest wielder of Hiramekarei has already died at the hands of Might-Do. But now, Pakara feels that Biwajozo's overall strength isn't much lower than her own. It's that ninjato that's strong. I feel like even true ice release bloodline users might not necessarily possess that level of power. A&D. Pakara voiced her concern. First it was Kiryu-Kimonji, then Dragon Bone, and now the Blue Rose Sword. There's a high probability that Hidden Mist Village has produced another great blacksmith. Judging by the time and efficiency, they'll probably be able to create more than just 7 ninjato in the future. These ninjato can greatly enhance a ninja's power. If left unchecked, they will bring us, Hidden Sand Village, great trouble. They will be our Hidden Sand Village's greatest adversaries. Even in the future, our defeat might be due to these ninjato. Raza frowned. I understand. I will arrange it. Pakara, you rest and recover from your injuries. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Uehara Soma looked at the number 998 in front of him, waiting for it to surpass 1000. Just 2 points of reputation, it was easy to increase. Moreover, Uehara Soma now had 3 employees. In the next moment, the number above surged. Uehara Soma had initially been satisfied with breaking 1000 points, but to his surprise, the number jumped by over 100, nearly 200, from 998 to 1176. It seems someone else has engaged in a major battle. Allowing many to witness the power of the ninjato I've crafted. Uehara Soma didn't hesitate. 10 draws, begin. Physique +1. Spirit +1. Spirit +1. Paga Blueprint X1. Physique +1. With a single thought from Uehara Soma, the blueprint appeared in his hand. Immediately after, a wave of information flooded Uehara Soma's mind. Paga, originating from the Hitman Reborn world, is a box weapon wielded by Bluebell. It allows the user to merge with the fish and dragons inside the box, breathe underwater, and significantly enhance various abilities, including but not limited to strength, speed, and reflexes. Upon reading this information, the first person Uehara Soma thought of was Hoshigaki Kisame. A fusion of man and fish dragon. In the original plot, after obtaining Same Hata, Hoshigaki Kisame merged with it, transforming into a shark human form, capable of breathing freely underwater. Faster swimming, greater strength, stronger chakra absorption. Based on the attributes, Paga might be compatible with Hoshigaki Kisame. However, considering the similarities with the mission contractor, Bluebell, initially, she was a young girl who loved water but couldn't swim due to a car accident. Childish. Although she was a beautiful girl, she was obsessed with developing muscles. She was deeply affected by her brother's incident, immersed in sorrow, unable to break free. It wasn't until Byakuran's intervention that Bluebell gradually recovered. There's no resemblance between Bluebell and Hoshigaki Kisame. As Uehara Soma let go, the blueprint disappeared. Such a Paga doesn't need to form a contract with Hoshigaki Kisame. Compared to Paga, Same Hata should be the more suitable ninjato for Hoshigaki Kisame. The abilities of Paga overlap with Same Hata to some extent. Paga's attribute is water, and Bluebell also has a certain sibling attachment attribute, feeling very sad about her brother's death. Suddenly, Uehara Soma thought of someone. Hojiki Suijutsu. As a member of the Hojiki clan, his talent in water release is outstanding. Especially in the hydrification jutsu, those with low water release talent simply cannot learn it. And Hojiki Suijutsu is obviously skilled in this water release secret technique. Although Bluebell had a leg injury from a car accident, while Hojiki Suijutsu never had his leg broken, he was captured by Orochimaru as a child and spent a long time in the laboratory as an experimental subject, handling materials. Comparatively, it was equally tragic. Moreover, Hojiki Suijutsu happens to have a brother named Hojiki Mangetsu. A genius, he became the next Hiramekurei wielder after the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist by Might Do. He could skillfully use all 7 ninjato of the hidden mist 7 ninja swords. Viewed as the hope for the revival of the Hojiki clan. The members of the Hojiki clan once believed that Hojiki Mangetsu could reach the level of Hojiki Gengetsu from back in the day, leading the Hojiki clan to reclaim its position as the foremost ninja family in the hidden mist village. In the future, like Hojiki Gengetsu, ascending to the position of Mizukage. It can be said that the expectations of the Hojiki clan for Hojiki Mangetsu are just like the expectations of the hidden sand village for Sasori of the Red Sand. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, he passed away early. This directly extinguished the hope for the revival of the Hojiki clan. Even the situation of the entire family became worse. If Hojiki Mangetsu were still alive, Hojiki Suijutsu probably wouldn't have suffered such a tragic fate. For Hojiki Mangetsu, Hojiki Suijutsu's emotions wouldn't be worse than Bluebell's feelings for her brother. Chapter 85, Who will be the 4th Mizukage of the future? Because the Hojiki clan invested too many resources and efforts into Hojiki Mangetsu. It's like an investment, but it went bankrupt. On the other side, in the hidden sand village, Sasori of the Red Sand faces a similar situation. Carrying the title of a genius puppetry master and being Chiyo's grandson, he was born with talent. Many people thought Sasori of the Red Sand would be a suitable candidate for the 4th Kazekage. But the sudden disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage forced the hidden sand village to choose Raza as his successor. Because Sasori of the Red Sand was too young, lacked strength, and didn't have enough experience. At this point, many in the hidden sand village believed Sasori of the Red Sand could not become the 4th Kazekage but would make an excellent candidate for the 5th Kazekage. However, Sasori of the Red Sand disappointed their expectations. Before the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, Sasori of the Red Sand would occasionally leave quietly but always returned. After the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, Sasori of the Red Sand never returned. All the resources and efforts invested in Sasori of the Red Sand by the hidden sand village were in vain. And when the future inhabitants of the hidden sand village learn that the 3rd Kazekage was killed by Sasori of the Red Sand, they will only regret even more the village's investment in him. The resources required for puppetry masters are much greater than those for normal ninjas. In terms of the relationship between siblings, Bluebell and Hojiki Suijutsu share a great similarity. But now, Hojiki Suijutsu should only be 1 or 2 years old. Older than Naruto and Sasuke, but not by much. Sasuke has already been born, but Naruto hasn't. Based on previous experiences, there should be no problem with the compatibility between Paga and Hojiki Suijutsu. But there are 2 issues. One is that forming a contract between Hojiki Suijutsu and Paga cannot be realized in a short time, it requires a long period of growth, much longer than Aray Ringo, and cannot provide much help to the hidden mist village. The second is that the ninja tool cannot be fully demonstrated, so the boost to my reputation isn't as significant. Never mind, let's see how many enforcers are needed. Uehara Soma once again pulled out the blueprint and looked down. There were 2 blank hexagram patterns on it. 2 enforcers. Ao Senpai counts as 1. Kisame and Jozo Senpai are both absent. Waiting would be unnecessary. Should I bring just 1 enforcer, or recruit another one? Uehara Soma hesitated. A figure appeared on Forging Island. The shark-faced youth now exuded a bit more fierceness compared to before. Soma. Kisame. Uehara Soma took a few steps forward as Hoshigaki Kisame approached. On the other side, Ao also stepped forward. Who's this? Hoshigaki Kisame appraised Aray Ringo. This is Aray Ringo, Jozo Senpai's disciple and Mayoko Senpai's granddaughter, Uehara Soma introduced. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded, exchanged greetings, then turned his attention elsewhere. Excitedly, he began recounting his experiences on the battlefield to Soma. Soma, do you know? Those Konoha ninjas actually gave me the nickname Bloodthirsty Shark, it sounds so unpleasant. I heard that the naming ability of Konoha's Golden Flash is extremely poor, and since Hatake Kakashi is his disciple, maybe he's the one who came up with this nickname for me. I'll have to find an opportunity to change this nickname in the future. Uehara Soma smiled. Indeed, it's not a flattering nickname, but Kisame, being given a nickname by the enemy proves that your strength has gained their recognition and instilled fear in them. I remember, even Konoha's Hatake Kakashi doesn't seem to have a nickname yet. Hoshigaki Kisame shook his head. Just a title of genius. But there are so many geniuses. Even that Sarutobi Asuma can be called a genius, but in reality, Sarutobi Asuma is not as good as that little demon Mamakai Zabuza, it's just that he has the identity of the Hokage's son. Hoshigaki Kisame continued, this time on the battlefield, I killed many Konoha ninjas. Mizukage-sama told me that based on my current performance, I could be given the title of Jonin. Uehara Soma immediately offered his congratulations. The strength of a Jonin level and the title of Jonin are two different things. Just like in the original plot of Naruto. His strength had already surpassed that of elite Jonin, but he still carried the title of a Genin. Many people in Konoha were like this. Hence, there's a saying kill Konoha's Jonin casually, but don't provoke Konoha's Genin. Uehara Soma now possesses the strength of a special Jonin, but his ninja title remains Genin. However, Uehara Soma doesn't need it now. As the head of the forging department, ninja titles are no longer relevant. It's all thanks to you, Soma, for crafting the Kirai Kimonji, said Hoshigaki Kisame. The power of Kirai Kimonji is strong. Even though they may have the intelligence on it, they still fear it. Except for a few, not many dare to engage me in close combat. Moreover, because of the power changes brought by Kirai Kimonji, I can now participate in more high-level battles. This has brought me many gains. Now I can attach the chakra absorption technique to long-range water release. The effect is slightly inferior compared to close combat, but it can still threaten many. By the way, Soma, I heard about the Dragon Bone incident. Hoshigaki Kisame comfortingly patted Uehara Soma's shoulder. I never expected Kagaya Niko to be that kind of person, stealing the Dragon Bone you crafted, and killing so many members of the Kagaya clan. He's utterly ruthless, inhuman. Don't be too upset, Soma. Since Mizukage-sama has issued a warrant, Kagaya Niko won't be able to swagger around for long. I heard that Kagaya Hikari and others have already left the battlefield to search for Kagaya Niko. Their actions are somewhat irresponsible towards their comrades on the battlefield and go against the village's orders, which could affect the village's interests and the situation on the battlefield. But they are all elite members of the Kagaya clan, so there's a high probability they can defeat Kagaya Niko and bring back the Dragon Bone to the village. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't know the truth about the Kagaya Niko incident and Uehara Soma didn't explain. I didn't pay much attention. However, Uehara Soma felt it was unlikely that Kagaya Hikari and others would kill Kagaya Niko and bring back the Dragon Bone, as mentioned by Hoshigaki Kisame. There were more than just Kagaya Niko targeting the Kagaya clan. The third Mizukage would never allow Kagaya Hikari and others to return alive to the Hidden Mist village. Otherwise, all previous efforts against the Kagaya clan would be in vain. Kagaya Hikari and others' dereliction of duty conveniently allowed the third Mizukage to deploy ANBU ninjas. It's highly probable that Kagaya Hikari and the others have already been killed. Kisame, besides Hatake Kakashi, is there anyone else worth your attention on the battlefield? Hoshigaki Kisame thought for a moment. Konoha has quite a few top-tier fighters, actually. From the three Sunin, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. The Golden Flash Minato Namikaze. In this aspect, we, the Hidden Mist Village, have to admit a slight disadvantage. However, the number of our core ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village is greater than that of Konoha, and Konoha has more enemies. Not only are they in conflict with our Hidden Mist Village, but also with the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village. Previously, we had the support of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. After the defeat of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, we experienced a period of instability and disadvantage. But fortunately, Yagura-senpai stepped up. Among the younger generation on Konoha's side, aside from Hatake Kakashi, there's someone worth noting. I know there's Uchiha Shisui, who is quite young but strong. It's said that he's a genius among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Not yet 10 years old, already excelling in body flicker jutsu. Uehara Soma's brow twitched slightly. Uchiha Shisui, That's a familiar name to Uehara Soma. In the original plot, he didn't appear much, but his presence was strong. Moreover, concerning the Kagaya clan's situation, the sense of familiarity that Uehara Soma felt from Kagaya Mizui came from Uchiha Shisui. Uehara Soma felt that the two were very similar. Their stance, attitude, thoughts, were all alike. Even their names were similar. Hoshigaki Kisame continued, I heard he has already activated his Sharingan. In the future, this Uchiha Shisui might very well become a major adversary for our hidden mist village. With that thought, Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly had a bizarre idea. Soma, they say that our hidden mist village's Kagaya clan and Konoha's Uchiha clan are quite similar. Do you think if there was someone in the Uchiha clan similar to Kagaya Niko, there's a possibility of heavy damage to the Uchiha clan? Does such a possibility exist? If that were the case, it would be great. Without knowing the truth, on the surface, Kagaya Niko does indeed seem ruthless. Hoshigaki Kisame doesn't want someone like that in the hidden mist village. Even though Hoshigaki Kisame himself doesn't like the Kagaya clan. But to Hoshigaki Kisame, the Kagaya clan is still a part of the hidden mist village. However, concerning the Uchiha, Hoshigaki Kisame even hopes for someone like that to appear. It's possible. Uehara Soma said. But in his heart, Uehara Soma was thinking not that it's possible, but that something like that will indeed happen. As long as there isn't too significant of a butterfly effect caused by him. Uehara Soma felt that the likelihood of him influencing the Uchiha clan massacre was slim. One reason was that Uehara Soma belonged to the hidden mist village, it wasn't plausible for him to involve himself in the affairs of the Uchiha. The second reason was that even if he did get involved, it might not change anything. After all, the conflicts between the Uchiha and the Konoha elders were long-standing, not just a recent development. Many things were not coincidental but predestined. Kisame, have you already returned to the Hoshigaki clan? Hoshigaki Kisame nodded. I've already returned. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but quip. I originally didn't want to come back this time. The time had come, but according to Mizukage-sama, as long as I wanted, I could continue to stay on the battlefield. But my family asked me to return. I also heard about the Kagaya clan's situation, so I hurried back, thinking that my family might also have been affected by the Kagaya Niko incident. I didn't expect that when they asked me to come back, it was actually to betroth me to a woman from the Karitachi clan. Upon hearing this, Uehara Soma was also taken aback. Uehara Soma remembered that in the original storyline, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't have any fiancé. He only had some interaction with a female shinobi from the intelligence division during Konoha's intelligence transport missions. Hoshigaki Kisame showed no interest in women. But after some thought, Uehara Soma thought it was reasonable for the Hoshigaki clan to arrange this. The Hoshigaki clan was a small ninja clan, but still a ninja clan. For ninja clans, offspring and inheritance were crucial. Moreover, compared to the original storyline, the current Kisame's performance was much more excellent. In the original storyline, Kisame's performance among the younger generation of the Hidden Mist Village was indeed commendable, but in terms of reputation, he couldn't compare to someone like Kakashi. Now, Kisame's reputation in the ninja world surpasses Kakashi's. Bloodthirsty Shark. Eighth Blade of the Mist. It can be said that as long as he doesn't fall, everyone will believe that Hoshigaki Kisame in the future can become one of the renowned ninjas in the ninja world and enter the ranks of the Hidden Mist Village elders. Therefore, the Hoshigaki clan is particularly concerned about Kisame's marital status. Other ninja clans are also interested in Kisame. Uehara Soma pondered inwardly. The Hoshigaki clan definitely wants to leverage Kisame to expand the family's influence and enhance its strength. So, another good ninja clan alliance is a good choice. Family alliances create mutual benefit groups. And the reason for choosing the Karitachi clan is probably because of Yagura Karitachi. Just as Kisame said. After the defeat of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Hidden Mist Village's morale plummeted to the bottom, the front line kept retreating, and the situation fell into disadvantage. It was indeed Yagura who stood up at this time. The situation hasn't been reversed, but at least it's being held up. After that, there was the young generation's battle arranged by the 3rd Mizukage. Thanks to the performances of Kisame and Zabuza, some momentum was gained. As for entering the village elders, Yagura is a sure bet. Moreover, with the 3rd Mizukage being old, among the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, after the 7 swordsmen of the mist suffered a disastrous defeat, it seems that only Yagura is qualified to succeed as Mizukage. It's quite normal for the Hoshigaki clan to seek marriage with the Karitachi clan. Now that the war is not over and the situation is uncertain, how can I waste time on such matters? To come back for such trivial matters. People of the clan are narrow-minded. Uehara Soma didn't agree with Kisame, but said. They may have such thoughts, which is understandable. By the way, Kisame, do you have a girl you like? The people in this world matures early, so Kisame could already considered to be of age. I don't. Hoshigaki Kisame said firmly, I just want to become stronger, help the village, and win this war. Then, Kisame looked at Uehara Soma with a doubtful expression. Soma, you're not starting to like some girl, are you? Chapter 86, Ninjato are better than girls. The girls in this world? In this world where the people are just characters from an anime to Uehara Soma, he indeed collected quite a few high-definition beautiful images as wallpapers, and even joked around calling them wives and such. The main wife, the second wife, the side wife, compiled together. There's even 3D figures and such. But after coming to this world, Uehara Soma hasn't thought about this issue yet. One reason is, he hasn't interacted with many girls. If you really have to mention one, it's Aray Ringo. Quite cute but too young. And now that Hoshigaki Kisame brought up this topic, in Uehara Soma's mind, an image involuntarily appeared. Terumi Mei. The top genius of the Hidden Mist Village. Dual Kekii Genkai. Uehara Soma pondered in his heart. Terumi Mei's age is a little younger than mine, maybe 2 or 3 years younger, a little older than Aray Ringo. But, in the current Hidden Mist Village, she doesn't have much fame yet. I remember, in the original storyline, Terumi Mei didn't have much presence in the Third Great Ninja War. Logically, she should have already graduated. The reason for this, is it intentional to hide talent and strength, or because there were no references for the awakened Kekii Genkai, so she had to research and develop ninjutsu on her own, thus resulting in a slow initial increase in power. Uehara Soma didn't take long to think, quickly snapping back to reality. Kisame, your timing is perfect, there's another mission from the Forging Master's spiritual land. Oh! Hoshigaki Kisame's attention was immediately caught. What about the girls? Put it aside. For Hoshigaki Kisame, girls couldn't compare to Ninjato at all. Even if he already owned Kirei Kimonji. Hoshigaki Kisame knew that the Ninjato crafted by Uehara Soma would never be given to him again. But Hoshigaki Kisame would anticipate Uehara Soma crafting new Ninjato more than expecting girls. How are you feeling now? Very good. Hoshigaki Kisame patted his chest. Then let's not delay, let's start now, we're heading over to Ao Senpai's place. Okay. The two walked towards Ao's location. At this time, Ao and Aray Ringo were both in the training ground. Biwajozo wasn't there, so Ao was helping out by giving pointers to Aray Ringo. Even though Ao and Biwajozo had different styles. But, as a jonin, Ao guiding Genin Aray Ringo was completely sufficient. Ao Senpai. Soma, do you need something? Ao Senpai, I received a materials mission. Immediately, Ao's expression became serious. Alright. Ao went to Aray Ringo and arranged the next steps for her training. Later, back in front of Uehara Soma. Soma, I'm ready. Then let's go to my forging room. The three of them entered the forging room. After the decline of Forging Island, not only were many houses on the island vacant, but even the forging rooms were vacant. Aray Funi used the one previously used by his sensei, which was a certain distance from Uehara Soma's forging room. Uehara Soma didn't insist on Aray Funi moving to a nearby forging room. For a blacksmith, a familiar forging room often allows for better performance. And the distance wasn't too far. With a ninja's speed, it would only take minutes to get there. Uehara Soma even thought it was better this way. The sounds of forging from the two forging rooms wouldn't interfere with each other. Uehara Soma silently thought. Enter Dungeon Instance. Dungeon Instance opening. Opening successful. Transferring. Uehara Soma's figure vanished from Forging Island. The next moment. Summon Henchman. Immediately after, Ao and Hoshigaki Kisame's figures also disappeared. At the same time, on the other side, Land of Fire, Konoha. Father. Asuma entered the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Asuma, I've told you many times, outside, you should call me Hokage-sama. Asuma clenched his fist. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened. Asuma, what's the matter? Hokage-sama, I don't want to continue being a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just softened, immediately furrowed his brows again. And his frown deepened. Asuma, do you know what you're saying? I do. Asuma lowered his head. I dislike being a ninja. They say I'm useless, just because of being the Hokage's son, that's why I get attention. I'm far inferior to Kakashi, I've completely disgraced you, Hokage-sama. And because of my incompetence, you've had to assign ninjas to protect me in secret. This is treatment that no one else gets. Because of me, you've faced criticism, Hokage-sama. Me being a ninja is nothing but trouble. You've always thought I'm far inferior to my brother. Since I can't compare to anyone. Since everyone thinks I'm not fit to be a ninja, I won't be one anymore. Kakashi is even displeased with me because of Uchiha Obito's death. But, is this my fault? If I had to choose, I'd rather die there. Asuma became more and more aggrieved as he spoke, tears dripping down. Sarutobi Hiruzen became somewhat annoyed. Asuma, are you implying it's my fault? Hokage-sama, I didn't mean it like that. You did not. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his palm, wanting to slap Asuma hard across the face, but just as it was about to fall, he forcibly restrained himself. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Asuma, let's pretend I didn't hear what you said today, go back and calm down. Hokage-sama. Get out, don't make me hit you. Asuma left. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Asuma's departing figure and shook his head. Compared to Shinichuk, he's far behind. Both are my sons, so why is there such a big difference? But, how could Kakashi be displeased with Asuma because of Uchiha Obito's incident? No, perhaps he's displeased with me. After all, the ninja secretly protecting, I arranged. But, as Hokage, after all the efforts and sacrifices I've made for Konoha, can't I even do this? I just thought a little for my family. I've devoted most of my time and energy to the village. I owe my family a lot. So, using some of the village's resources to make up for the family is not excessive. This is completely reasonable. That's not Kakashi's character. Could he have been influenced by someone? Just after Asuma left, another figure entered the Hokage's office. This time, it was Sarutobi Biwako. Different from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Biwako didn't have the idea of comparing Asuma and Shinichuk. For both children, Sarutobi Biwako loved them dearly. In Sarutobi Biwako's view, if you have strong talent and abilities, you do more. If you have weak talent and abilities, you do less. They are both her sons. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen's handling of Asuma was unsatisfactory to Sarutobi Biwako. Biwako, I just want Asuma to strive for more. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his wife across from him, somewhat helpless. Hiruzen, keeping Asuma in Konoha is indeed a struggle for him. The atmosphere in the village isn't very good. Perhaps it's best to let Asuma stay away for a while. I heard that the daimyo is assembling a new batch of the 12 guardian ninja in the capital of the Land of Fire. How about letting Asuma join them and see? It's a good idea to let Asuma get away from Konoha for a while to relax. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment. Biwako, your suggestion is acceptable. It's unlikely that the future of Konoha will be entrusted to Asuma. Asuma lacks the necessary talent. But establishing a connection between Asuma and the daimyo of the Land of Fire doesn't require exceptional abilities. In the future, he can return to Konoha and join the village elders. This is indeed a decent promotion route. So the next day, Asuma was sent out of Konoha. Accompanied by a ninja escort, Asuma rode in a carriage towards the capital of the Land of Fire. Asuma looked back at Konoha from afar, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. At last, I don't have to bear the burden of being the Hokage's son anymore. At last, I don't have to compare myself to others in their eyes. Father, I won't let you feel ashamed anymore. Goodbye, Konoha. Chapter 87, White Lie to Bluebell. Soma and the others looked around. Kisame showed a somewhat strange expression. He had entered dungeon instances twice, both in the world of Akame ga Kill. In comparison to the world of Akame ga Kill, Hitman Reborn's level of modernization is significantly higher. This made Kisame somewhat curious, unable to help but observe. Ao had only entered a dungeon instance once before, but it was in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. The modernization level of the Jujutsu Kaisen world is also quite good. Skyscrapers, neon lights flashing. Waves of traffic swiftly moving along the roads, only stopping slightly when encountering red lights. The appearance of Soma and his two companions attracted the attention of many around. Fortunately, cosplay culture exists in this world as well, so they only attracted some curious glances. A young girl approached Soma and his group. Blue long hair, blue hairpin, blue eyes. Wearing a black long skirt uniform. She seemed lively, radiating a childish air. But, Soma could see a hint of sadness deep in her eyes. Soma, is this the client for this mission? Ao asked. Soma nodded yes. A voice resounded in Soma's mind. Mission, Bluebell's regret. Mission reward, Pyage's materials. Accept the mission. Accept. The moment Soma confirmed, a scene appeared in front of the three. A young girl who loved swimming since childhood and was good at it, having a close relationship with her brother. Until just before the national swimming competition, she felt like the happiest person in the world. She could do what she loved and she had a wonderful brother. But, just before the national swimming competition, the brother she had planned to meet was late for some reason. Bluebell anxiously waited outside the venue. Finally, her brother arrived. Bluebell ran excitedly towards her brother. But she overlooked the fact that it was a busy road. A car rushed towards Bluebell's position. In the nick of time, Bluebell's brother pushed her away, taking the fatal blow himself. Bang! Accompanied by a violent crash. Bluebell's brother died. And Bluebell herself lost her legs, losing her ability to swim. Blood stained the ground. The sorrowful cries of the girl echoed far away. I hope you can help me, let me see my brother witness me win the swimming championship. Soma's eyebrows twitched slightly. Originally, Soma thought the girl's request would be for them to save her brother's life. Or perhaps prevent the accident from happening. However, the girl took a more clever approach to her request. By winning the swimming championship, the girl would definitely not have suffered the accident and her brother witnessing it with his own eyes ensures he wouldn't die in the accident. Although it's stated as one request, in reality, it's multiple. There's also the requirement for the girl to win the championship. Even though the girl may have exceptional talent in swimming, those who can participate in this national swimming competition are not weak, so she isn't definitely sure of winning the championship. If Bluebell's strength isn't enough, I'll have to help her a little. Soma looked at the girl and nodded. All right. The next moment, the girl's figure gradually faded away until she completely disappeared. Soma looked at the intersection in front of him, exactly like the intersection in the previous scene, the accident-prone intersection. Soma, could this mission be a trap? Ao asked. There was no avoiding such questions from Ao. After all, for ninjas, the reward and the difficulty of the mission are proportional. Difficult missions have high rewards. Simple missions have low rewards. In Ao's view, Bluebell's mission isn't difficult. Isn't it just preventing a car accident? For ninjas, it's not difficult at all. Ao felt that he alone was completely capable. There was no need for Soma and Kisame to intervene. But for such a simple mission, the reward is a set of materials that could forge a ninjato of Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords level. This is clearly unreasonable. The mission shouldn't be fake. Soma said, it's just that there may be unexpected changes along the way. And also, this mission involves quite a few locations and people. We might have to split up. This mission sounds relatively easy. However, after experiencing Baragan's mission, Soma doesn't think that the difficulty of tasks inside dimensional instances correlates with the quality of obtained ninja tools materials. Yet, Soma also believes that this mission will have changes. Because this mission blueprint requests 2 enforcers. Based on Soma's experience, the difficulty of the mission doesn't affect the quality of ninja tools materials. However, the mission blueprint's requirement for the number of people often relates to the difficulty of the task. Since it's a mission blueprint for 3 people, it won't be a task that just anyone can complete. I'll go find the client's brother. Ao said, I have the Byakugan, finding people will be more convenient for me than for you. All right. Soma nodded. Kisame, you stay on this roadside, I'll go inside the swimming arena. Okay. The two prepared to move. Soma hesitated for a moment, then called them back. Ao senpai, Kisame, wait. Soma, what's wrong? Soma pointed to someone on the roadside and said, I noticed just now that the thing they're holding seems to be able to communicate with someone far away. Once we split up, it'll be difficult to communicate in time. But, if we use that tool, we can. It should be quite helpful for us to complete the mission. As Soma finished speaking, Kisame moved. A trio resembling delinquents caught Kisame's attention. He flashed and appeared in front of the trio. Bang! 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 3 precise chops fell at an elusive speed. The next moment, the 3 of them passed out. Kisame supported the 3 and walked into the nearby alley. Pretending to walk together as a group of 4. No one noticed anything wrong. Entering the alley, Kisame threw the 3 into a corner. Kisame didn't take their lives, but with his methods, it would take some time for them to come to their senses. Then he came back with 3 phones. Soma, here you go. But this thing looks complicated, I can't understand it. You're a blacksmith, Soma, you should find them easier to understand than me. Soma nodded, took them, pretended to study them, and pretended to watch the movements of other passers-by pulling out their phones. Soon, he managed to open them. Ao and Kisame looked at the phones, both curious. I think I understand. Soma said, there's a phone book here, each number should represent a device, press the green button, and you can contact the corresponding device. These numbers, having the most connections between them, should correspond to the 3 devices. With that, Soma began testing. Ding ding ring. A round of phone ringing ensued. Soma handed the ringing phone to Ao. Ao senpai, this one's for you. Press the green button to answer. To contact me, dial this number. To contact Kisame, dial this number. 3 phones, 1 for each person. Ao pressed the answer button. Soma spoke into his own phone, and the next moment, his voice came out of Ao's phone. Ao's eyes lit up. What a miraculous tool! I wonder how far this tool can establish contact over. If it could allow us to contact people in the Land of Fire from the Hidden Mist Village, it would revolutionize the concept of warfare as we know it. Soma nodded. If it can truly establish contact over such distances, it's indeed powerful and could change many battle situations. In the world of Naruto, there are several existing methods of intelligence communication. One is through ninja running to deliver messages. Another is through well-trained birds. And there's also communication through summoning creatures. The first 2 methods are relatively slow in efficiency, while communication through summoning creatures requires high qualifications. Firstly, in the ninja world, there aren't many ninjas who can possess summoning creatures. After all, many ninjas are reluctant to spend extra on even kunao and shuriken. It's impossible to have a summoning creature fight for oneself without giving anything in return. Additionally, using summoning jutsu once consumes a certain amount of chakra. Apart from these 3 methods, there are also special secret jutsu that can establish long-distance communication. For example, the Yamanaka clan's secret jutsu. However, the limitations of this secret jutsu are also significant. If phones could be used in the world of Naruto, then all existing communication methods would be obsolete, none of them could compare. But, it's very complex. Soma is now considered a great blacksmith. But, creating a phone is still a very difficult task. There's just too much involved in it. Even making a walkie-talkie isn't easy. I'll dismantle and study it later, see if there's any insight to gain. It's about time, Ao senpai, Kisame, let's start moving, contact me if anything changes. Okay. Soma walked towards the swimming pool. Kisame stood guard at the intersection. Meanwhile, Ao, following the direction Bluebell's brother came from in the previous scene, checked it out. His Byakugan was already activated. As a formal competition, the venue's security was quite good. There were staff members checking tickets at the entrance. Soma and a lone youth passed each other. Then, in a swift motion, he took the other person's ticket and smoothly entered the venue. He took his seat corresponding to the ticket and scanned the venue. Soon, he found Bluebell's presence in the athletes area. At this moment, Bluebell seemed somewhat restless. Her gaze kept wandering around, looking at the surroundings, and the audience stands, not focusing on the competition. His phone vibrated. Before the ringtone sounded, Soma answered. Ao senpai, how's it going? I found the client's brother, Ao said, but as expected, the situation is not as simple as we thought. I've spotted quite a few suspicious figures nearby, and their target seems to be the client's brother. Senpai, can you handle it alone? It's not easy. There are quite a few of them. Killing them is easy, but protecting the client's brother is not. I'll contact Kisame and have him go support you. Since you've found him, Senpai, Kisame continuing to guard the intersection is pointless. Okay. After hanging up, Soma immediately dialed the number on Kisame's phone. But unlike Soma, Kisame clearly took some time before answering. Soma. Kisame, Senpai needs your support over there. Okay. Be careful. People here may not be weak, especially if they can produce such impressive tools. There might be something special about their weapon-type tools. Understood. Kisame glanced at his phone, his expression becoming serious. Soma looked down at Bluebell. In this light, it seems that Bluebell's disability and her brother's death were not accidents. Soon, Kisame arrived near Ao. It wasn't Kisame who found Ao, but Ao, using the Byakugan, saw Kisame coming and approached him. Senpai. Kisame, you watch over the client's brother. I'll take care of those lurking in the shadows. Leave it to me. Kisame's figure moved closer to Bluebell's brother. But Bluebell's brother didn't notice anything unusual. Instead, he checked the time while jogging, showing signs of anxiety. Crack. A neck was snapped by Ao. 1, 2, 3. One by one, figures fell under Ao's hands, and finally, this group noticed. They pulled out their pistols, aiming at Ao, and pulled the trigger. Bang! However, with Ao's 360-degree vision, everything was clear. He swiftly moved towards the corner. Bullets hit the wall causing dents to appear, and numerous fragments scattered. Ao's eyes flickered. What kind of tool is this? It's fast, powerful, even more practical than some C-rank ninjutsu. But it can be used from such a distance. It's somewhat similar to a crossbow, but stronger than one. Fortunately, the environment here isn't suitable for the full potential of that tool. Its attacks can only go in a straight line. Kisame heard the gunshots and quickly looked over. He took out his phone and dialed unskillfully. Ring ring. Before long, Ao answered. Senpai, do you need help? No need, I can handle it. Kisame, your task is to protect the client's brother. Soma kept a close eye on Bluebell's figure. Suddenly, Bluebell seemed unable to contain herself, wanting to leave the venue to wait for her brother outside. Swimming mattered a lot to Bluebell. But what Bluebell wanted more was for her brother to witness her victory. However, this was something Soma didn't want to see. According to the information Ao provided, Bluebell's brother's death was clearly not an accident but a deliberate act. So, if Bluebell came to the intersection, there was a high probability of danger. Even if Soma could rescue Bluebell and her brother, the commissioned task would most likely not be completed. Soon, he had an idea and looked towards the player area and the connecting passage to the outside. With a swift movement, Soma's figure had already arrived below. Picking up a small stone, he flicked it with his finger. Bang! The ceiling, along with the overhead pipes, shattered. Debris littered the ground. And dirty water leaked down. Bluebell, who was about to enter, was forcefully pushed back. But, this is just a temporary solution. Blocking, yes, it stopped Bluebell, but with Bluebell distracted, winning the championship will be difficult. Moreover, the task is to let Bluebell see her brother, watching her win the championship. Ahead, Kisame, after checking the time once again, increased his pace. Calculating the time, we should just barely make it. Kisame calculated Ao's speed and distance. As long as nothing unexpected happens on Soma's side. Kisame chased after Bluebell's brother while glancing backward. Worried that the people Ao had spotted might have broken free from him and were chasing after them. However, just as Kisame shifted his attention to the situation behind him, the traffic on the crossroads ahead suddenly became chaotic. The sound of brakes screeching urgently filled the air. Bluebell's brother had barely taken a step forward when a car came speeding towards him. It didn't seem like an accident, but rather like it was intentionally aiming to collide with Bluebell's brother. Bluebell's brother instinctively turned his head to look at the car, his body stiffened from the shock. Whoosh! Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, standing in front of Ao. It was none other than Kisame, who had rushed at full speed after realizing something was wrong. Bang! The car crashed into Kisame. Bluebell's B'Orther's figure was pushed back onto the sidewalk by Kisame. In the next moment, Kisame flew into the air. The tremendous force almost overwhelmed Kisame. But difficult as it was still bearable. He wouldn't end up like Bluebell's brother, dying from a single collision. In mid-air, Kisame adjusted his posture, minimizing the impact on his body as much as possible, gliding for over 10 meters before landing. The moment he landed, Kisame looked towards Bluebell's B'Orther. Bang! A bullet was thrown from somewhere high up. Water release, water prison jutsu. At this moment, Kisame couldn't care less about attracting attention. A water sphere enveloped Ao within it. Water prison jutsu was a restraining type of ninjutsu. But sometimes, it could also be used for defense. Moreover, he could control Bluebell's B'Orther's figure, preventing him from running amok. Puff! The bullets entered the water, greatly slowing down their speed. The water from the water prison jutsu had a better decelerating effect on the bullets than still water. However, at that moment, within the water prison, Bluebell's B'Orther's body suddenly convulsed. Kisame was stunned for a moment, quickly cancelled the water prison jutsu, and swiftly flashed into the nearby alley with Bluebell's brother's body, waiting until it was safe before checking his condition. The next moment, Kisame's face darkened. He took out his phone and dialed Soma's number. Soma, I'm sorry, he's dead. Dead. He succumbed to poison, despite my efforts to avoid the attacks from the two assailants. I'm sorry, Soma, it's my fault, I didn't do well enough. Soma's pupils contracted. When he saw that there were two assailants, Soma realized things weren't so simple. Ao discovered the existence of the attackers, and Soma thought that was the key to the mission. But unexpectedly, Bluebell's brother had already been poisoned before he arrived. In other words, no matter what Ao and Kisame did, Bluebell's brother was doomed. This completely exceeded Soma's expectations. Kisame felt very guilty. Even though it wasn't his fault. But as a ninja, Kisame was the type of ninja who wouldn't find any excuses for himself. He would even take responsibility for things that weren't his fault. It's not your fault, Kisame, you don't need to blame yourself. Soma looked in the direction of Bluebell. The mission hasn't failed yet. When Kisame said that Bluebell's brother was already dead, Soma felt very defeated. In all these materials missions, Soma felt like he might be facing his first failure. He was somewhat disappointed. Not just because of the failure, but because, this time, Soma had already speculated that there were candidates in the Hidden Mist village who could match this ninja tool. In other words, the only thing missing from obtaining the reward was this materials part. But when Soma looked at Bluebell and recalled Bluebell's words, he suddenly realized that there might still be a possibility to continue the mission. Bluebell's request was, "Let me see my brother with my own eyes as I win the swimming championship." The key to this sentence was "let me see." Soma's eyes flickered. If I disguise myself as Bluebell's brother and appear in the audience, would that count? With this white lie, if I pretend to be Bluebell's brother and Bluebell stands on the winner's podium, it seems like we can meet those conditions. Soma immediately took action. Kisame, describe to me what Bluebell's brother looks like. His appearance? All right. Kisame didn't know what Soma was planning, but he complied. Soon after, Soma took out a mirror, manipulated his muscles, adjusted his attire, mimicked Bluebell's brother's demeanor. Before long, Soma bore a striking resemblance to him, about 70 to 80%. Not entirely alike, but from this distance, Bluebell wouldn't be able to tell the difference. If only I knew transformation jutsu. After this forging is done, I can go learn it. Transformation jutsu is just a basic type of ninjutsu, but once you become proficient, there are many situations where it can be used. For example, now. If Soma knew transformation jutsu, this wouldn't be so troublesome. Soma stood up and waved to Bluebell below. Bluebell looked over. Her previously anxious expression instantly turned into delight. Brother. The arrival of her brother not only calmed Bluebell's anxious heart, but also brought out a stronger performance than usual, securing first place without any suspense. Soma had intended to assist with water release, but upon observing, he realized it wasn't necessary. The music played. Bluebell stood on the winner's podium. Then voice resonated in Soma's mind. Chapter 88, Paga Forging begins. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Would you like to leave the dungeon instance? Leave. A surge of attraction fell upon Soma. At the same time, it also fell in the alley, on Kisame's body. With Kisame's disappearance, only Ao's body remained in the alley. A pile of bodies, with Ao lying among them. At this moment, in Ao's hands, were 2 guns. 1 handgun, 1 submachine gun. This tool is not bad. Much better than low-level ninjutsu. And, it can also be used with my Byakugan. The next moment, the 3 figures returned to Forging Island. In front of Soma, there was a pile of materials. Soma, did you succeed? Kisame noticed the materials on the ground and quickly looked at Soma. Soma nodded. Yes, I succeeded. I disguised myself as Bluebell's brother, deceived Bluebell. It's not very good, but for the ninja tool materials, I can only resort to this plan. I hope she won't blame me. White lies are still lies in the end. At this moment, Ao realized that Bluebell's brother had never successfully reached the swimming pool. Instead, he died on the way while those killers were being restrained and killed by him. Kisame said, that person was poisoned earlier, and I didn't know how to cure it. Ao patted Soma's shoulder. Soma, you're also doing it for the village. Even if that little girl finds out, she won't blame you. At least, your lie gave her a moment of happiness. Soma thought for a moment. This mission, in fact, was not impossible to complete. It's just that he needed to change the enforcer. If Kisame were replaced with Mayoko Ringo, then, the mission could be completed without using lies. In that case, it seems that I might really have to delve into medical ninjutsu. After all, there are many situations that require the use of medical ninjutsu. In the last dungeon instance with Tsubakuro, if Soma hadn't coincidentally known the body modification technique and acted as a medical ninja, it would have been impossible to complete Tsubakuro's mission. But bringing a medical ninja for every instance is also not suitable. After all, most medical ninjas are not strong enough. Unless Soma can somehow convince Tsunade to become his enforcer. But this is impossible. Tsunade did leave Konoha, that's true. However, it doesn't mean Tsunade would cooperate with the Hidden Mist Village. The likelihood of persuading Tsunade is even lower than persuading Orochimaru. Senpai, Kisame, thank you for your hard work. Back in the room, after resting for a while, Soma walked out of the room and stretched. A scent of food wafted from the kitchen. Soma approached and looked inside and caught sight of a small figure bustling about, so he paused for a moment. Aray. Soma-senpai. Hearing Soma's voice, Aray Ringo glanced back. Aray, why are you making dinner? Soma-senpai, well, Aray Funi-senpai was originally cooking, but suddenly there were people from the medical department who said there were many wounded coming back and hoped the surgical tools could be completed faster. Aray Ringo explained, so I suggested Aray Funi-senpai continue forging while I take care of making dinner. I've seen those injured people in the medical department, they're in a lot of pain. If we could perform surgery sooner, their suffering time could be greatly reduced. Soma-senpai, don't worry, I've cooked before, the taste is decent. Soma shook his head. No, I'm not worried about that. It's just that Mayoko-senpai sent you here to learn, and now you're spending time doing things like making dinner, which shouldn't be the case. It's okay, I'm also a member of Forging Island now. Soma hesitated for a moment. Then let me help too. Aray Ringo was taken aback. Soma-senpai, you can cook too. Are you underestimating me? No. I may not make it very delicious, but I know the basics. As he busied himself, Soma brought up a topic. Aray, what kind of ninja do you want to become in the future? Aray Ringo was silent for a moment. I want to become a strong ninja who can protect my grandmother, prevent what happened that night from happening again, and help the village win the war. To defeat that evil and overbearing Konoha. Soma raised an eyebrow slightly. Overbearing and evil Konoha? Soma hadn't heard Konoha described that way very often as he watched the anime. But to other ninja villages, as enemies, wouldn't Konoha be seen as overbearing and evil? When Senju Hashirama pacified the ninja world, it could definitely be considered overbearing. And Uchiha Madara's methods were definitely evil. Then there was Senju Tobirama and now Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. There's no ninja village that's absolutely clean. Konoha couldn't be either. What about you, Soma-senpai? For me, it's probably to make you all stronger, to create more ninja tools, to give the Hidden Mist Village greater strength. Also, I hope the ninjato I forge will earn the respect of everyone. Soon after dinner was ready. Aray Funi was still in the forging room, not coming out. Kisame went out for a while. The reply he got was, "I've already had a simple meal, the surgical tools are urgent." While eating dinner, Soma pondered. For the current forging island, indeed, new manpower was needed. Aray Funi already had a regular job, so miscellaneous tasks had to be assigned to others. One person, in charge of hygiene. One person, in charge of meals. Soma didn't recruit interns to do these tasks. Because Forging Island was now on the right track. Interns had to do forging-related tasks. For example, sharing some of Aray Funi's workload. Forge first. Complete the forging of Paga first. If I want to synchronize Paga with Hojiki Suijutsu, I'll have to go through 3rd Mizukage's side, instead of directly contacting the Hojiki clan. I wonder what we could get in exchange from the Hojiki clan. It's a bit of a pity that Paga may synchronize better with Hojiki Suijutsu than Hojiki Mangetsu. Compared to Hojiki Suijutsu, if Hojiki Mangetsu, who has already shown talent, has a compatible ninja tool, the Hojiki clan will definitely be willing to expend more resources for an exchange. The next day, a night's rest restored Soma's energy. Entering the forging room, he took out the blueprint for Paga. It was somewhat similar to God's hand. Both required precision machining with high demands but not as much forging. It looked more like a sophisticated instrument than a weapon. It can be divided into 3 parts. Chapter 89, Perfect Level Ninja Tool Reward. 1 is a Shonisaurus. 1 is a container, namely a box. 1 is the pattern inside the box. Among these, the Shonisaurus does not require forging. It's already part of the existing materials. It's inside a crystal ball floating motionlessly, unclear if it's alive or dead, no signs of life were apparent on it. However, this is precisely the source of Paga's ability. First, the crafting of the box. Then, inside the box, on the surface, carve the patterns. The Shonisaurus is the source of Paga's ability, but the box can influence energy transmission. Analogous to a machine, the Shonisaurus is the fuel, and the box is the engine. Even with good fuel, if the engine is not good, the effect won't be satisfactory. Both need to be good for it to work perfectly. Soma looked at the metal in front of him. With my current forging techniques, combined with the developed water drop hammer and water flow hammer, the forging of this metal no longer needs simulation and rehearsal. It can be directly started. Soma placed the metal into the lava. Charcoal lava smelting technique. Under the high temperature, the metal gradually melted. And its color also gradually turned red. From a metal ingot, it turned into a metal mass. Now, Soma picked up the metal mass and placed it on the forging platform. Lava forging. 1 forge, 2 forges, 3 forges. 30 forges. Soma changed his forging technique. Water breathing, first form, water drop hammer. Ding! 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 A series of crisp strikes echoed from the forging room. Ao stood at the doorway, much like Biwajozo before. However, Kisame had already left feeling unsatisfied with the arrangements of the Hoshigaki clan. However, with direct relatives still present, Kisame still harbored feelings for the family, so he couldn't refuse them directly. Even if he didn't like it, he still went to meet the girl from the Karitachi family. Kisame, what do you think? A middle-aged man asked Kisame, his tone somewhat cautious. Father, I've said it before, I'm not interested in these things now. I just want to become stronger, achieve merit on the battlefield, kill those damn Konoha ninja, and fight for the village. I want to become a hero of the Hidden Mist Village. Just like Jozo-senpai and the others. The middle-aged man sighed. Kisame, I understand, but the situation of the family isn't good right now. If you really don't want to, it's fine. The middle-aged man paused. The family has another idea. Kisame, you have a good relationship with that young blacksmith from Forging Island, right? The family heard he's still unmarried. Kisame's face turned cold. No. Father, it's true that Soma and I are friends, but our friendship is absolutely not for this. To use friendship as leverage, to make Soma marry a woman from our Hoshigaki clan? This, I cannot agree to. Isn't it just an alliance with the Karitachi clan? Then let it be. As long as the other party has no objections, to me it's all the same. With that said, Kisame turned and left. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but the words that were already on his lips ultimately did not come out. After a long time, he sighed. This is fine. The news of Kisame agreeing to the alliance soon spread throughout the elders of the Hoshigaki clan, which excited them greatly. What's more critical is that Kisame is not picky, anyone will do. This means that as long as the woman from the Karitachi clan agrees, it's settled. The possibility of completing the alliance has greatly increased. The turning point for our Hoshigaki clan has arrived. Coincidentally, with the decline of the Kagaya clan, a large number of resources have become available. If our Hoshigaki clan can take advantage of this opportunity and obtain a portion of it, we may not become a major ninja clan, but at least we can become a middle-tier ninja clan. Forging Island. Soma lifted the hammer in his hand, his arm parallel to the ground, and looked at the metal ingot on the forging platform. Water breathing, second form, water flow hammer. Using the water drop hammer, the metal ingot had reached 60 forgings, but according to Soma's judgment, even if he were to use the water flow hammer next, he probably couldn't make it reach a forging level of 180, that's about the limit. It's not a problem with Soma's forging technique. And it's definitely not the fault of the materials. In fact, these materials are very good. They are several times better than what Soma obtained from the dungeon instances before. But it's because the smelting isn't sufficient. Although each forging process seems independent, they actually influence each other. Some processes even have subdivisions. For example, quenching and tempering, on Forging Island, these two are basically considered as one process. But in reality, they are two distinct treatments. Quenching for rapid cooling, followed by tempering after the temperature drops, can enhance toughness and reduce brittleness. Dang! 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 The sound of the water drop hammer kept echoing on Soma's forge room. Payaga's forging doesn't necessarily require reaching a forging level of 80, 30 forges are enough. However, Soma feels that since it can be done better, he should do it. Soma has forged good level ninja tools and excellent level ninja tools. But he is certain that there are ninja tools above the excellent level and want to make one. Soma wants to see what rewards he will get if he can forge ninja tools above the excellent level. He is looking forward to it. The difficulty of Paga forging is not significant. And, there are only two requirements for the treatment of the metal box, toughness and the carving of patterns. For the former, I have already exceeded Payaga's requirements. And for the latter, with the blessing of God's hand, I should be able to achieve a very good level. Soma strikes the final blow. 80 forges. Soma releases the hammer, feeling an intense soreness in his arm. The breathing forging method still consumes too much physical strength and has some chakra consumption, but not too much. Let's call it a day for today. I'll continue tomorrow. Soma walked out of the forging room. Ao watched him empty-handed and thought the forging has failed, preparing to offer consolation. Ao-senpai, this forging will take a bit longer than usual. I'll need senpai's help for the next few days. No problem, leave it to me. After the forging is completed, the next step is shaping. The next day, Soma took out the forged metal ingot and used a hammer to change its shape. The entire box is divided into 6 sides. Both the inner and outer sides of the 6 faces need to be carved with patterns. After carving the patterns, they will be assembled. Once assembled, although they are 6 separate faces, they can be fixed seamlessly. Even if dropped on the ground, they won't separate, allowing the Shonisoro crystal to be securely fixed inside. Carving the patterns is a meticulous and focused task. Soma deliberately didn't eat much for this, keeping himself in a semi-full and slightly hungry state. This helps him concentrate better. With high blood sugar levels, one tends to feel drowsy. God's hand. Soma puts on the God's hand. One hand holds a chisel tool, while the other holds a hammer. Ding! The chisel tip fell, followed by the hammer strikes, causing a depression to appear on the surface of the metal plate. Soma frowned slightly. The tools aren't good enough. Soma actually realized this problem a long time ago. For a blacksmith, forging technique and materials are undoubtedly the most important. However, forging tools are equally important. During ordinary, routine forging, Soma can still mitigate the impact of inferior tools by increasing time. But when it comes to more complex procedures, the deficiencies of the tools become very obvious. Just like now. God's hand was different back then, and the involved materials were relatively soft. Now, the metal plates are tough and strong. I need to come up with a plan to make a batch of better tools. But good materials are hard to come by. I'm almost unlikely to use the materials obtained from the dungeon instances to make tools. That would be wasteful, considering they can be used to make very decent ninja tools. Soma preferred to start with the materials that already exist in this world like chakra metal. Chakra metal is a special type of metal that can conduct chakra. Because of this characteristic, whether it's made into weapons or tools, it has excellent effects. In fact, the hammer Soma is currently forging with contains some chakra metal. However, the content is very low, but it's still better than an ordinary hammer. Him being able to develop the breathing forging method so quickly is related to it a little. Chakra metal is very rare and expensive. Even in the original storyline, Asuma, the son of the Hokage, only had enough chakra metal to forge 2 short swords similar in size to Kunao. Soma had a thought. Then can I start with existing ninja tools? Soma's first thought was the Hidden Mist Village's Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. First, exclude the Executioner's blade. Metal that easily breaks like that can't be used for tools. Same Hata and Blast Sword are also not suitable. The materials of Thunder Swords, Longsword, Blunt Sword, Hiramekari, are all decent, but Mizukage Sama probably won't allow me to modify them into tools. The others in the village wouldn't agree either. If I want to modify these ninjatos, I'll need an even higher reputation than I have now. Soma's eyes flickered. If the Hidden Mist Village's ninja tools won't work, what about other ninja villages? In the world of ninja, high-level ninja tools aren't exclusive to the Hidden Mist Village. Other ninja villages have them too. For example, there's the long-disappeared Takumai, artisan, village, with only a few survivors wandering around. There are also the legendary 6 Paths ninja tools. If there's a chance, it would be great to get some of them back. Soma finished carving the patterns on one metal plate and picked up the second. Then the third. Soon, it was evening again. Soma had come out for lunch around noon. Still feeling half full. By the time he finished carving the patterns on all 6 metal plates, it was already midnight. Soma walked out of the forging room. In the air, there was a slightly salty and humid smell. Soma. Ao looked over immediately. Ao-senpai, you've worked hard. Ao smiled. Compared to me, Soma, you're the one who's really been working hard. How's the progress on the ninja tool? It should be finished tomorrow. Soma said, Ao-senpai, it's late, you should rest first. Ao nodded. Right at that moment. Bang! A sound of the door opening rang out. A figure rushed out from another forging room. Chief Uehara, Ao-senpai. Aray Funi saw Soma and Ao, and paused for a moment. You two haven't rested yet. Just finished up. Aray Funi, what's up? Soma looked at what Aray Funi held in his hands. A wooden box, not small. Chief Uehara, since you're here, this is the surgical knife I just finished forging. Take a look. All right. Aray Funi trotted over and opened the box and Soma picked it up. The surgical knife Aray Funi had forged was designed by Soma, with a detachable handle and blade design. One handle matched with 10 blades. This was the initial configuration. If the blades ran out in the medical department, they could continue to order from Forging Island. Chief Uehara, what do you think? Not bad. Soma put the surgical knife back. Except for the forging part, the rest was completed by Aray Funi. Compared to the previous batch, this surgical knife seemed to be of slightly better quality. But the metal provided by Soma was still 12 forged. This proved that Aray Funi's skill in forging had also improved to a certain extent. Or perhaps he had found some way to improve the quality of the surgical knife. Are you going to take it to the medical department now? Yes, they urgently need it. Go ahead, be careful on the way. Yes, Chief Uehara. Aray Funi was tired but looked happy because this was what he wanted to do. The night passed quietly. Soma entered the forging room and picked up all 6 metal plates. And the crystal ball containing the trapped Shonisaurus was in the center position. Crack! With a crisp sound, the 6 metal plates merged together. Immediately after, Soma saw that there was a glow emanating from the crystal ball. But it wasn't light. It was more like liquid-emitting light. Yet there was no tangible feeling. Little by little, it flowed along the patterns on the metal plates until a voice sounded in Soma's mind. Chapter 90, New ability. Congratulations to the host for completing the forging. Paga forging successful. Completion rate, perfect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability, underwater breathing. Soma's brows twitched. Perfect level of completion. Just as I expected, with a perfect level of completion, what I gain is not just mere experience, but rather, specific abilities. Underwater breathing. For me, this is quite a practical ability. This is the Hidden Mist Village, the land of water. Just a few steps away, it's either a river or sea water. Previously, with the water release talent at the perfect level, Soma could stay underwater for a long time. However, there is a limit to this. It's not possible to stay indefinitely. Moreover, with the passage of time, the condition deteriorates, and combat abilities decline. But having the ability of underwater breathing changes everything. You can breathe underwater just like on land, normally. As long as I want to stay, I can stay indefinitely. A month, a year, 2 years, even 10 years. And it won't affect my strength. No need to expend extra chakra to ensure I can stay underwater. No need to spend more physical energy. Coupled with Soma's already impressive swimming and diving abilities, the perfect level of water release, whether in water or on land, makes no difference to Soma. Just like underwater creatures that naturally live in water. In fact, Soma can even exert greater strength in the underwater environment. This greatly enhances my ability to protect myself. For a long time in the future, I won't be leaving the Hidden Mist Village, at least not the land of water. If someone threatens me, I'll just dive into the water. Very few people can keep up with me. Even the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village can't do it. Soma himself is a water release ninja, so he knows a lot about water release ninjutsu. Biwajozo, Ao, they can't achieve true underwater breathing. They can only stay underwater for much longer compared to other ninjas. As for those who can achieve underwater breathing, in Soma's view, there's only Hoshigaki Kisame after merging with Samehada. And then there's the possibility of people from the Hojiki clan. However, Soma can't confirm this. After finishing his contemplation on how to make use of his new ability, Soma picked up Paga. At this point, the patterns on the box were already glowing. At first glance, the shape of these patterns looks like a circuit board and their function is quite similar. The box isn't large, Soma can fully grip it with one hand. To use Paga, it needs to be implanted into the body. If it end up having a very high level of compatibility with Hojiki Suijutsu, embedding it into the body of such a small child could be a problem. A wave of information flooded Soma's mind. Paga. Type, box weapon. Quality, perfect. Abilities, Azure release form, fuse with the power of the Shonisaurus and transform into a mermaid, greatly enhancing basic attributes such as strength and speed. Perfect quality make the effect close to the genuine article. Note, according to Blacksmith's third rule, the power of this ninja tool cannot harm the forger. Soma's attention focused on the phrase effect close to the genuine article. In that case, the power of this ninja tool should be excellent. Soma left with Paga. Soma, is it done? Yes. What kind of ninjato did you make? Can I see it? Ao showed a somewhat expectant expression. Soma shook his head. This time, it's not a ninjato. Soma took out Paga and handed it to Ao. The materials obtained this time cannot be crafted into a ninjato, but only into such a ninja tool. However, its abilities are still decent. Ao senpai, you can give it a try. Soma knew that Paga probably wouldn't match with Ao. But their relationship had grown close. During the forging process, Ao stood guard outside, diligent and responsible, without a word of complaint even if it lasted until midnight. After Biwajozo left, Ao took over his position. In this situation, if Soma didn't let Ao try, it would be disheartening. As a ninja, besides having sufficient strength, connections and influence are also important aspects. Especially when individual strength isn't strong enough. If one were to reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths, that would be a different story. One person could change the entire ninja world. Social connections and influence aren't that important. Ao is now considered part of Soma's social circle, so naturally Soma wouldn't push him away. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Soma handed Paga to Ao. As Soma anticipated, Paga and Ao's compatibility didn't even reach an eligible level. It was like when the third Mizukage got Kirai Kimonji before. There were no prompts in Soma's mind. Ao attempted to infuse his chakra, but it was like throwing a stone into the ocean, no response. Paga was different from the ninjados Soma had forged before. It seems like it's not working. Ao showed a somewhat disappointed expression as he handed Paga back to Soma. I didn't feel a connection similar to what Aray and Jozo had. Soma took Paga back. That indeed didn't match. Forcing its use will only consume extra chakra, not enhance strength, and might even affect one's own abilities. Ao nodded. That's true. Soma said, it's a bit regrettable. If you could have matched with it, Ao-senpai, we wouldn't have to make another trip to the Mizukage's building. Now we'll just have to go to Mizukage-sama's place. Ao-senpai, shall we go there now? Ao didn't have any objections. Okay. The two of them boarded a small boat and left Forging Island, heading towards the direction of Mizukage Island. Ao quickly adjusted his mood. Not being able to synchronize with the ninja tool left Ao somewhat disappointed. He had seen Biwajozo's transformation with the blue rose sword and couldn't help feeling envious. However, Ao was only slightly disappointed. He knew very well that it wasn't anyone's fault. It just didn't synchronize. Ao harbored no resentment towards Soma. In fact, when Soma first handed Paga to Ao to try, Ao was already very grateful to him. We need to see Mizukage-sama. Chief Uehara, please wait a moment, let me inform him. The attitude of the guards at the gate towards Soma was completely different from before. Even though Soma hadn't shown his face much in the entire village. However, as the head of the forging department, he was truly one of the village elders. If there were any village meetings, Soma could make suggestions and vote. Alright. Soon, the guard returned. Chief Uehara, Mizukage-sama is in his office. You can go up directly. Thank you. You're welcome, Chief Uehara. Ao followed closely behind Soma. One eye was covered with an eye patch, concealing even the scars from surgery completely. Mizukage-sama. The third Mizukage closed the document in his hand and smiled at Soma. Soma, is there something you need? Soma took out Paga. Mizukage-sama, I've crafted a new ninja tool named Paga. I want to find a suitable user for it in the village. The higher the water release talent, the higher the likelihood of compatibility. Soma couldn't directly mention the Hojiki clan, so he referred to water release talent. A new ninja tool. The third Mizukage showed a surprised expression. Kirito, Blue Rose Sword, Nikari Aoe, Dragon Bone, and now this one. Soma, you are now truly worthy of the name Great Blacksmith. Soma modestly responded, Mizukage-sama, you are too kind. No, in fact, the title of Great Blacksmith alone is insufficient to describe you. The third Mizukage continued, the unhealable effect of Kirito, the ice release of Blue Rose Sword, the control of Nikari Aoe, the borrowed power of Dragon Bone, all of them are comparable to the top 3 blades among the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. In other words, the ninjados you've crafted now, Soma, have surpassed the true value of the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. This ninjado, no, ninja tool. At this moment, the third Mizukage finally looked at the box in Soma's hand. Soma placed Paga on the third Mizukage's desk. In regards to Mizukage-sama, Paga contains the power of the Shonisaurus. By infusing chakra, one can gain the power of the Shonisaurus, thereby obtaining various enhancements, including but not limited to strength, speed. The third Mizukage raised an eyebrow slightly. So it's like a strengthening type of ability. Yes. Are there any side effects? There are no permanent side effects. There are bound to be some side effects. After all, even excessive use of ninjutsu has its drawbacks. But temporary side effects, as long as they're not too severe, are acceptable for a ninja. The third Mizukage nodded. That sounds pretty good. I'm just not sure what the extent of this enhancement is. But for elite ninjas, even a slight improvement can bring about significant changes in strength. Does it demand a high level of water release talent from the user? The third Mizukage held Paga in his hand. No response. The third Mizukage set Paga down. Soma, as far as water release talent goes, mine is considered decent in the Hidden Mist village. That's a fact. The third Mizukage's strength is not considered strong among the Kage ninja. Some people even consider the third Mizukage to be the weakest among the historical Mizukages. It wasn't until the sixth Mizukage appeared and took the mantle of being the weakest Mizukage. But even a less impressive cage is still a cage. Even if the third Mizukage's life was quite dismal. Controlled by genjutsu and implementing policies like the Bloody Mist, which received mixed reviews, yet as a ninja without Kekii Genkai or special abilities, he managed to ascend to the position of Mizukage. The third Mizukage's talent in water release is undoubtedly not lacking. Entities with higher water release talent than mine are rare, even within the Hidden Mist village. The third Mizukage pondered. Unless it's the Hojiki clan. Unlike the third Mizukage's mediocrity and obscurity, the second Mizukage was much more extravagant. In both water release and genjutsu, he was extremely powerful. Without Kekii Genkai, he managed to match and perish along with the second Tsuchikage. This illustrates the strength of the second Mizukage. Moreover, the Hojiki clan has unique physical characteristics. In addition, they possess a very excellent and complete water release system. A water release ninja, when using water release for a long time, is likely to produce offspring with excellent water release talent. Talent determines a ninja's attributes, but a ninja can also influence talent inheritance. Hojiki clan. Ao's expression changed slightly. Soma noticed Ao's change in expression. Ao senpai, if it's the Hojiki clan, is there anything inconvenient about it? Let me explain. The third Mizukage answered the question. There's nothing particularly inconvenient, it's just that the current situation of the Hojiki clan isn't great. The name Hojiki Gengetsu, you're surely familiar with it, Soma. Genjutsu Senpai was an incredibly strong ninja. Initially, he was meant to guard the first Mizukage-sama at the first Cage Summit, but because Gengetsu Senpai was attacked and fell into a coma, that's when I took over. In terms of strength, I am far inferior to Genjutsu Senpai, who became the second Mizukage of our village. The Hojiki clan is also one of the founding families of the Hidden Mist village, and their strength is extremely formidable. However, during the Second Great Ninja War, Genjutsu Senpai clashed with the second Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock village during an operation, leading to a battle where both perished. That battle brought immense losses to the Hidden Mist village. As a result, many people in the village harbor resentment towards Genjutsu Senpai. This resentment also affected the Hojiki clan. It's something I can't change. Speaking of which, the concept of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was proposed by Genjutsu Senpai. My proposal of the Bloody Mist policy was also influenced by Gengetsu Senpai to some extent. Soma refrained from commenting on this. After all, he didn't know much about Hojiki Gengetsu. According to the information revealed in the original plot, Hojiki Genjutsu's policy and the Bloody Mist policy are completely different. If anything is similar, it might only be in the pursuit of elitism. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were originally a product of elitism, not just because of the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. However, 3rd Mizukage's Bloody Mist policy is still more reasonable compared to the 4th Mizukage's era. The Bloody Mist during the 4th Mizukage's era became somewhat extreme. 3rd Mizukage's proposition is to prioritize the pursuit of elitism. In this process, bloodshed and sacrifice can be ignored. While during the 4th Mizukage's era, it became focused on bloodshed and sacrifice. However, that wasn't solely the fault of the 4th Mizukage. The main reason can be attributed to the fact that behind the scenes, Uchiha Obito manipulated the 4th Mizukage using a genjutsu. Chapter 91, The Ambition of the 3rd Mizukage. In addition, since Genjutsu-sama, there haven't been any exceptionally talented individuals from the Hojiki clan. Therefore, as time passed, the strength of the Hojiki clan declined significantly. Many members of the Hojiki clan seem to have some difficulty accepting this situation. Gradually, a rift seems to have appeared between them and the village, akin to a semi-reclusive state. Besides necessary interactions, they have very little contact with the village. However, it seems that a genius has emerged in the Hojiki clan recently called Hojiki Mangetsu. According to people from the Hojiki clan, his talent is not inferior to that of Gengetsu from the past. If what they say is true, then Hojiki Mangetsu's water release talent might be the strongest in our Hidden Mist village, no, perhaps even in the entire shinobi world. Soma, how about I invite Hojiki Mangetsu over to give it a try? Soma nodded. That's fine, but, Mizukage-sama, since we're trying, I think it would be good to arrange for a few more people. Paga not only demands high water release talent, but also has some other compatibility factors related to the ninja's personality. They might prefer someone with a livelier personality. Because the power of the Shonisaurus is very lively, somewhat childish. The 3rd Mizukage raised an eyebrow. It's also related to personality. It seems that this Paga must similar in this regard to same Hata among the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. Soma, your suggestion of having more people try it makes sense. Alright, here's the plan. I'll have ANBU Ninja arrange it. As for the location, let's use Mizukage Island. I'll have ANBU Ninja prepare a relatively secluded area. With more people, it might take a bit longer. How about tomorrow night, Soma? Soma nodded. Mizukage-sama, I have no objections on my end. Good, let's arrange it like this. The third Mizukage glanced again at Paga on the table. Soma, you take Paga back for now. Alright. Soma picked up Paga. Oh, Soma, have you thought about what we discussed last time? What did Mizukage-sama mention? About naming the ninja tools you create. The third Mizukage said, same Hata, Thunder Swords, these are known as the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. This name once shook the shinobi world, though now it faces some setbacks, there are still those who remember it. It can intimidate many. If the ninja tools you create could have a series name, it wouldn't just enhance the sense of belonging among users but also increase the deterrent power to the outside world. Soma understood this meaning. That is, through a name, to form a new group. Members of this group would automatically work to maintain its reputation. Once someone targets another, what that person is targeting may just be an individual, but it often turns into hostility toward this whole group, and this group definitely belongs to the Hidden Mist Village. As time goes by, it will evolve into another group of the Mist 7. No, it's a group even more powerful than the Mist 7. Once such a group forms, it may even pose a certain threat to the position of the Mizukage. They might obey the group's orders rather than the Mizukage's. But the third Mizukage doesn't mind. He even sees it as a good thing. For one, the third Mizukage is aware that he's getting old and won't be able to sit in the position of Mizukage for much longer. Another thing is, the third Mizukage doesn't care about the position of Mizukage, what he wants is to make the Hidden Mist Village stronger, and he's willing to accept anything for that. Moreover, the third Mizukage believes that the next Mizukage can be chosen entirely from within this group. In that case, the existence of this group will have no adverse effects on the Hidden Mist Village. Instead, it will become the core competitiveness of the Hidden Mist Village. The more ninja tools Soma creates, the stronger the core competitiveness of the Hidden Mist Village becomes. It can also be passed down from generation to generation. Different from ninja. Ninja die. But ninja tools often last for a very long time. When the third Mizukage mentioned it before, Soma had thought about it, and so had Soma himself. Names floated in Soma's mind one by one. Taigu, Zanpakuto, Cursed Tool, Supreme Sword Box Weapon. Soma didn't want to come up with an extra name himself. Instead, he wanted to borrow one from the known series names of ninja tools. Taigu has no clear meaning within the worldview of ninja in the Naruto universe. The leader of a ninja village is called Kage. The leader of a country is the daimyo. Neither has anything to do with the character for emperor. Similarly, there's Cursed Tool, which is even more difficult to understand for people in this world than Taigu. Names like Great Greatsword or Skillful Greatsword would sound more complete if they were accompanied by some indication of craftsmanship. Otherwise, they might seem ordinary, and the number of ninja tools Soma creates is unknown, so it's impossible to determine how much craftsmanship is involved. Box weapon lacks intimidation. Mizukage-sama, what do you think of Zanpakuto? Compared to the ninja tools created by Soma, the word sword seems somewhat limiting. For example, God's Hand and Paga don't fit the description of a sword. But then Soma remembered that many Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world don't even resemble swords after their initial release. They might be meteor hammers, long spears, knuckle dusters, axes. And the hollowification of the Zanpakuto, in part, will merge with the body, transforming into other shapes. More importantly, for the Hidden Mist Village, the word sword holds special significance. After much hesitation, Soma finally spoke out the name. Zanpakuto. P.S. Zanpakuto means soul cutter sword. The third Mizukage pondered for a moment. The Paku in Zanpakuto, does it refer to the soul? Yes. Soma nodded. A ninjato that can even slay souls. The third Mizukage said, I remember the Uzumaki clan possessed a special sealing ninjutsu called the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, which could summon a Shinigami and take away a person's soul. Using Zanpakuto as a series name, I think it's a good idea. But The third Mizukage's gaze once again fell upon the Paga in Soma's hands. No matter how you look at it, Paga doesn't seem like a sword. It can be overlooked. A sword doesn't necessarily refer to an actual blade. It can represent that relentless intent to kill. The belief in slaying everything. Before Soma could find a reason, the third Mizukage proactively provided one for him. Soma, let's go with what you said. I'll arrange for people to gradually spread this concept. In the future, the ninjato and ninja tools you create will be called Zanpakuto. And as for the users of ninjato and ninja tools, they will be called Zanpakuto wielders. Soma paused. The three words Zanpakuto sounded good. But if you add the word wielder, Zanpakuto wielder, the overall elegance drops significantly. Soma looked at the third Mizukage, and a phrase unconsciously came to his mind. Mizukage-sama, are you the golden flash of the hidden mist village? As soon as the words were spoken, the third Mizukage realized it was inappropriate. The title Zanpakuto wielder doesn't sound very appealing. Since they're called Zanpakuto, the corresponding ninja might as well be called Shinigami. Soma, what do you think? The ninja who contract with a Zanpakuto will be classified as members of the Shinigami Squad. Soma originally just intended to borrow the name of Zanpakuto. But he didn't expect the third Mizukage to even borrow the name of Shinigami. However, the name Zanpakuto does indeed easily evoke associations with the dead demon-consuming seal jutsu in this world. And thinking of the dead demon-consuming seal naturally leads to thoughts of Shinigami. The logic of the third Mizukage is quite clear. Shinigami are entities that take people's souls. Zanpakuto are entities that even slay souls. What's wrong with calling those who wield Zanpakuto Shinigami? Coincidentally, the Hidden Mist Village is currently at war with Konoha. The two ninja villages are in a hostile relationship. After the Uzumaki clan was nearly wiped out, and Uzushiogakure disappeared, most of the Uzumaki clan's legacy fell into the hands of Konoha. The dead demon-consuming seal also became a sealing jutsu of Konoha. Choosing the name Shinigami will make the people of Konoha uncomfortable. Why not take advantage of it? Mizukage-sama, I think this name is more suitable than Zanpakuto wielder. The third Mizukage showed a smile. In that case, Soma, let it be decided. The Shinigami Squad will be directly under the Mizukage, like the Hidden Mist 7, as an elite ninja team. Soma felt a bit strange that when these two names were decided, the third Mizukage seemed even happier and more concerned than when he heard about Payaga's appearance. But soon, Soma understood why. Payaga's appearance merely added a potential elite ninja to the Hidden Mist Village. However, the confirmation of the names Zanpakuto and Shinigami Squad held a different significance for the third Mizukage. It's like how the second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu is remembered. Whenever people in the ninja world mention the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, they remember that they were created during Hojiki Genjutsu's tenure. Mention the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords and they remember the great blacksmith of the Hidden Mist village from back then. Now, with the name Shinigami Squad confirmed, in the future, whenever people in the ninja world mention the Shinigami Squad, they will remember that it was created during the third Mizukage's tenure. This is an achievement for a Kage. A way to be remembered by future generations. Uehara Soma thought of a phrase eternal fame. Indeed. No matter who they are, people cannot escape the desire for fame and fortune. For someone like the third Mizukage, he has status, power, wealth, and women, but in terms of fame, he's somewhat lacking. Uehara Soma remembered that in the original storyline, the third Mizukage didn't even have a proper name mentioned. But now, in this world, the third Mizukage certainly wouldn't lack presence. Mentioning the Shinigami Squad inevitably brings up the third Mizukage. Of course, it also brings up himself, the blacksmith. Returning to Forging Island. Uehara Soma put away Paga and looked at the semi-transparent screen in front of him. Name, Uehara Soma. Comprehensive Strength, Special Jonin. Swordsmanship, Skilled, 5300. Body Modification Technique, Familiar, 2000. Abilities, Underwater Breathing. Forging Technique, Very Good, Proficient, Forging Island Bonus, God's Hand Bonus. Mission Items, Thug Recruitment Token X3. Blacksmith Reputation, 202. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, the basics are pretty good. Because you have your own forging facilities and equipment, your forging technique has received a boost, giving you a chance to forge high-quality ninja tools. As a ninja, you have a certain level of strength, stronger than cannon fodder. Very good. When Uehara Soma saw these words, he couldn't help but twitch his eye. Because I developed the breathing forging method, my forging technique isn't just at the good level. Good corresponds to techniques like charcoal magma smelting, magma forging, and ordinary shaping, quenching, and tempering. This very good evaluation should be similar to special jonin. Most of my forging techniques are still at the good level, probably at the top tier of good. But the breathing forging method surpasses the good level. However, overall, it hasn't reached the excellent level, so it receives a very good evaluation. Uehara Soma looked away. This means I'm on the right path. Focus on forging techniques, create ninja tools, and earn rewards. In the remaining time, learn other ninja skills to improve the chances of completing tasks in the dimensional dungeons, achieving a positive cycle. Mizukage's building. After finishing the paperwork, the third Mizukage went to the window, looking in the direction of Forging Island. Because of the distance, only a black dot could be seen from here. But the third Mizukage was in a great mood. Meeting Soma has been a fortunate event for me as the Mizukage. The first Mizukage created the Hidden Mist Village, with extraordinary achievements. Lord Second created the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, further enhancing the strength of the Hidden Mist Village. I inherited the 7 Ninja Swordsmen and introduced the Bloody Mist policy, giving the elites of the Hidden Mist Village more room to excel and raising the level of elite ninjas. However, these changes aren't easily noticeable. But now, things are different. During my tenure, the Zanpakuto and Shinigami Squad emerged. Even if my achievements don't match those of the first Mizukage, they might still rival those of Lord Second. The word mediocre will not be part of the evaluations of me. The third Mizukage cared deeply about this. The third Mizukage actually knew that some people in the Hidden Mist Village did not have a good opinion of him. For instance, members of the Kagaya clan did not respect the third Mizukage much, but it's going to be different. Chapter 92, The Selfishness of the Hojiki clan. The third Raikage, amidst chaos, pacified the Hidden Cloud Village. Over the years, his efforts have significantly strengthened the Hidden Cloud Village. He holds the titles of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. This is an achievement. But dying under the siege of the Hidden Rock Ninja has left the younger generation with an unstable situation in the ninja village. Engaging on multiple fronts, suffering losses on the side of the Hidden Rock Village, and also considerable losses on Konoha's side. 2 young talents from the Hidden Cloud Village can be balanced out by a single golden flash from Konoha. This is a negligence. The third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest Kazekage of all time, but in reality, the reputation doesn't match the truth. Suddenly disappearing, leaving the Hidden Sand Village without a leader, only to let that little Raza take over. If he truly had strength, how could he suddenly disappear? Such reputation is merely boastful. Nowhere near my level. The third Tsuchikage, possessing the Kekii Toda, Dust Release, indeed surpasses me in strength, but there is no successor for the Hidden Rock Village, numerous mid-tier ninjas but extremely lacking in elite ninjas. Moreover, in order to kill the third Raikage, they used the tactic of overwhelming numbers, sacrificing not just hundreds, but thousands of lives for one man. In the cultivation of elite ninjas, the third Tsuchikage falls short compared to me. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have encountered setbacks, but ultimately, they are still top-tier elite ninjas. Furthermore, with the emergence of Zanpakuto and the Shinigami Squad, in terms of elite ninjas, I believe no other village can surpass my Hidden Mist Village. The greatest credit naturally goes to Soma. But if I were incapable and incompetent in judging people, how could someone like Soma emerge in the Hidden Mist Village? The third Mizukage took some credit for himself. The third Hokage, renowned as the god of shinobi, also known as the ninja professor, proficient in all types of ninjutsu, and skilled in various combination jutsu. But, how much of his strength is truly his own? It's nothing more than inheriting the rich legacy of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Furthermore, Konoha doesn't even need any measures, one genius after another emerges on its own. Konoha's White Fang, the Sunin, the Golden Flash, and Hotaki Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui. They even possess the Byakugan, unmatched on the battlefield. With such a village, even if a stray dog were to sit in the seat of cage, it wouldn't be too shabby. But Konoha, under the leadership of the third Hokage, is becoming increasingly worse. They have the resources but can't produce results. The handling of Konoha's White Fang's matter was also quite poor. If I were the Hokage, I would do much better. The third Mizukage summed up. Among the third cages, I can rank in the top 2. The third Mizukage crossed his arms, his eyes gazing into the distance, slightly widened. Night fell. Yes, clan head. Soon, the elders of the Hojiki clan gathered together. Everyone. Hojiki Kazuhiko scanned around and said, just now, an ANBU ninja arrived, saying that the head of the forging department, that is, the young blacksmith, has created a new ninja tool. This ninja tool requires a relatively high water release talent from the ninja, so Mizukage-sama ordered us to go and try it out, especially Mangetsu. Like Hojiki Kazuhiko, these members of the Hojiki clan didn't seem particularly surprised by this news. It's clear that the other ninja tools crafted by Uehara Soma have already proven that Uehara Soma's craftsmanship is exceptional. Having such a ninja tool can enhance one's strength. For the user, it's a good thing. That is, for the current Hojiki clan, it's a good thing. This is how the third Mizukage sees it. For the declining Hojiki clan, getting the right to use such a ninja tool is something they couldn't possibly refuse. A middle-aged man frowned. Clan head, could it be that Mizukage-sama has sensed our intentions? Does he want to use this to stop our plan? Hojiki Kazuhiko remained silent for a moment. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Immediately, the middle-aged man stood up. We absolutely cannot accept this. The Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords originally belonged to our Hojiki clan. These were crafted during Genjutsu-sama's tenure. And the great blacksmith who forged the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords is also considered a member of our Hojiki clan. It's impossible for us to give up reclaiming the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords just for the sake of a mere ninja tool. It was only because the village needed it that we, the Hojiki clan, contributed the ninjatos, allowing others in the village to use them, enhancing the village's overall strength. But the outcome? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist suffered a disastrous defeat, with 4 of them killed. Biwajozo has already abandoned the executioner's blade. Kurosuke Rega is completely ruined, and the thunder swords ended up in the hands of Kagaya Hikari, who was then killed shortly after. Even Fugyuki Sukazan couldn't fully utilize Samehada's abilities. The tarnished reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist has disgraced the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. It's time to reclaim all the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords back to the hands of our Hojiki clan. Only we, the members of the Hojiki clan, can unleash the true power of the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. We, the Hojiki clan, have sacrificed so much for the village. Now it's time to think about ourselves. Retrieve the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, and rebuild the glory of the Hojiki clan. The words of the middle-aged man were echoed by many present. Within the Hojiki clan, many felt the same way. The village's chosen 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have suffered heavy losses. And within a short period, suitable replacements cannot be found. Thus, now is the best opportunity to reclaim the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. The Hojiki clan also needs the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords to enhance their strength. Some people held different opinions, but in the face of such a family trend, they dared not speak out. Hojiki Kazuhiko nodded. That's right. Many say that the Kagaya clan is similar to Konoha's Uchiha clan, but isn't our Hojiki clan similar to Konoha's Senju clan? As one of the founding ninja families of the Hidden Mist village, we have made significant contributions to this village. The Senju clan, for the sake of Konoha, willingly abandoned their surname, integrating the entire family into the civilian population of Konoha, sacrificing one family to achieve the greatness of the whole Konoha. We, the Hojiki clan, for the Hidden Mist village, willingly offered the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, allowing other ninjas to use them, sacrificing the interests of our Hojiki clan to achieve the greatness of the entire Hidden Mist village. But now, look at the fate of the Senju clan. How many in Konoha still remember the name Senju? The direct descendants of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama have almost all disappeared. The only one left, Tsunade, has also left Konoha. That's the fate of the Senju clan. We, the Hojiki clan, are also walking down this path. If we don't reclaim the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, the strength of our Hojiki clan will continue to decline. Then, today's Senju in Konoha will be tomorrow's us. We cannot let such a thing happen. An elder hesitated. But, clan head, Mizukage-sama may not agree. We don't need his agreement. Hojiki Kazuhiko said, I've decided to unseal that summoning scroll. But in that case, Mizukage-sama may target us. If Mizukage-sama treats us like he did the Kagaya clan, what should we, the Hojiki clan, do? As elders of the Hojiki clan, they understood the truth about the Kagaya clan. It's not just the actions of Kagaya Niko alone. It's Mizukage's actions against the Kagaya clan. Hojiki Kazuhiko shook his head. I understand Mizukage-sama's personality, he's indeed radical, iron-blooded, to call it cruel would not be an exaggeration. But precisely because of what happened with the Kagaya clan, Mizukage-sama cannot adopt the same targeting strategy against our Hojiki clan. That would lead to all other ninja families in the entire Hidden Mist village losing trust in him. The Hidden Mist village would collapse. This is not the outcome he wants to see. Furthermore, what we're doing is completely reasonable and justified. What the Kagaya clan did is not even the same concept. Mizukage-sama may be infuriated, but he cannot logically act directly against us. Hojiki Kazuhiko paused as he spoke. In fact, I didn't want to do this so soon. Originally, I planned to wait until the moment Mizukage-sama retired to minimize the impact of the matter. The old Mizukage has already retired, and the new Mizukage has not yet taken office. That timing would have been ideal. But now, I have no choice but to act early. Mizukage-sama may have already sensed our intentions. By giving us a ninja tool made by that young blacksmith, if we were to accept it, we wouldn't have enough grounds to reclaim the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. At that point, Mizukage-sama could find reasons to stop us. Therefore, we cannot accept that ninja tool. Doing this now will undoubtedly offend Mizukage-sama. But for the future of our Hojiki clan, it's worth it. Besides, Mizukage-sama is already old. The next day. Approaching dusk. Uehara Soma, accompanied by Paga, and Ao, headed towards Mizukage Island. An ANBU ninja led the way. Chief Uehara, Ao-senpai, this way, the ANBU ninja gestured. Uehara Soma nodded and followed. Soon, the three arrived at a small building. Mizukage-sama has some matters to attend to and will come later. The members of the Hojiki clan are also on their way. Chief Uehara and Ao-senpai, please have a seat, the ANBU ninja said. As soon as the ANBU ninja finished speaking, footsteps were heard. Uehara Soma and Ao turned around. An elder was walking towards them. Seeing the elder, the ANBU ninja said, Chief Uehara, Ao-senpai, this is the clan head of the Hojiki clan. But then, the ANBU ninja felt something was off. Because Hojiki Kazuhiko had come alone. He didn't bring Hojiki Mangetsu, not even other members of the Hojiki clan. Kazuhiko-san. Hojiki Kazuhiko glanced at the ANBU ninja without explanation. I will personally explain to Mizukage-sama later. Upon hearing Hojiki Kazuhiko's words, the ANBU ninja had no choice but to swallow their question. Hojiki Kazuhiko scrutinized Uehara Soma. Hojiki Kazuhiko knew Ao as a jonin from the Hidden Mist village who had recently achieved great success by seizing a Byakugan from a Hyuga ninja in Konoha. This was significant for the Hidden Mist village. So, the remaining Uehara Soma must be the blacksmith. So young. Suddenly, a thought arose in Hojiki Kazuhiko's mind. Could our decision in the Hojiki clan be wrong? But quickly, Hojiki Kazuhiko shook his head. It cannot be wrong. For the Hojiki clan to reclaim the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords is to be a complete Hojiki clan. This young blacksmith, even if he can forge more ninjato in the future, how many of them can be given to the Hojiki clan? The Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, there are a full 7 of them. Even if the weapons made by this young blacksmith are given to the Hojiki clan, they don't belong to the Hojiki clan. They can only be used temporarily. What significance does this hold for the Hojiki clan? This isn't the path that can lead to the Hojiki clan's resurgence. Uehara Soma looked at Hojiki Kazuhiko. Even though Hojiki Kazuhiko hadn't spoken, Uehara Soma already had a bad feeling. Chapter 93, Kakuzo's Arrival. From the Hojiki clan, only a person has arrived. In this situation, it's definitely not about wanting to bring them back to let the members of the family try one by one. That would be too presumptuous. Moreover, it will offend the blacksmith. Anyone with a brain wouldn't do such a thing. Therefore, the current situation must be that the person from the Hojiki clan doesn't want the Paga ninja tool. Do you think Paga is not good? Or do you have a problem with me, the blacksmith? The situation of the Kagaya clan is complicated, I anticipated that. What's the situation with this Hojiki clan? Uehara Soma doesn't know much about the situation of the Hojiki clan. Only knows that the genius of the Hojiki clan, the hope of the clan, Hojiki Mangetsu died before making a name for himself in the ninja world, which further led to the decline of the Hojiki clan. And Hojiki Suijutsu was captured by Orochimaru as an experiment. Other than that, there is no information about other members of the Hojiki clan. However, there is no news of the Hojiki clan being wiped out like the Kagaya clan. No ninja would refuse a ninja tool that makes them stronger. No ninja clan would refuse a resource delivered to their door. Unless this thing hinders another aspect of it. In Uehara Soma's mind, a suspicion began to emerge. Could it be related to the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords? Something related to ninja tools, and related to the Hojiki clan. The first thing that came to Uehara Soma's mind was this. It is said that within the Hojiki clan, there exists a scroll that can summon the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. Furthermore, it's said that Hojiki Mangetsu was the only genius who could master the use of all 7 ninjato. But to master them, it's necessary to wield the ninjato, not just swing it around for a while, but for a long time. Just at that moment. Creak. A figure walked in and everyone stood up. Mizukage-sama. The third Mizukage glanced at the lone figure of Hojiki Kazuhiko. Then he moved to the main seat and sat down. Soma, Ao, please sit. Kazuhiko, please sit. But Hojiki Kazuhiko didn't sit. Mizukage-sama. Kazuhiko, if there's something, sit and tell us. Today is not a serious occasion. Only then did Hojiki Kazuhiko nod and sit down. Mizukage-sama, is this the head of the forging department, that young great blacksmith? That's right. He's truly talented at such a young age. Hojiki Kazuhiko smiled at Uehara Soma. Uehara Soma simply responded without speaking. Mizukage-sama, I am very grateful that when this young great blacksmith crafted the new ninja tool, Mizukage-sama, you remembered our Hojiki clan. In these years, life hasn't been easy for our Hojiki clan. Since the passing of Genjutsu-sama, the situation of our Hojiki clan has been worsening. Resources, industries, the younger generation of the family, none are doing well. Initially, for the sake of the Hidden Mist village, Genjutsu-sama took charge and brought out the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, giving them to the village's elite ninja, which contributed to the fame of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It was of great help to the village. But now, the village has other ninjato, other ninja tools. Meanwhile, the situation of our Hojiki clan has worsened. Therefore, Mizukage-sama, we of the Hojiki clan want to reclaim the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords for our clan. I believe the village can understand this. After all, the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords were advocated by Genjutsu-sama. And the great blacksmith who crafted the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords is also from our Hojiki clan. Hojiki Kazuhiko was assertive at the family meeting. But when facing the third Mizukage, he still showed a humble attitude. First, he played the victim, then presented his reasons. Uehara Soma had a sudden realization. Before, he speculated that it might be related to the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. Now, it seems that this is indeed the case. If the Hojiki clan wants to use the fact that the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords belong to the Hojiki clan as a reason to take back these 7 ninjato for the Hojiki clan, it would indeed be difficult to accept the Pyaja ninja tool. Not accepting Pyaja, in terms of reasons, the Hojiki clan could barely stand. Just as Hojiki Kazuhiko said. But if the Hojiki clan accepts Pyaja, then it's different, others will question. So, they're all from your Hojiki clan. The third Mizukage looked at Hojiki Kazuhiko, his eyes narrowed. The atmosphere in the meeting room became somewhat tense for a moment. Ao instinctively moved closer to where Uehara Soma was sitting. In case of any disturbance, Ao could be the first to stand in front of Uehara Soma. A chill ran down his spine. However, Hojiki Kazuhiko still showed no intention of backing down. After a while. Very well. Hojiki Kazuhiko instinctively wanted to retort, but as the words were about to leave his mouth, he realized that the third Mizukage was actually agreeing, not rejecting his proposal. This caught Hojiki Kazuhiko off guard. This was something Hojiki Kazuhiko hadn't anticipated. Before coming, Hojiki Kazuhiko had imagined many possible scenarios in his mind. Such as the third Mizukage sternly rebuking him. Or the third Mizukage taking action against him. Hojiki Kazuhiko had considered all of these, how to respond. Hojiki Kazuhiko had prepared for the worst-case scenario. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would persist to the end. For the sake of the Hojiki clan, it was worth it. But Hojiki Kazuhiko hadn't expected the third Mizukage to directly agree. Initially, the third Mizukage was indeed very angry about Hojiki Kazuhiko's proposal. Since when did the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords become the property of the Hojiki clan? Indeed, the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords were crafted during the tenure of the second Mizukage. But does that mean the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords belong to the second Mizukage? It's absurd. As for Hojiki Kazuhiko's claim that the great blacksmith who crafted the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords belongs to the Hojiki clan, it's even more absurd. She was just a woman from the Hojiki clan who married that great blacksmith. Next door in Konoha, Uzumaki Mito also married Senju Hashirama. It's not like all the territories conquered by Senju Hashirama belong to the Uzumaki clan. But after careful consideration, the third Mizukage felt that the way the Hojiki clan was operating. Firstly, it didn't pose any harm to the overall strength of the village. Currently, only Same Hada among the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords is being used by Fugyuki Sukazan. The rest are unused. And in the short term, there are no suitable users to be found. So, letting the Hojiki clan take them wouldn't affect the village's overall strength. Whoever uses them, uses them. But more importantly, the third Mizukage thought of something. When the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords are reclaimed by the Hojiki clan, they can no longer be called the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords. They would only be called the Hojiki 7 ninja swords. The corresponding ninjas can only be called the Hojiki 7. In this case, the reputation of Zanpakuto and the Shinigami Squad will soon surpass that of the Hojiki 7 and the Hojiki 7. The number of ninjato and ninja tools crafted by Uehara Soma will continue to increase. When people mention the Hidden Mist Village, they will think of Zanpakuto and the Shinigami Squad first. Just thinking about Zanpakuto and the Shinigami Squad will remind people of the third Mizukage. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords will gradually be forgotten by everyone. The only problem with this approach is that the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords in the hands of the Hojiki clan may be wasted, and the ninja tools crafted by Uehara Soma may not achieve the same level of improvement for the Hidden Mist village as the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords did before. However, the third Mizukage believes that this problem will not arise. The third Mizukage believes that the ninja tools crafted by Uehara Soma will surpass the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, both in terms of quality and quantity. Moreover, being used by the Hojiki clan, they are still within the confines of the Hidden Mist village. If there were ninja clans behind the third Mizukage, perhaps they would care about this. But like Minato Namikaze, the third Mizukage is also from a civilian ninja background. Therefore, he wouldn't care about this. The third Mizukage felt his heart pounding, thump, thump, thump. After thinking about this, a surge of excitement erupted in the third Mizukage's heart. Originally, the third Mizukage's expectation for himself was to not be inferior when compared vertically in this position with the previous Mizukages. Horizontally, he could rank near the top among the current cages. This would satisfy the third Mizukage. However, the request brought by Hojiki Kazuhiko made the third Mizukage see that, in vertical comparison, his evaluation would exceed the expectations of the second Mizukage. This made the third Mizukage quite excited. Gengetsu senpai, I'm sorry. In terms of personal strength, I will never be able to compare to you, Gengetsu senpai, but in terms of contributions to the village, influence, I may surpass you, Gengetsu senpai. Please don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame these younger generations of your Hojiki clan. The third Mizukage stopped pondering in his mind, organized his thoughts. Then, looking at Hojiki Kazuhiko, he said. What you said makes some sense. Kazuhiko, if I remember correctly, your Hojiki clan seems to have a scroll that can summon those 7 ninjato, right? Hojiki Kazuhiko nodded. Yes, Mizukage-sama. In that case, your Hojiki clan can use that scroll to summon the ninjato. The third Mizukage said, however, I have a few requests. Mizukage-sama, please speak. Hojiki Kazuhiko's attitude was very cooperative, as if afraid that the third Mizukage would change his mind. First, since those 7 ninjato have been reclaimed by the Hojiki clan, they cannot be called the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords anymore. You can call them the Hojiki 7 ninja swords or something else. The individuals using the ninjato will be called the Hojiki 7. On this point, Hojiki Kazuhiko had no objections whatsoever. In fact, it was exactly what he wanted. Such names could better indicate the ownership of the ninjato. Secondly, the ninjato and ninja tools in the Hidden Mist village are limited in quantity. Since there have only been 2 great blacksmiths since the founding of the Hidden Mist village, you Hojiki clan should not touch other ninja tools after taking those 7 ninjato. On this point, Hojiki Kazuhiko also agreed. Taking those 7 ninjato and other ninja tools may easily provoke anger in the Hidden Mist Village. Hojiki Kazuhiko nodded. Mizukage-sama, there's no problem with these 2 points. That's good. As for the specific summoning time, you handle it yourself, Kazuhiko. There's nothing else for you here. You may leave now. If there are any issues with Fugyuki, come find me. Yes, Mizukage-sama, thank you. Excitedly, Hojiki Kazuhiko left. Click. The door closed. The third Mizukage looked at Uehara Soma. Soma, it's unfortunate that this happened. It seems that the Hojiki clan is no longer interested in Paga. I'll have the ANBU ninja screen for other potential candidates in the next few days. Understood, Mizukage-sama. Hojiki Kazuhiko was satisfied with this outcome. The third Mizukage also seemed pleased with the result. The only one who might be dissatisfied is likely Uehara Soma. A potential candidate who could have matched with Paga just slipped away like that. Moreover, it's unlikely that the subsequent ninja tools will enter into contracts with the Hojiki clan. 2 promising targets will remain out of reach for Uehara Soma's ninja tools. This leaves Uehara Soma feeling somewhat regretful. But Uehara Soma couldn't possibly lower himself and beg to give the ninja tools to the Hojiki clan. Uehara Soma would rather not have the talents of Hojiki Suijutsu and Hojiki Mangetsu than do such a thing. Isn't it just a water release talent? If necessary, he could learn the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu, bring back Senju Tobirama through Impure World Reincarnation, form a contract with him for the ninja tools, gain Senju Tobirama's talent, and then rebury Senju Tobirama back into the ground. Hojiki clan, you will regret this. What Hojiki clan is comparing now is just the ordinary blueprint ninja tools of Uehara Soma. In fact, they are already superior. To the Mist Village, no, now it's the Hojiki 7 ninja swords. In the future, the high-level blueprint ninja tools of Uehara Soma will be much stronger than the Hojiki 7 ninja swords. Even if Hojiki clan has 7 ninjato, so what? Do they really think they can keep going just by relying on these 7 ninjato? When stronger ninja tools appear in the future, Hojiki clan will only be able to use the Hojiki 7 ninja swords at that time. Will the situation really be better compared to other ninjas using Uehara Soma's ninja tools for combat? Uehara Soma doesn't think so. Of course, from the current perspective of Hojiki clan, this is not wrong. Uehara Soma understands. But understanding does not mean that Uehara Soma will have a favorable impression of the Hojiki clan. From today on, Hojiki clan and my ninja tools are no longer on the same path. In the future, it will be Zanpakuto vs Hojiki 7 ninja swords. Shinigami Squad vs Hojiki 7 members. It's a competitive relationship. Returning to Forging Island. Over the next few days, 3rd Mizukage arranged many ninjas, but none met Uehara Soma's requirements. Most didn't even meet the eligible criteria. Only one ninja triggered the eligible alert for Uehara Soma. However, this ninja lacked sufficient talent, so Uehara Soma didn't consider guiding them into a contract. 2 days later, a letter was delivered to Forging Island. The sender was Biwajozo. Soma, I have brought Kakuzo. Aside from this message, there was an address. In the Land of Water. But it was still a distance away from the Hidden Mist Village. This should be Kakuzu's request. Kakuzu fears being too close to the Hidden Mist Village. After informing 3rd Mizukage, Uehara Soma set off. This time, Ao did not accompany him. 3rd Mizukage arranged for 2 teams of ANBU ninjas to provide protection. At the same time, Biwajozo also headed towards the direction of the Hidden Mist Village for support. Chapter 94, Learning Fire Release. Jozo Senpai. Soma. Soma could see that Jozo's face had a clear tiredness. Obviously, this time leaving the Hidden Mist Village, Jozo probably hadn't rested much. However, Jozo's eyes were very bright, looking very excited. Perhaps for Jozo, this kind of life is what he prefers. Fighting for the Hidden Mist Village. Soma, I've already brought Kakuzu back, let's go now. Okay. As they walked, Jozo said, this time when I went to the front line, I happened to encounter Pakara from the Hidden Sand Village, the sand hero who possesses the Scorch Release Kekii Genkai. Admittedly, Scorch Release is very strong. Pakara is strong without it too. Even with the blue rose sword, I couldn't gain an advantage. If it were before, with the executioner's blade, I would have died in her hands in no time. But relying on the blue rose sword and the coordination with the mist ninja, I still managed to severely injure her, making her have to return to the hidden sand village to recuperate. Without Pakara, we in the hidden mist village can quickly regain the advantage. Soma, I'm very grateful to you. The blue rose sword makes me feel like my ninja life has been rejuvenated. A battle with Pakara not only erased the previous shame from Jozo's body but also improved his reputation in the ninja world. Previously, when Jozo was mentioned, he was said to be a defeated opponent of a Konoha Genin, a survivor by sheer luck. But now, when people talk about Jozo, they have new titles for him. Ice Release Ninja. A pseudo-ice release Kekii Genkai user. To be able to compare with the hero Pakara from the Hidden Sand Village, Jozo's current strength is definitely not weak. No ice release Kekii Genkai, but not weaker than ninja with ice release Kekii Genkai. Similar to Kirito and Kisame's situation. The blue rose sword has its own title now, Ice Blade. Jozo has a brand new title, Ice Sculpture Master. Because the ice release used by Jozo is mostly in the form of ice constructs. Roses, spears, kunao, shuriken, senbon. Just like carved objects. Jozo is rarely referred to as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist anymore and seems to be living a second life. And for the ninja, more attention is focused on the blue rose sword. Compared to Kirito, people don't have such strong feelings. One reason is that Kirito needs close proximity to trigger. Another reason is that Kisame is already a top performer among the younger generation. However, there is a very clear contrast in Jozo. When Jozo wielded the executioner's blade, he was just an ordinary member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, not ranking at the top. But after obtaining the blue rose sword, he immediately became a force to contend with, capable of facing off against the sand hero Pakara. This change is very obvious, a huge transformation. What brought about this change? The blue rose sword. So the ninjas of the ninja world are more interested in the new ninjados of the hidden mist village, and in Soma who crafted these new ninjados, they want to understand and interact with him. Or perhaps there are other thoughts. Soma, have you crafted any new ninjado recently? Soma nodded. I have crafted a new ninja tool, but it's not a ninjado. Not a ninjado? Then who was it intended for? It wasn't intended for anyone. Soma shook his head and said, this ninja tool has very high requirements for water release talent, and it's also quite picky about the ninja's personality. Mizukage-sama originally said to let the Hojiki clan ninjas try it out. Jozo nodded. The Hojiki clan ninjas indeed have extremely strong water release talent, although there haven't been any outstanding geniuses from their clan for a long time, since Genjutsu-sama. But I heard there's a young man named Hojiki Mangetsu who's not bad. What do you mean by not intended for anyone, Soma? Soma explained. The Hojiki clan declined, then Third Mizukage arranged for some other ninjas to come and try, but Paga didn't choose them either. It's still on Forging Island now. The Hojiki clan declined. Jozo was surprised. The blue rose sword has given Jozo a new lease on life. He has extreme trust in Soma's forging technique and the ninja tools he crafts. Jozo couldn't imagine what kind of person would refuse Soma's ninja tools. The Hojiki clan wants to reclaim all of the 7 ninja swords, Soma said. Jozo's pupils contracted. It didn't take long for him to understand the key issue. I see, so they want to turn the 7 ninja swords into their Hojiki clan's possessions. That's why they can't accept your ninja tools, Soma. It will surely provoke anger. But why would Mizukage-sama agree to let them do that? Soma remained silent. In his heart, Soma had a guess. But such a guess was not suitable to voice. Never mind, Jozo shook his head. These things are probably political matters now, and they have nothing to do with us. The Hojiki clan's refusal of your ninja tools is surely their loss. They will surely regret it in the future. A secluded courtyard entered the sight of the two. At this moment, inside the courtyard, a figure opened its eyes. 2 sets of footsteps. It's Jozo and the young ninja who wants to learn fire release. Kakuzu opened the door. Kakuzu. Jozo introduced Soma to Kakuzu. This is Soma, ready to learn fire release. Then he introduced Kakuzu to Soma. Soma, this is Kakuzu. Kakuzu glanced at Soma, but not seriously. Kakuzu doesn't care who Soma is, for Kakuzu, this is just a transaction. As long as it's safe and the payment is sufficient, nothing else matters. Come in. The three entered. Bang! The courtyard door closed. Kakuzu looked at Soma, then took out a piece of chakra paper. If you want to learn fire release, you should have tested it before, but I didn't see it, so you need to test again to see if you really have fire chakra. I don't want to waste my time and fail a payment if you fail to learn it due to this. Soma nodded. Okay. Immediately, he took the chakra paper. Fire attribute, Soma definitely has it. It can be said that the vast majority of blacksmiths have fire chakra. His fingers pinched the chakra paper, condensing chakra on the hand. The next moment, the chakra paper changed. And it clearly divided into 5 parts. The part affected by water attribute became wet. The part affected by fire attribute ignited. The part affected by lightning attribute wrinkled. The part affected by earth attribute cracked. The part affected by wind attribute showed neat, almost cut-like traces. The water attribute's performance is the most obvious. After all, Soma's water release talent is the best now. Indeed. Kakuzu glanced at the chakra paper and said, so, starting today, I'll teach you fire release. Let's make it clear in advance, I'm only responsible for teaching, and I charge by time. If you have any questions, I will answer them. If you're doing something wrong, I will point it out. But whether you can learn it or not is up to you. If you fail to learn it, you still have to pay. Are these terms acceptable to you? Soma had no objections. The conditions proposed by Kakuzu seemed reasonable. Okay, I'll start explaining now. The ninjutsu I'm going to teach you is called Fire Release, Flame Whirlwind. Kakuzu paused as he spoke. Let me make it clear first, this Fire Release ninjutsu comes from the hidden waterfall village. If you learn it and use it in front of the waterfall ninja, you may face their scrutiny and attacks. Understood, thank you for the reminder, Kakuzu-senpai. I'll use it cautiously. Different ninja villages have different ninjutsu systems. Regarding ninjutsu, ninjas tend to hold them dear. Regardless of which ninja village it is, to learn a new ninjutsu, one must either achieve merit or exchange it with the village. For example, Minato Namikaze had the opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu after achieving enough merit. Not every Konoha ninja has the chance to come into contact with an attempt to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Or it could be passed down through one's own sensei. Again, using Minato Namikaze as an example. After developing the Raise Nan, Minato Namikaze not only passed down this ninjutsu to his disciple, Kakashi, but also to his own sensei, Jiraiya. Only close relationships can provide such opportunities. Kakuzu spoke earnestly. Jozo listened for a while, confirming that Kakuzu was teaching seriously. He then relaxed slightly, no longer focusing solely on Kakuzu's instruction, but also keeping watch on their surroundings. Soma listened while organizing his thoughts. The money spent is indeed worth it. Within the Hidden Mist Village, no one has this level of proficiency in teaching fire release. Soma glanced at Jozo. Even Jozo-senpai's proficiency in teaching water release is nowhere near Kakuzu's proficiency in teaching fire release. This wasn't Soma trying to belittle Jozo, it was simply a fact. But it was also reasonable. After all, Jozo, while an elite jonin, split his focus between 2 areas, half on water release and half on ninjato. Meanwhile, Kakuzu focused all his energy on ninjutsu. Combined with Kakuzu's age, he was actually much older than Jozo. With age comes more time. More time means deeper research into ninjutsu naturally. However, for Soma, his talent in fire release was indeed lacking. Unlike water release, which he could learn after hearing and seeing it once. For this fire release flame whirlwind jutsu, Soma felt like he understood it, but in reality, it wasn't so easy to use. I'm afraid my talent in fire release hasn't even reached the good level. Fortunately, Jozo-senpai entrusted Kakuzu to teach me. Otherwise, if I had to find just any novice-level ninja from the Hidden Mist Village to teach me fire release, it might take me half a year or more to learn. Kakuzu's fee is high, but there's a reason for it. It's worth it. Compared to my time, this money isn't much. It took Soma 2 days to start feeling something. Kakuzu looked at Soma. Maybe you should give up. You don't have much talent in fire release. Continuing to learn will only waste time. In comparison, you would be much better off spending your time on water release. Soma was somewhat surprised that Kakuzu would say such a thing. After all, Kakuzu charged by time. The longer the time spent, the more Kakuzu could earn. In theory, if he didn't learn well, Kakuzu could earn even more money. This wasn't a difficult job either, far more cost-effective than the missions taken by wandering ninja. Moreover, Soma's impression of Kakuzu was that of a vicious member of the Akatsuki organization. Hot-headed. He's willing to kill even his own comrades. It was unexpected for someone like him to give such a reminder, leaving Soma somewhat surprised. Thank you for the reminder, senpai. However, I have my reasons for needing to learn this fire release. Please continue, senpai. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you on compensation. Kakuzu snorted, feeling his goodwill was misunderstood, but he didn't explain. Let's continue then. It took Soma half a month to barely grasp it. Fire release, flame whirlwind. As Soma formed the hand seals, a surge of chakra flowed out. A ball of fire appeared near Soma, rapidly spinning into a fiery vortex, resembling the water dragon bullet jutsu to some extent. However, in terms of hand seal complexity, power, and scale, it was inferior to the water dragon bullet jutsu. It can be seen as a degraded version of Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. You've learned it, so my teaching is over, Kakuzu said, looking towards Jozo. You can pay me the remaining compensation. However, at that moment, Soma interrupted Kakuzu. Kakuzu-senpai, this is just one fire release ninjutsu, which isn't enough for me. Please, Kakuzu-senpai, stay a little longer and teach me a higher level fire release. Soma could feel that after learning the fire release flame whirlwind jutsu, his control over fire chakra had indeed improved significantly. But it wasn't enough. Going back now, Soma would need to spend a lot of time studying and pondering to develop the chakra smelting technique. However, if he could gain more experience and guidance from Kakuzu, his understanding of fire release and his control over fire chakra would be much better. It could reduce the time for subsequent intensive study. Forget it. You've already learned one fire release. If you want to learn more later, just take a ninjutsu scroll. You don't need me to teach you. This way, you'll end up spending a lot of money unnecessarily. Teaching, compared to other tasks, may indeed be easier. But Kakuzu felt that teaching someone with insufficient talent was too painful. Kakuzu would rather take on other tasks. Fighting and killing were much more satisfying. And I'm sorry, I have other things to do. Kakuzu didn't know when he had already packed up his things and was about to leave with his bag on his back. Soma looked at Kakuzu's departing figure. I can pay more. In an instant, Kakuzu's figure involuntarily froze. Chapter 95, Kakuzu, Sarutobi Hiruzen is no match for me. Hidden Mist Village. Hojiki Island. Hojiki Clan. All the elders of the Hojiki clan are gathered in an underground chamber. Deep underground, where no light penetrates, one must navigate through the depths of the staircase to reach here. Among them, a youthful face stands out amidst the others. It is none other than the prodigy of the Hojiki clan, Hojiki Mangetsu. Hojiki Kazuhiko scanned the surroundings. Everyone, Mizukage-sama has agreed to our decision to reclaim the 7 ninja swords for the Hojiki clan. Now, we will face no obstacles, and I will unseal the summoning scroll shortly. Through summoning, we will retrieve the 7 ninja swords for our Hojiki clan. But for the ninjato, there must be users. Only a suitable ninja can unleash the abilities of the ninjato. We, the Hojiki clan, must outperform the Mist 7 shinobi. This rightfully belongs to our Hojiki clan. Afterwards, we will arrange a test, where all members of the Hojiki clan can participate. Starting today, these 7 ninjato will no longer be the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, but the Hojiki 7 ninja swords. The 7 individuals wielding ninjato will be the Hojiki 7 shinobi. The revival of the Hojiki clan starts today, with us. As Hojiki Kazuhiko's words echoed, the emotions among the people in the chamber were somewhat heightened. Some were simply excited. Some had already envisioned what the future might hold for the Hojiki clan. Only Hojiki Mangetsu showed no change in expression. Regarding the Hojiki clan reclaiming the 7 ninja swords, Hojiki Mangetsu wasn't entirely in favor. However, it was the decision of the Hojiki clan. Hojiki Mangetsu wouldn't oppose the decision made by the family. Click. Hojiki Kazuhiko opened the mechanism. A metal box cracked open. Then, the crack widened. A scroll appeared before everyone's eyes. Hojiki Kazuhiko retrieved the scroll and unfurled it, spreading out on the ground. Several patterns were depicted on this scroll. The center of the pattern was blank. Summoning Jutsu. Hojiki Kazuhiko pressed his hand onto the blank jutsu, and a surge of chakra emerged. Immediately, in the warehouse of the Hidden Mist Village, a ninjato suddenly emitted a gravitational force out of nowhere. In the next moment, the ninjato vanished. When it reappeared, it was right in front of Hojiki Kazuhiko. Longsword, sewing needle. Hojiki Kazuhiko used summoning jutsu again. Blunt sword, helmet splitter. Blast sword, splash. Thunder swords, kaiba. Twin sword, hiramekarei. Sever sword, executioner's blade. Soon, 6 ninjato appeared before Hojiki Kazuhiko, except Samehada. The emotions of the people were highly excited, their eyes gleaming as if they could already see the Hojiki clan reaching the pinnacle like during the second's rule with these ninjato. Clan head, what about Samehada? Someone asked. Hojiki Kazuhiko replied, Samehada is currently being used by Fugyuki Sukazan and cannot be retrieved directly through summoning jutsu. But I've sent someone. Even Mizukage Sama agrees, that guy Fugyuki Sukazan wouldn't dare to object. A mere commoner ninja, we are the Hojiki clan. The summoning ceremony concluded. People dispersed one after another. Only one elderly man remained. He was of the same generation as Hojiki Kazuhiko, an elder of the Hojiki clan. Kazuhiko, why do you think Mizukage Sama agreed so readily? Could there be some deception involved? Hojiki Kazuhiko fell silent for a moment. To be honest, I didn't expect Mizukage Sama to agree so readily. From our standpoint, the 7 ninja swords belong to our Hojiki clan. But for the other villagers, they might feel that Genjutsu Sama is also their Mizukage, and that the Great Blacksmith is the Hidden Mist Village's Great Blacksmith, not solely belonging to our Hojiki clan. What we, the Hojiki clan, are doing is too selfish. Perhaps Mizukage Sama sensed our determination. After all, we possess the summoning scroll, whether he agrees or not, we can retrieve the 7 ninja swords and can still retrieve them. It's just that afterwards, we may face some criticism and opposition. But compared to gaining the 7 ninja swords, these are insignificant. The village wouldn't treat us, the Hojiki clan, the same way they treated the Kagaya clan. The situations of the Hojiki clan and the Kagaya clan are different. Hojiki Genjutsu's prestige is at stake here. Furthermore, what the Hojiki clan is doing is different from the Kagaya clan. Therefore, Hojiki Kazuhiko felt that what they were doing would only result in facing some criticism and targeted backlash afterwards, which they could endure. No matter what Mizukage Sama thinks, we will proceed according to our plan. Let's quickly select the 7 individuals who will use the ninjato. Once the Hojiki 7 shinobi are chosen, it won't matter even if others have objections. Just one more, the last one. Kakuzu said, I'll teach you one more fire release, pay attention. After saying that, Kakuzu formed seals. Fire release, Crimson Earth Spider. A flame shaped like a spider spewed from Kakuzu's mouth. It crawled forward at an extremely fast speed along the ground. Under Kakuzu's control, this spider could even change direction midway. This fire release is also one of the Hidden Waterfall Village's fire releases. It's quite challenging. Crimson Earth Spider, besides chakra nature transformation, also involves chakra-shaped transformation. Its power might not seem very strong, but the ability to change direction midway makes it stronger than many fire releases. Fire release, Great Fireball, Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire, Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. These fire releases can't achieve that. Soma smiled. Kakuzu clearly didn't want to continue teaching, but upon hearing the word money, he involuntarily stopped, indicating that money might have already become an obsession for Kakuzu. If we compare the difficulty of Flame Whirlwind Jutsu to Water Prison Jutsu, then, the difficulty of Crimson Earth Spider Jutsu is equivalent to Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Jozo looked at Soma, feeling a slight sense of emotion. Soma's fire release talent is indeed much inferior compared to his water release talent. At Soma's level, he can learn water release ninjutsu in no time. There's no need to spend so much time and effort. And the reason Soma is like this is largely for the village. Learning fire release is to enhance his forging technique. But in Soma's case, even if his forging technique doesn't improve, he's already one of the top figures in the world, surpassing not only the great blacksmith of the past but even more formidable. For Soma to improve his strength, delving into water release is sufficient. In a way, Soma is also sacrificing for the Hidden Mist Village. This was Jizo's assessment and analysis from his perspective. However, in reality, Soma's actions were not driven by thoughts of the Hidden Mist Village. It was simply about wanting to improve his forging technique. A higher forging technique can create better ninja tools. Better ninja tools can bring better rewards to Soma. With better rewards, Soma's strength can become stronger. His safety in this world will greatly increase. Those powerful beings that appeared in the Fourth Great Ninja War are not something that just a Hidden Mist Village can handle. Upon hearing the word money, Kakuzu involuntarily agreed. But immediately after agreeing, he regretted it. However, since the deal had already been made, Kakuzu couldn't back out. He had to force himself to raise his patience to the ultimate level. When he couldn't bear it anymore, he would go outside the courtyard and chop down a couple of trees to vent his emotions. Kakuzu realized that he truly wasn't suited for such tasks, for such work. His patience was simply not enough. Soma is actually quite a good student. It's just his fire release talent that's a bit lacking. I won't take on these teaching assignments anymore in the future. After mastering the fire release, Flame Whirlwind, Soma's familiarity with fire release improved. So even though the fire release, Crimson Earth Spider Jutsu was more difficult, Soma didn't spend that much longer on it. Kakuzu-senpai. I won't take it, even if you add money. Kakuzu, with his belongings on his back, walked to the door. I've taught you ninjutsu, received the money, the deal is done, goodbye. Kakuzu-senpai, wait a moment, I have one more question. What question? I heard that the third Hokage of Konoha, known as the Ninja Professor, is proficient in various elemental ninjutsu, mastering them excellently, and knows countless ninjutsu. Soma said, Kakuzu-senpai, you mentioned that you are also skilled in various elemental ninjutsu, so I'd like to ask, between you and the third Hokage, who is stronger in this regard? Kakuzu felt somewhat proud in this aspect. And Soma also knew that Kakuzu, relying on the Earth Grudge Fear Jutsu, was indeed proficient in many ninjutsu. He was also skilled in fusion ninjutsu like Sarutobi Hiruzen. That is, combining two different elemental ninjutsu to unleash stronger power. Kakuzu remained silent for a moment. In terms of the number of ninjutsu mastered, I'm not as good as him. But Kakuzu straightened his chest. In terms of understanding and research on various elemental ninjutsu, I am definitely superior to him. The Ninja Professor. Deep research is the true skill. After saying this, without waiting for Soma to speak again, Kakuzu suddenly flashed and disappeared. It was as if he fled. When Soma looked again, Kakuzu's figure had turned into a small black dot. Soma couldn't confirm the truth of Kakuzu's words. Perhaps it was just Kakuzu's own thoughts. After a long time, Kakuzu finally stopped and looked back. Kakuzu's eyes flickered, and in his heart, he actually entertained the idea of ambushing Jizo, killing him, and taking his head to exchange for the hefty reward from Konoha. The money from the deal had already been received. And frankly, the distance from Hidden Mist Village was quite far. Kakuzu felt there was a chance to escape. But after some serious consideration, Kakuzu gave up on the idea. As a rogue ninja, as a wandering ninja, Kakuzu fell into a long period of confusion and idleness after leaving Hidden Waterfall Village. During his time in Hidden Waterfall Village, Kakuzu was a loyal presence. He was willing to sacrifice everything for the village. He would follow any order given to him. Even orders like assassinating the first Hokage, which had zero chance of success and would undoubtedly result in retaliation, Kakuzu accepted without hesitation. There was no hint of doubt. It could be said that the initial Kakuzu was similar to Hoshigaki Kisame. However, after Kakuzu failed to assassinate the first Hokage and suffered severe injuries, the Hidden Waterfall Village not only failed to treat or console him, but also accused him and charged him with severe crimes. Not only was Kakuzu imprisoned in a lightless dungeon, but he was also sentenced to death. During his imprisonment, Kakuzu had an epiphany. His personality changed drastically. His mindset completely transformed. So Kakuzu chose to escape, and after stealing the secret jutsu Earth Grudge Fear, he quickly mastered it. His strength increased significantly. Later, Kakuzu sneaked back into Hidden Waterfall Village, killed those damned village elders, and took their hearts. During that period, revenge was Kakuzu's sole obsession. After avenging himself, Kakuzu's obsession disappeared. After spending a long time in confusion, Kakuzu turned his obsession into money. And for wandering ninjas, there are usually two ways to get money. One is by accepting mission commissions. Like this time, the mission Jozo commissioned to Kakuzu. The other is by killing people with bounties on their heads. For example, Kagaya Niko, who was recently classified as an S-rank bounty by Hidden Mist Village. This bounty puts Kagaya Niko in great danger. But, in order to increase the authenticity of the Kagaya clan incident, Hidden Mist Village has no choice. However, killing Kagaya Niko is not an easy task. Not many people dare to attempt it. After all, according to the information released publicly, he's the ruthless one who almost wiped out a clan overnight. There are two reasons why Kakuzu gave up. One is Jozo's strength. Being able to fight Sand Hero Pakara to a draw, such strength is definitely not weak. Kakuzu isn't fully confident in taking down Jozo, even with a surprise attack. Also, while Soma's talent in fire release isn't high, Kakuzu can sense that Soma is not weak. But there's no bounty on him. It's not worth fighting two ninjas for a single bounty. The second point is that Kakuzu thinks this deal is okay. Even though teaching ninjutsu isn't Kakuzu's favorite job. But, Kakuzu has to admit, Jozo and Soma paid well, and they're generous. Kakuzu hopes to maintain this client relationship. There might be opportunities for future cooperation, as long as it's not a task like teaching ninjutsu, Kakuzu can accept. Jozo-senpai, let's go back. Chapter 96, Apology from Hojiki Mangetsu. Alright. The two quickly packed up and headed towards the direction of the Hidden Mist Village. The ANBU ninjas who followed them also set off on the same journey. In less than a day, the two returned to Forging Island. Soma-senpai, Jozo-sensei. Aray Ringo hurried over upon hearing the news. Aray. Next to her was Ao, who had used the Byakugan to see Soma and Biwa Jozo returning. Aray, how was the training during this time? As soon as Biwa Jozo returned, he immediately asked about the homework he left her. But for Aray Ringo, this was not something to be resentful of. On the contrary, Aray Ringo was very concerned about the homework. She reported in detail. Ao-senpai. Soma looked at Ao. During this time, was there anything happening on Forging Island? No. Ao shook his head. It's just that Aray Funi has been a bit busy, couldn't manage to come over to greet you. Oh, by the way, someone came to Forging Island, saying they wanted to see you to apologize in person, but I didn't let him enter. Who? Hojiki Mangetsu. Soma raised an eyebrow. He wants to apologize to me. Hojiki Kazuhiko's performance during the Paga incident did indeed displease Soma, but did Hojiki Mangetsu really need to apologize? In what capacity did Hojiki Mangetsu act? Representing whom? From what standpoint? Why apologize? Suddenly, Soma thought of something, and an idea formed in his mind. It seemed like this provided him with an opportunity. Given the current situation, Soma would certainly not let anyone from the Hojiki clan use his ninja tools. But not allowing their use didn't mean they couldn't make a contract. Within the Hidden Mist Village, it was almost impossible to find ninjas with compatibility in a level above good with Paga. And Soma was aware that leading a contract himself with someone below good compatibility wouldn't yield any good rewards. Then there's no need for a contract. If Paga and Hojiki Suijutsu have high compatibility, I can guide Paga and Hojiki Suijutsu to make a contract. After the contract is completed, I can just retrieve Paga. This way, I can get rewards for a contract with compatibility above good. And I don't need to actually let anyone from the Hojiki clan use my ninja tools. To achieve this, I just need to make contact with Hojiki Suijutsu. Without Mangetsu coming to me, it might not be easy for Soma to make contact, as there wouldn't be a suitable excuse. But if Mangetsu comes to me on his own initiative, then it's different. Soma said. Ao-senpai, even the Kagaya clan has remarkable individuals with figures like Kagaya Mizuai and Kagaya Niko. So, perhaps Mangetsu isn't as narrow-minded as other members of the Hojiki clan. Since he wants to see me, let him come. And, strictly speaking, the Hojiki clan isn't targeting me. They have their own thoughts. It's just that, in handling this matter, they could have done better. Ao nodded. Alright, the next time he comes, I'll talk to him. After a pause, Ao added, Soma, you're too generous. In the Hidden Mist Village, you can easily be taken advantage of like this. If I were treated like that by the Hojiki clan, I would never treat them kindly. Soma smiled. With you, Ao-senpai, and Jozo-senpai around, I won't be at a disadvantage. Ao paused for a moment, then smiled as well. That's true. Soma, rest assured, as long as Jozo and I are alive and here, no one can take advantage of you. Back on Forging Island, Soma immediately began researching the chakra smelting technique. Apart from the usual training, he stayed in the forging room. It's worth mentioning that a new member joined Forging Island. Biwa Haruko. Biwa Jozo's wife. She used to be a ninja, but she hasn't been one for many years. She appears slightly chubby, somewhat like Mitarashi Anko after retirement. But it's evident she has a good personality. Arriving at Forging Island, she took charge of meal preparations. Soma was a bit surprised to hear that Biwa Jozo had a wife. Because in the original storyline, Biwa Jozo defected. It's unlikely for a ninja with a wife to abandon both the village and his wife just because of disappointment. Now it seems to Soma that something must have happened in the original storyline that led to Haruko's death, prompting Jozo to completely cut ties with the Hidden Mist village. But coming to Forging Island, as long as it's not some incurable ailment, there won't be any life-threatening danger. Jozo, upon hearing that Forging Island lacked a chef, voluntarily suggested bringing his wife over. Soma naturally had no objections. Having someone familiar is more trustworthy than randomly finding someone from outside. Even if Haruko's cooking skills weren't very good. But they weren't bad either. Soma didn't expect to find someone whose cooking skills could rival Ichiriko's. Entering the forging room, Soma lifted the lid. A blast of heat emerged, carrying the scent of sulfur. Magma flowed below. Soma took a piece of metal. The so-called chakra smelting technique involves infusing chakra into the metal during the smelting process, which strengthens the metal during smelting. It's not an ordinary smelting technique. Soma mobilized his fire attribute chakra. But he didn't directly send it into the smelting furnace. Doing so would be too dangerous. If not done properly, it could result in an explosion. The resulting power would be very strong. Far beyond what a few explosive tags could compare to. It would be much stronger. Even for a special jonin like Soma, it would be extremely dangerous. Soma took a piece of charcoal and infused it with his fire attribute chakra. As the chakra entered, the temperature of the charcoal gradually increased, and its color turned red. It looked somewhat mottled. This was because Soma's control over his fire attribute chakra was not very good. But for now, it would suffice. As the charcoal was placed, the situation inside the furnace slowly changed. The power of chakra seeped out from the charcoal. Soma, combining his existing smelting skills, adjusted the situation inside the furnace. This so-called smelting isn't just about mastering fire release chakra. It's about combining fire release chakra with smelting techniques. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, with Soma's efforts, some chakra entered the metal. It strengthened and altered the metal. Success! Soma's eyes brightened slightly. This meant that the time and money spent on learning fire release over the past period were worth it. But soon, he calmed down. However, merely adding it in the smelting successfully. The efficiency is very low. At this rate, completing the smelting of the metal needed for a ninjato will take at least 2 or 3 months, if not more. This, for me, is very impractical. It's like a deadweight. Moreover, it will contain impurities. This will require constant experimentation and adjustment. Just like when I developed the breathing forging method. Soma would record the process after each attempt. Making changes bit by bit, if the results improved, he would continue in that direction. If the results worsened, he would immediately change course. Because there's no clear direction, this process won't be quick. But with Soma's patience, progress wasn't slow either. After all, Soma was already a seasoned blacksmith. He had his own understanding of smelting. A few days later, Hojiki Mangetsu came again. This time, Ao, who received Soma's attitude, didn't drive Hojiki Mangetsu away. Instead, he allowed him onto the island, but only arranged for him to be at the edge of Forging Island at a small wooden house overlooking the pier. Soma, Hojiki Mangetsu is here again. Soma nodded. Okay, Ao-senpai, where is he now? He's over by the pier. Soma glanced at what he had in hand. Ao-senpai, could you tell him I have some things to take care of? Once I'm done, I'll come over. Sure. Ao returned to the wooden house, walked in, and looked at Hojiki Mangetsu across from him. Soma has some things to attend to before he can come over. Please, have a seat. All right, thank you, Ao-senpai. Hojiki Mangetsu slowly sat down, sitting upright, showing great respect towards Ao. This slightly improved Ao's impression of Hojiki Mangetsu. But only slightly. Ao's dissatisfaction with the Hojiki clan stemmed from Hojiki Kazuhiko's attitude and choices before. At first, Ao had no particular feelings towards the Hojiki clan. Because with Hojiki Genjutsu's death and the ascent of the third Mizukage, the presence of the Hojiki clan gradually diminished, their influence contracting within the family, as if they were retreating. However, the family's businesses continued, and village missions were still being carried out. They simply didn't interact much with other people or forces in the village. They gave off an air of aloofness. Ao had great respect for Hojiki Gengetsu. But he didn't have much contact with members of the Hojiki clan. However, Hojiki Kazuhiko's behavior that night immediately tarnished Ao's impression of the Hojiki clan. Hojiki Kazuhiko was too arrogant. The Kagaya clan was also arrogant. But there was a slight difference between the two. The Kagaya behaved more wildly, speaking rudely, behaving crudely, and looking down on those who were not as strong or influential as them. The Hojiki clan, on the surface, may not be as brazen, but deep down, they still look down on others. Now, Hojiki Mangetsu's behavior made Ao change his evaluation slightly. Before long, Soma arrived. Soma-senpai. Hojiki Mangetsu quickly stood up. Hojiki Mangetsu. Soma sized up Hojiki Mangetsu. He looked about 8 or 9 years old, perhaps even younger than 10. In another world, he might still be considered a child, but in this world and at this time, he was already a ninja. Next door in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi was on the battlefield at the age of 4 or 5. He bore some resemblance to Hojiki Suijutsu from Soma's memory. However, his hair color was slightly different. Moreover, he seemed much more composed in character. Yes, I'm Hojiki Mangetsu. Please, have a seat. Soma gestured for Hojiki Mangetsu to sit down, and he himself sat down as well. But Hojiki Mangetsu bowed his head and apologized to Soma. Soma-senpai, I'm truly sorry. The Hojiki clan has done something very wrong. I'm here to apologize on behalf of the Hojiki clan to you, Soma-senpai. I'm really sorry. Soma waved his hand. No need to rush with the apologies. The Hojiki clan just made the choices they wanted. My ninja tools don't have to be used by people from the Hojiki clan. And, Mangetsu, forgive me for being blunt, but can you really represent the Hojiki clan? Mangetsu's expression stiffened, then his face darkened. Soma continued, at this point, there's no need to say too much. Given the current situation, if the Hojiki clan insists on reclaiming the 7 ninja swords and forming the Hojiki 7, it basically means severing ties with my ninja tools. For me, it's not really a loss. It's just that in the future, the Zanpakuto I forge will compete to some extent with your Hojiki clan's 7 ninja swords. The Shinigami Squad and your Hojiki 7 will also have a certain level of competition. But, that's the freedom of your Hojiki clan. No need to apologize to me. If you really think that what the Hojiki clan did was wrong, and you want to express some remorse to me, to make it up to me, then do me a favor. Hojiki Mangetsu paused. Soma-senpai, what favor? The new ninja tool I've crafted, according to my estimation, might be quite suitable for ninjas from your Hojiki clan, but your clan declined. Soma continued, so, I can't give the ninja tool to ninjas from your Hojiki clan anymore. However, I want to test my estimation to see if it's correct. I need a few members from the Hojiki clan to conduct this test. Mangetsu hesitated. Soma-senpai, the test is fine, but given the current situation, I think I can only participate by myself. By the way, Soma-senpai, may I ask how the test will be conducted? Soma responded. Just need to touch my ninja tool. Mangetsu's eyes flickered. Do they have to be ninjas? No, non-ninjas are fine too. Besides me, I can bring my brother. I can't bring anyone else. Mangetsu continued, most members within the Hojiki clan share the same mindset as the clan head. They all want to rebuild the family's glory by relying on the 7 ninja swords. And if the Hojiki clan further interacts with you, Soma-senpai, or your ninja tools, the Hojiki clan might become a target of criticism. Therefore, they have some resistance towards you, Soma-senpai, and your ninja tools. Soma nodded. Alright, just you two then, I'll just conduct a test. When will you come? I'm quite busy these days. If we don't set a time in advance, you might have to wait longer than today. Mangetsu thought for a moment. Soma-senpai, let's do it today. I'll bring my brother over later. Chapter 97, Pyaja's contract successful. Ao watched as Mangetsu's figure moved away. The Hojiki clan wants to privatize the 7 ninja swords to enhance their strength, using the name of Lord Second and their relationship with the great blacksmith and Hojiki clan as reasons. For a moment, Ao felt a bit regretful. I never expected the once powerful Hojiki clan under Lord Second's leadership to resort to such methods to enhance their family's strength. Now, if these people from the Hojiki clan were to see Lord Second again, they would probably feel ashamed. Ao looked at Soma. Speaking of which, they have the opportunity to use such means all thanks to you, Soma. If it weren't for you creating those ninja tools, even if the Hojiki clan had such intentions, they would never dare to do this, and the other people in the village would not agree. Mizukage-sama would not agree either. It's only because of the ninja tools you created, Soma, that the other ninjas in the village don't have to focus solely on those 7 ninja swords to reluctantly tolerate the Hojiki clan's actions like this. Though they may harbor dissatisfaction, at most, they'll indirectly target it, rather than directly tearing up the relationship. Not long after, Mangetsu returned to Forging Island. In Mangetsu's hands was a small boy. He was curiously looking around. Soma-senpai. Soma nodded. Then let's begin. As he spoke, Soma took Pyaja out from his pouch and placed it on the table. You just need to touch it with your fingers. Yes, Soma-senpai. Mangetsu first put down Suijutsu, then extended his fingers towards Pyaja. A voice resounded in Soma's mind. A contractee compatible with Pyaja has appeared. Bluebell approval, low, attribute compatibility, extremely high, overall compatibility, good. Shall we proceed with the contract? Soma uttered a sentence in his mind. It's just as I expected. The people of the Hojiki clan have remarkable talent in water release, very high indeed. Mangetsu's water release talent may even surpass that of Kisame and Jozo. I wonder how it compares to my current perfect level. However, Bluebell's low approval significantly reduces the overall compatibility. The compatibility at the good level already meets Soma's requirements, but he had no intention of immediately guiding the contract, instead looking at Mangetsu. Mangetsu, let your brother try. Yes, Soma-senpai. Mangetsu withdrew his hand. Then, guiding Suijutsu, he crawled over to where Pyaja was. In fact, there was hardly any need for guidance. As soon as Mangetsu released Suijutsu, the latter showed interest in Pyaja, actively crawling over to it and picking it up. A contractee compatible with Pyaja has appeared. Bluebell approval, high, attribute compatibility, high, overall compatibility, excellent. Shall we proceed with the contract? Upon hearing the word excellent, Soma smiled. This time, Soma didn't hesitate. Guide. The next moment. Pyaja contract successful. Match rate, excellent. Pyaja's abilities have been amplified to a certain extent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining excellent level water release talent. It has been detected that the host already possesses perfect level water release talent, beginning talent synthesis. The host's water release talent has been enhanced, but has not yet broken through to the next level. To break through the next level, an excellent level water release talent is still needed. Soma felt a stir in his heart. The possibility of synthesizing talents was something Soma had known about previously. After all, he had already experienced it once. 2 excellent level talents had been synthesized into 1 perfect level talent. And as for the level of talents, Soma had previously speculated that beyond perfect, there were even higher levels. Because in the original plot, there were ninjas who demonstrated abilities more exaggerated than Soma's perfect level water release talent. To reach the next level, I need 1 more excellent level water release talent. In other words, 2 perfect water release talents can be synthesized into the next level water release talent. It's all about pairwise synthesis. 2 goods make 1 excellent. 2 excellents make 1 perfect. Soma lowered his head and looked at his palm. A perfect level water release talent is already very strong, most water release techniques can be learned instantly. And I can naturally feel the sensation of forming simplified hand seals. I wonder how strong the next level will be. Soma wasn't worried about not being able to reach the next level. The Hidden Mist Village lacks everything except water release ninjas. And there are definitely many individuals with excellent level water release talent. The third Mizukage, Terumi Mei, Yagura, and the present Mangetsu in front of Soma. No, Mangetsu's water release talent is even beyond excellent level. The compatibility between Paga and Suijutsu is high. Soma obtained excellent level water release talent from Suijutsu, while the compatibility between Paga and Mangetsu is extremely high. This proves that Mangetsu's water release talent surpasses that of Suijutsu, surpassing excellent. Without a change in expression, Soma took Paga back from Suijutsu's hand. Suijutsu's expression changed, becoming somewhat aggrieved. But Mangetsu didn't suspect anything, thinking that Suijutsu was just unhappy about losing a toy. Little did he know, Suijutsu had lost more than just a toy. The moment Soma guided the contract between Paga and Suijutsu, like previous contract acts with Ninjato, felt a strong sense of affinity with Paga. For Suijutsu, Paga wasn't just a toy, but more like a companion. Soma collected Paga. Mangetsu, you previously mentioned that most members of the Hojiki clan want to rebuild the family's glory through the 7 ninja swords. Is your perspective different from theirs? Mangetsu hesitated for a moment. My perspective is different from theirs. Indeed, the 7 ninja swords were crafted during Genjutsu Sama's tenure, and the wife of that great blacksmith is also a member of our Hojiki clan. However, I don't believe that the 7 ninja swords belong solely to our Hojiki clan. I believe the 7 ninja swords are the property of the village. While retrieving the 7 ninja swords could indeed enhance the overall strength of the Hojiki clan, and the ninjas who obtain the ninjato will certainly see an increase in their power. However, they may not necessarily be the most suitable users for the ninjato. In the village, there may exist ninjas who are more suitable than them. Otherwise, the previous 7 ninja swords wouldn't have ended up in the hands of individuals outside the Hojiki clan. This would lead to the village having stronger wielders for the 7 ninjato it rightfully deserves. But due to the narrow-mindedness and selfishness of the Hojiki clan, the village can only have weaker wielders for the 7 ninjato. Sacrificing the village for the sake of the Hojiki clan is not a good choice. Moreover, if the Hojiki clan can only rely on these ninjato to maintain its strength, it proves that the Hojiki clan has completely declined and is no longer viable. Even the existence of the ninjato can lead to complacency among the ambitious members of the Hojiki clan. These few ninjato are like a double-edged sword to the Hojiki clan. At first ingestion, one gains strength. But over time, the toxicity exceeds the power initially gained by the Hojiki clan. At this moment, the expression on Mangetsu's face seemed familiar to Soma. It was another expression of struggle between family and village. Just like Uchiha Shisui. Just like Kagaya Mizui. Mangetsu, may I ask you a rather impertinent question? If it's bothersome, and if you don't want to answer, it's okay. Please, Soma-senpai, go ahead. If one day, the Hojiki clan and the village were at odds, Mangetsu, which side would you choose? This time, Mangetsu remained silent for a long time. After a long time, Mangetsu finally looked up. Soma-senpai, I am a member of the Hojiki clan. The blood of the Hojiki clan runs through my veins. Even if the Hojiki clan does wrong, does poorly, I will bear it together with the Hojiki clan. But, I believe, the Hojiki clan will never confront the village. Even if someone has such intentions, I will not let it happen. Soma understood Mangetsu's meaning. That is, between the village and the family, Mangetsu would choose the family. This is someone who has made a different choice from others within the family and the village. Uchiha Itachi, Kagaya Niko, chose the village. Kagaya Mizui, Uchiha Shisui, wanted to have both. But Mangetsu is still too young. Can he really say such things to outsiders? At least Soma felt that Mangetsu shouldn't say such things to him. Soma actually mentioned that Mangetsu didn't have to answer anything uncomfortable. Moreover, Mangetsu's initiative to apologize by coming to Forging Island seemed naive to Soma. Soma thought that this might be the effect of trying to understand the meaning behind family and village at too young an age, like the Uchiha Itachi next door in Konoha who, at the age of 4 or 5, contemplated the meaning of life and death, the village, family, and war. At this age, with the brain not yet fully developed, what could one understand? Experiences and encounters are far too limited. Therefore, their thinking is inevitably limited. I understand. Soma said, I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said today. Mangetsu, take your brother home. It's getting late, and it'll be dark soon. Okay, Soma-senpai, Ao-san, goodbye. Soma watched as Mangetsu and Suijutsu walked away. At the sight of Suijutsu, Soma couldn't help but think of Uchiha Sasuke. In the original storyline, Suijutsu would become a member of Uchiha Sasuke's Taka, Hawk, team. Moreover, like Uchiha Sasuke, he also had an older brother. So it's inevitable that people would make comparisons. They both have older brothers, but the situations are different. Uchiha Sasuke can surpass Uchiha Itachi in the future. But for Suijutsu, it's basically impossible to surpass Mangetsu in the future. There's a huge gap in their talents. What level could this Mangetsu reach if he doesn't die? Soma didn't know how Mangetsu died in the original storyline. But now, Soma had a vague guess in his mind. The Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, some of them have always had users, like Same Hada. In this case, for Mangetsu to be skilled in using all 7 ninjato, it means he must have had these 7 ninjato for a long time, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Mangetsu didn't demonstrate the ability to be skilled with the ninjato right off the bat. This suggests that in the original storyline, the Hojiki clan may have also attempted to retrieve the 7 ninja swords. But in the original storyline, the Hidden Mist village didn't have the ninjatos crafted by Soma. If the Hojiki clan had done that, they would have become targets of criticism. The third Mizukage wouldn't have agreed either. Mangetsu might have died in the conflict between the Hojiki clan and the village. It's just that the Hojiki clan's internal strife wasn't as intense as that of the Kagaya clan. And with Suijutsu being captured by Orochimaru. Being the younger brother of Mangetsu, a genius, Suijutsu undoubtedly received a lot of attention. If there were no issues with the Hojiki clan, the likelihood of Orochimaru trying to take Suijutsu would be slim. It's not that Orochimaru lacks the capability. Rather, compared to the cost Orochimaru would have to pay to take Suijutsu, he would consider other options from the Hojiki clan. Mangetsu's brother is only one. However, there is more than one young ninja inheriting the Hojiki clan's water release secret jutsu. Orochimaru could have better choices. If the original plot is really like this, then the Hojiki clan should thank my appearance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to retrieve the 7 ninja swords so smoothly. Although the contract was completed, Soma did not give Pyaja to Suijutsu. For Soma, it's a decent outcome. The reward of an excellent level of compatibility is certainly much higher than that for an eligible level of compatibility. Afterward, Soma once again immersed himself in the study of the chakra smelting technique. Using charcoal as an intermediary to infuse chakra into metal, Soma has become skilled in this process and can achieve relatively high efficiency. However, this is only a transitional state. It's not the true chakra smelting technique. There may be impurities invading. But, I have mastered this transitional state. So, now I will try to melt without relying on charcoal, directly using chakra to participate in the smelting process. Soma took out a piece of metal, as well as the furnace. Then, he placed his hands above the furnace. 2 clusters of chakra were condensed on his palms. With Soma's control, they entered the furnace and advanced like 2 small snakes. Boom! A burst of flames appeared, burning fiercely. Soma steadied his hands and made adjustments. Gradually, the flames stabilized. Soma began to increase the amount of chakra and the color of the flames started to change. Chapter 98, Losing Same Hada might not be a bad thing. Just as Fugyuki Sukazan, who had just returned to the Hidden Mist village, was about to head to the Mizukage's building to report to the third Mizukage. At that moment, swoosh! With a sound, 4 or 5 figures appeared in succession. All of them were elite ninjas from the Hojiki clan. Hojiki clan. Most ninja clans have their own emblems, their own clan attire. The Hojiki clan is no exception. What are you all planning? With one hand, Fugyuki Sukazan was already gripping the handle of Same Hada. As an elite ninja, Fugyuki Sukazan was very perceptive. He could sense that these Hojiki clan ninjas did not harbor good intentions. Sukazan Fugyuki, we are here to reclaim Same Hada. A Hojiki clan ninja said, the 7 ninja swords belong to our Hojiki clan, lent to the village for many years, but now you users have failed the 7 ninja swords. Therefore, we, the Hojiki clan, have decided to take back the 7 ninja swords. This matter, Mizukage-sama has already agreed to hand over Same Hada. However, Fugyuki Sukazan did not believe it, instead, he tightened his grip on the handle even more. When did the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords become belongings of your Hojiki clan? And Mizukage-sama has agreed? Impossible. What are you Hojiki clan planning to do? Rebel? Start a civil war? The faces of the Hojiki clan ninjas immediately turned cold. Fugyuki Sukazan, just because you've used something for a long time, does it mean it's yours? The Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords belong to our Hojiki clan, is there any doubt about that? If you don't believe, you can hand over same hata first, then go to the Mizukage's building and confirm with Mizukage-sama. Truth be told, now besides same hata, the other 6 ninjato have all returned to our Hojiki clan. Now, hand over same hata. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Suddenly, an ANBU ninja approached at a very fast pace. Fugyuki-sama, this matter is indeed true, Mizukage-sama has already agreed. Fugyuki Sukazan was stunned. At that moment, a Hojiki clan ninja took the opportunity to approach and snatched same hata away. Before Fugyuki Sukazan could react, the Hojiki ninja had already let go of the sword. At the same time, on the other side, summoning jutsu. In the next moment, same hata vanished. Having obtained same hata, the Hojiki clan ninja left directly. Unlike the other 6 ninjato. The other 6 ninjato were ownerless. But same hata is currently being used by Fugyuki Sukazan. The Hojiki clan retrieving same hata will surely upset Fugyuki Sukazan. Because for Fugyuki Sukazan, not only would he lose the ninjato he was using, but this incident might also cause him to be mocked by others. In the Hidden Mist village, regardless of right or wrong, the weak person will be ridiculed. Therefore, the Hojiki clan ninja left quickly. They were worried that Fugyuki Sukazan might lose control in anger and spark a conflict. After all, Fugyuki Sukazan is also an elite jonin. The Hojiki clan ninjas did not want to engage in such unnecessary battles. Fugyuki Sukazan glanced at the ANBU ninja. I will personally seek confirmation from Mizukage-sama. Success. When Soma saw the flames in front of him turn into a mixture of gold and red. The red was the flames. The gold was Soma's fire attribute chakra. As the red flames burned, the golden fire attribute chakra, like threads, penetrated into the molten metal, merging with the metal. Soma knew then that his chakra smelting technique had truly made progress. Phew! Soma let out a long breath. Having made progress means meeting the basic requirements for the Skeleton Emperor's forging. It will take about 10 days to complete the smelting of the main materials, slow, still a bit slow. But it's unlikely for me to improve this chakra smelting technique significantly in a short time. So, starting the forging of the Skeleton Emperor now is the most appropriate action. Exiting the forge, Soma was already feeling hungry. Haruko-san, is there anything to eat? Biwa Haruko looked back at the ingredients and then at Soma's condition. Are noodles okay? Noodles were the quickest dish to make. Haruko thought Soma wouldn't want to wait too long. That's fine. Just wait a moment, it'll be ready in a few minutes. Soma sat down in the dining room. Before long, a fragrance wafted from the kitchen direction. Soma immediately felt his stomach's hunger alleviated to some extent. Having someone specialized in cooking is indeed a good thing for Forging Island. It can improve the happiness of the members on the island. This was also a good thing for Haruko. With Jozo's skills, providing for the family was definitely not a problem. An elite jonin in the ninja world is also undoubtedly among the high-income population. However, people always have things they want to do. Haruko staying alone at home is not as good as being on Forging Island. At least here, she can often see Jozo. Moreover, compared to other places in the Hidden Mist village, Forging Island's security is much higher. The matters concerning the Kagaya clan and the current situation of the Hojiki clan have made the internal situation of the Hidden Mist village somewhat unstable. And this job can also provide Haruko with a generous income. Soma, here's your noodles. Thank you, Haruko-san. It's the least I can do. Soma took the noodles, took a sip of the soup first to warm his stomach, and then picked up the chopsticks to eat the noodles. The soup base was made from shrimp and crab, carrying the fragrance and freshness of seafood. As for the meat, it's a type of water buffalo that can dive into the sea and eat seaweed. Because it can adapt to the environment of the Hidden Mist village, and also because it produces a large amount of meat, it has been determined by the Hidden Mist village as the primary breeding target for beef production. Soma, how does it taste? It's very good. Soma praised generously. In fact, the cooking skills in this dish were only average, but it was clean, hygienic, and made with good materials. So the taste wasn't far off. Haruko looked at Soma and smiled. Not because Soma approved of Haruko's cooking, but because of Jozo. After the disastrous defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Haruko was very aware of Jozo's state at that time. It was like he had become a different person, filled with intense negative emotions. Self-blame, guilt, unwillingness. Haruko tried various methods, but couldn't help Jozo get out of it. Jozo seemed to be trapped in an abyss. Until, under the arrangement of the third Mizukage, Jozo came to Forging Island. Haruko noticed that Jozo's condition finally changed slightly. From then on, gaining recognition from the Blue Rose Sword. And in the recent battle with Sand Pakara, Jozo was severely injured, but Haruko knew that he was very happy. Haruko felt that Jozo had returned to the state before being defeated by that Konoha Genin. No, he was in an even better state than before. Positive, determined, full of vitality. And all of this, Haruko knew, was brought to Jozo by Soma. Therefore, Haruko was very grateful to Soma. Soma, Mizukage-sama is here. Ao arrived at the door of the dining room. Just then, Soma finished the last bite of noodles, picked up the bowl, and took another sip of soup. Mizukage-sama. Soma quickly stood up and wiped his mouth. Haruko-san, could you tidy up a bit? Ao-senpai and I are going to see Mizukage-sama. Sure, I'll take care of it. As Soma walked into the meeting room on Forging Island, which had been converted from an empty house, he noticed that besides the third Mizukage, there was another figure sitting there. A chubby person. With long red hair, slightly orange. Has jagged teeth that bear many characteristics of Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Wearing green stripes painted on his face. The whole person exuded an aura that was not easy to provoke, and he seemed to have just experienced something unpleasant, with subdued emotions. A name floated in Soma's mind. Fugyuki Sukazan. Soma recalled information about this person. Like Jozo, he was also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and like Jozo, he narrowly escaped death when facing Might-do, the other being Kurosuke Reiga. But compared to Jozo, Sukazan seemed to have a better mindset. Despite facing such a disastrous defeat, he could still function normally after returning to the village. In the original plot, Sukazan was killed by Kisame. Because Kisame heard about Sukazan's betrayal of the village. And he received confirmation from the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Kisame, who had just killed his comrades and even jumped off a cliff himself for a mission, could not accept Sukazan's betrayal of the village. So he took action. However, Soma couldn't be sure if Sukazan's betrayal of the village was true. After all, the 4th Mizukage is involved in this. And the 4th Mizukage was under the control of Uchiha Obito's genjutsu at that time. Different from Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's intentions towards the Hidden Mist Village were more about utilization. While Uchiha Obito's intentions towards the Hidden Mist Village involved not only utilization but also retaliation for Rin's incident. Mizukage-sama. The 3rd Mizukage pointed to Fugyuki Sukazan. Soma, this is Fugyuki Sukazan, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Fugyuki-senpai. This is Soma, the head of the forging department, and also the forger of Kirai Kimonji, Blue Rose Sword, and Dragon Bone. Chief Uehara. The 3rd Mizukage's gaze returned to Soma. Soma, is Paga still around? It's still here. Can Fugyuki give it a try? Fugyuki has great talent in water release, and perhaps his personality might be appreciated by Paga. Of course. Soma immediately understood the purpose of 3rd Mizukage bringing Fugyuki Sukazan. He also understood why Fugyuki Sukazan seemed to be in low spirits. The Hojiki clan wants to reclaim the 7 ninja swords. So, Same Hata in Fugyuki Sukazan's possession is naturally one of them. Now, it's obvious that Same Hata in Fugyuki Sukazan's hands has been taken by the Hojiki clan. Even as an elite jonin, he couldn't protect his ninjato. No matter how good Fugyuki Sukazan's mindset is, he couldn't bear it. Mizukage-sama, please wait a moment. I'll go get it. No need to hurry, take your time. Soon, Soma returned with Paga. Fugyuki-senpai, please, just lightly touch it with your fingers, and you'll know if it's a fit. Fugyuki Sukazan nodded. He reached out his hand and touched it. No response. This was inevitable. Paga had already completed a contract with Suijutsu. Moreover, Paga was a special presence among the ninja tools created by Soma. Without a contract, the power of the Shonisaurus couldn't be invoked, which meant it couldn't be used. Now, there were only two people who could use Paga's power. One was Suijutsu. The other was Soma. However, Soma certainly couldn't tell anyone about the contract between Paga and Suijutsu. Chief Uehara, how is it? Fugyuki Sukazan looked at Soma, his eyes showing some tension. Soma shook his head. Unfortunately, it's not working. Fugyuki Sukazan released his fingers, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Third Mizukage looked at Soma and said, Soma, then Fugyuki and I will take our leave. Goodbye, Mizukage-sama, Fugyuki-senpai. Fugyuki Sukazan replied. Goodbye, Chief Uehara, and added thank you for today, Chief Uehara. You're welcome, senpai. An ANBU ninja rocked the boat over, and Third Mizukage and Fugyuki Sukazan boarded it. Fugyuki Sukazan still seemed puzzled. Mizukage-sama, why did you agree to let the Hojiki clan take all the 7 ninja swords? Their reasons are untenable. Lord Second and the Great Blacksmith belong to the village, not solely to the Hojiki clan. Third Mizukage lowered his head, looking at the water's surface. The Hojiki clan possesses scrolls that can summon those 7 ninjato. So, as long as they wish, they can find opportunities to take away those swords. The village can no longer afford to go through civil war. Moreover, launching a civil war against the Hojiki clan for such reasons is insufficient. Furthermore, Third Mizukage's tone suddenly became somewhat solemn. The era of the 7 ninja swords has passed. Next, it will be the era of Zanpakuto and the Shinigami Squad in the Hidden Mist Village, so let them enjoy their happiness while it lasts. Chapter 99, Skeleton Emperor, Forging completed. Fugyuki, you have lost Samehada, but for you, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. The Zanpakuto forged by Soma surpasses the work of that great blacksmith from years ago. Jozo's changes are visible to you. Fugyuki, if you were wielding Samehada, do you think you would be a match for Pakara? Fugyuki Sukazan thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm afraid not. Pakara's abilities completely counter water release. The only things I have against Pakara are Samehada and techniques like Thousand Senbon and Hair Needle Senbon. And all of these abilities require getting close to be effective. Pakara won't give me that chance. Even if Pakara did give me that chance, my methods wouldn't be enough to defeat Pakara. The third Mizukage patted Fugyuki Sukazan on the shoulder. This time Paga didn't sync with you, but in the future, Soma will forge more ninja tools. There will surely be one that syncs with you. At that time, your strength will be stronger than when you were wielding Samehada. Soma officially began the forging of the Skeleton Emperor. Using the newly developed chakra smelting jutsu to melt the metal. The temperature in the entire forging room becomes extremely high. When Jozo returned, he continued to guard the door. Ao, on the other hand, periodically used his Byakugan to observe the surroundings. Jozo leaned against the wall by the door and looked back. The ninja tools forged by Soma this time may be different from before. After learning fire release, Soma spent some time researching in the forging room upon returning to Forging Island. So his forging technique is definitely higher than before. A higher forging technique allows for the creation of better quality ninja tools. A large lump of metal was placed into the furnace by Soma, gradually softening under the high temperature. Chakra smelting jutsu. Soma extended his hands, releasing fire attribute chakra. In order to forge the Skeleton Emperor, Soma has almost halted all other activities. Daily physical taijutsu training. Practice with water release. Practice for real combat. It can be said that apart from the essential 3 meals a day and rest, Soma spent the remaining time melting metal and staying in the forging room. Time passed slowly. Monotonous work always gives a sense of time dragging on endlessly. And Soma's work is not only dull but also requires complete concentration. At the end of the day, he is often extremely tired. After dinner and a quick bath, he went to sleep. Meanwhile Ao returned from patrol and looked at Soma's room, where the lights were already off. Jozo, has Soma rested? He has rested. Jozo nodded. I don't know what kind of ninja tool Soma will forge this time, but it's definitely very complicated. None of Soma's previous forgings have been as exhausting or taken as long as this one, Jozo said. Ao's eyes flickered. It may be related to the Hojiki clan. The Hojiki clan has already reclaimed all 7 ninja swords. Even though the Hojiki clan fabricated reasons and obtained Mizukage-sama's approval, many people in the village are still unhappy with this behavior. On one hand, this outcome could have been foreseen by the Hojiki clan, yet they still proceeded with it. They also rejected Soma's Pyaja. Additionally, there have been some unpleasant rumors circulating from the Hojiki clan lately. Jozo frowned. What rumors? Ao inquired. The villagers are dissatisfied with the Hojiki clan, but they can't directly confront them, so they resort to verbal attacks against the Hojiki clan. In this situation, they will think of Soma's ninja tools. They will compare Soma's ninja tools to the 7 ninja swords. They will say that even though the Hojiki clan reclaimed the 7 ninja swords, Soma's crafted ninja tools surpass them. The 7 ninja swords are already outdated. Naturally, the members of the Hojiki clan are very unhappy about this. They intend to rise to power through the 7 ninja swords. So they've been saying a lot of unpleasant things. They claim that Soma's ninja tools can't compare to the 7 ninja swords. And that Soma's forging technique is far inferior to that of the great blacksmith from years ago. Having said that, Ao paused and glanced at Jozo. They say only the Mist 7 ninja are weak, not the 7 ninja swords. The 7 ninja swords can only unleash their true power in the hands of the Hojiki clan. They claim Soma is just a mediocre newcomer. Jozo's expression became grim. These words from the Hojiki clan not only targeted Soma but also attacked everything associated with him, Soma himself, the ninja tools he crafted, and even the previous Mist 7 ninja. Jozo was one of the previous Mist 7 ninja. The Hojiki clan doesn't know anything. Soma's forging technique has long surpassed that of the great blacksmith from years ago. The blue rose sword is far superior to the executioner's blade I once wielded. Even if they obtain the 7 ninja swords, his Hojiki clan won't rise. In the future, the ninja tools forged by Soma will surpass the 7 ninja swords by far, both in quantity and strength. Jozo, who seldom used foul language, couldn't help but burst into angry curses. As for the villagers' verbal attacks against the Hojiki clan, Jozo didn't see any issue with it. After all, the 7 ninja swords originally belonged to the village. The Hojiki clan forcibly taking possession of them caused even Hojiki Genjutsu's reputation to be affected as a result. In this situation, if the other villagers didn't take action against the Hojiki clan but merely engaged in verbal attacks, what's the harm? The Hojiki clan gain such great benefits, yet they don't allow others to speak out? Even the neighboring Uchiha clan isn't so domineering. In the future, the Hojiki clan will surely regret this, Jozo said. To be honest, it's not that I don't respect the 7 ninja swords, but those 7 ninjato are indeed limited in their strength. Take me, for example, it's evident. When I wielded the executioner's blade compared to when I wield the blue rose sword, it's like 2 completely different levels, Jozo remarked. Ao nodded. I agree with you, Jozo. I also believe that Soma's forging technique has surpassed that of the great blacksmith, and Soma's ninja tools are superior to the 7 ninja swords. Perhaps Mizukage-sama agreed to the Hojiki clan's request for this reason. However, in the future, both sides will surely continue to be compared. Zanpakuto and the Hojiki 7 ninja swords. Shinigami Squad and the Hojiki 7 ninja. Jozo looked towards the house where the lights had long been extinguished. I believe Soma's Zanpakuto will completely overshadow the 7 ninja swords. 10 days later, Soma finally completed the first process of forging the Skeleton Emperor, smelting. As chakra infused into it, the metal ingot seemed to undergo some qualitative change. The appearance and glossiness seem noticeably different from before. Even with eyes closed, one can feel the difference in aura. Next, it's the forging process. Soma started swinging the hammer again. Lava forging. Regular rhythmic hammering sounds emanated from the forging room. Aray, who has just returned from training at the training ground, heard the noise and looked towards the direction of the forging room. Sensei. How much longer will Soma-senpai's forging take? I don't know either, Jozo shook his head. Jozo-senpai, Chief Uehara probably just finished the smelting process not long ago and has started forging now. Given this progress, it'll probably take quite some time. Aray Funi, passing by, overheard Aray and Jozo's conversation and paused. Compared to Jozo and others, Aray Funi is more interested in Soma's forging this time. However, what Jozo and others are interested in is what kind of ninja tool Soma will create. Aray Funi, on the other hand, is more interested in Soma's forging process. It took so long just for the smelting process. Chief Uehara definitely didn't use the charcoal lava smelting method. Could it be the chakra smelting technique? Aray Funi thought of a possibility. Yes, it should be that. Chief Uehara has already mastered the breathing forging method, so there's no reason he couldn't master the chakra smelting technique. The metal after chakra smelting will be different. All aspects of its attributes will be enhanced. Lava forging, 30 forgings. Water breathing, water drop hammer, 60 forgings. Water breathing, water flow hammer, 100 forgings. Compared to the time spent smelting, Soma spent less time forging. It took 4 days to complete. However, the chakra smelting technique brought pressure solely to Soma's chakra control. This forging process exerted pressure on Soma's physical strength and muscles. Soma only felt his arms sore and swollen. The shaping process afterward also needs to be completed by pounding. It has to be a unified formation. Soma looked at the metal ingot in front of him. I hope this skeleton emperor won't disappoint me. A high-level blueprint, advanced forging technique, and it still took me so much time. Continue. Soma picked up the hammer again. However, it was slightly different from the forging process. Soma took out another set of materials. A white bone. Using tools, Soma first smashed the bone, then finally ground it into white powder. During the process of shaping the metal ingot, these white powders need to be pounded in. As Soma ground them, scenes from the Skeleton Emperor dungeon instance involuntarily came to his mind. Could this bone be from Baragan's body? The more Soma looked, the more it seemed like it. Ding! 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 Hojiki Island. The Hojiki clan elders gathered together and in front of Hojiki Kazuhiko lay a scroll. Everyone, the 7 ninja swords have been retrieved. It went smoother than we anticipated. There have been some unpleasant rumors in the village, but they are inconsequential. As long as our Hojiki clan becomes stronger, these rumors will disappear. Starting today, these 7 ninjato are officially named the Hojiki 7 ninja swords. And the ninjas using these 7 ninjato are officially named the Hojiki 7. I hope the selected members of our Hojiki clan will spare no effort to fully unleash the power of the ninjatos, aiming to be stronger than the previous Mist 7. Next, I will arrange a competition. Only the winner will have the qualification to choose a ninjato. For the glory of our Hojiki clan. The members below became excited and thrilled. Hojiki Mangetsu was among them. With Hojiki Mangetsu's current strength, he definitely wouldn't be a match for those seasoned adult ninjas. However, the test arranged by Hojiki Kazuhiko is not just about testing current strength. It will also evaluate potential and compatibility with the ninjato. Externally, the Hojiki clan claims that the Mist 7 tarnished the 7 ninja swords by not fully unleashing their power. However, Hojiki Kazuhiko was well aware. The strength of the Mist 7 is impressive within the hidden Mist village. For the Hojiki 7 to surpass the Mist 7 is not an easy task. But Hojiki Kazuhiko glanced at Hojiki Mangetsu in the corner. With Mangetsu here, at least Mangetsu in the future will surely surpass the Mist 7. The internal selection of the Hojiki clan has officially begun. However, this is not a one-time selection, but a long-term one. Hojiki Kazuhiko doesn't want to rush the selection, lest the chosen Elite 7 turn out to be weak. At that point, the Hojiki clan would become a laughingstock throughout the hidden Mist village. Instead, he plans for a long-term selection. If the standard is not met, the position will remain vacant. During this selection process, elite ninjas of the clan will undergo special training. Until someone meets the standard. This will consume a lot of resources. However, Hojiki Kazuhiko believes that compared to acquiring a formidable Hojiki 7 team, this effort is completely worthwhile. The first to meet Hojiki Kazuhiko's standards was none other than Hojiki Mangetsu. In terms of talent, Hojiki Mangetsu surpassed all other members of the Hojiki clan. Moreover, in terms of skills, he is stronger than most members of the Hojiki clan. Due to age restrictions, his strength is not yet at its peak, currently only at the level of a chunin. However, Hojiki Kazuhiko believes that with a few more years given to Hojiki Mangetsu, he will grow into a very powerful presence. He won't be inferior to Hoshigaki Kisame or Zabuza. Hojiki Kazuhiko looked towards Forgiving Island. The tools forged by that blacksmith are at most on par with the 7 ninja swords. In the matter of ninjato, my choice is not wrong. Hojiki clan and the tools of that blacksmith are now estranged, but we can permanently keep the 7 ninja swords within the Hojiki clan, which is a better choice for the Hojiki clan. Suddenly, Hoseki Kazuhiko saw a vague shadow appearing over the direction of Forgiving Island. A sudden feeling of palpitation surged into Hoseki Kazuhiko's heart. Chapter 100, 3rd Mizukage, Can my strength surpass Lord Seconds? What? Hoseki Kazuhiko rubbed his eyes, looked again, and this time, he didn't see anything. The fluttering feeling just now was gone. Illusion perhaps. Hoseki Kazuhiko withdrew his gaze. Maybe I've been too tired lately. After all, this is not a simple matter. If only Genjutsu Sama had kept the 7 ninja swords in the Hoseki clan back then. Perhaps even Genjutsu Sama didn't expect to perish along with Konoha and the 2nd Tsuchikage. Otherwise, the Hoseki clan wouldn't have declined. Now, the position of Mizukage still belongs to my Hoseki clan. But fortunately, the task has been completed. Next, the revival of our Hoseki clan begins. It wasn't just Hoseki Kazuhiko who felt it. Within the Hidden Mist village, many people who happened to glance over also felt that fluttering sensation in their hearts. But it was fleeting. Like Hoseki Kazuhiko, they thought it was an illusion. Forging Island. Soma stepped out. Jozo and Ao immediately looked over. It's done. Soma took a deep breath and said, Ao-senpai, you can give it a try. Inside. Yes. Soma led Ao and Jozo inside. A huge double-bladed axe came into Ao's view. Most of the axe's body was pure black. The blade sparkled with a cold light. Just by looking at it, one could feel the sharpness of the blade. A golden chain wrapped around the axe, extending from the handle, adding a touch of elegance to the otherwise heavy axe. At the end of the handle, there were some special patterns hammered out. So big. Ao instinctively remarked. Indeed, compared to all the ninja tools Soma has previously forged, the Skeleton Emperor is much larger. At first glance, it gives a sense of heaviness. Someone with average strength definitely couldn't lift it. Even for a ninja, who typically has much greater strength than an ordinary person, it wouldn't be easy to swing such an axe effortlessly. In that case, not only would it fail to increase strength, but it would also become a burden. Ao stepped forward. Soma appraised his creation. Congratulations, host, on completing the forging. Skeleton Emperor forging successful. Completion level, good. Congratulations, host, on gaining swordsmanship experience x 1000. In Soma's mind, he recalled the information about the Skeleton Emperor. Skeleton Emperor. Type, double-bladed axe. Quality, good. Abilities, blade return, decay, Skeleton Emperor. Can evoke the power of decay, effective against both living and non-living entities, power intensity varies based on the user. Note, according to Blacksmith's 3rd rule, this ninjato's power cannot harm the forger. Ao gripped the handle of the Skeleton Emperor. Ha! With one hand, he lifted the Skeleton Emperor. Then infused it with chakra. But nothing happened. There were no related sounds in Soma's mind either. This meant that the Skeleton Emperor and Ao's compatibility hadn't even reached eligible. Soma, it looks like this ninjato doesn't recognize me either. Ao let go of the Skeleton Emperor. Ao-senpai. It's all right. Ao smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry. For a while, I can't even go to the battlefield, and Konoha probably despises me so much, they might send the Sunin or the Golden Flash directly as soon as I set foot on the battlefield. Soma, you let me try out 2 consecutive ninja tools you've forged, conditions like this, others don't have. However, Soma, I'm curious, what ability does this ninjato, no, axe, have? Soma had no intention of hiding. This Zanpakuto, named Skeleton Emperor, besides its toughness and heavy weight, also possesses the power of decay, which can affect everything. Decay. Ao and Jozo exchanged glances. Soma, is it the same decay we're familiar with? Soma nodded. Immediately, there were 2 sounds of sharp intakes of breath. It can achieve such a miraculous effect? If you were to fight someone wielding this ninjato, wouldn't they age from Ao's age to an old man after just one battle? It's possible. Soma said. It depends on the strength of the user. If the user's strength can reach Baragan's level, then one swing of the axe wouldn't just age them, it would turn them directly into old bones. No, it's even bone scraps. But if the user's strength is lacking, then the effect will be much weaker. Ao's assessment isn't entirely impossible. However, Soma feels that if 3rd Mizukage were the one attuned to the Skeleton Emperor, the outcome wouldn't be too bad. After all, 3rd Mizukage is also a Kage. Jozo, as an elite Jonin, has already demonstrated remarkable proficiency with the Blue Rose Sword's abilities. He has developed his own ice release system. This is too terrifying. Aging during battle means your lifespan is being shortened. Even though battles inevitably involve injuries, bloodshed, and death, experiencing aging like this would be even more terrifying than those. Both Ao and Jozo are shocked by the abilities of the Skeleton Emperor. Primarily because they've never witnessed such abilities before, nor have they even heard of them. Kirikomanji's unhealable, certain toxins can achieve a similar effect, but the effect is not as potent. The Blue Rose Sword corresponds to ice release. Nikari Ao's abilities, certain toxins can achieve them as well, it's just a difference in effectiveness. Pyaja's abilities are somewhat similar to certain secret jutsu in the ninja world. Not to mention, Jinchuriki and tailed beasts can also be considered similar states. Only the aging ability of the Skeleton Emperor. For a while, Soma hadn't thought that there could be abilities similar to the Skeleton Emperors in this world. In terms of aging abilities, the only thing Soma can think of is Tsunade's anti-aging technique. By using the Yin seal, she keeps her body young. Both of them provided Soma with some reputation. Soma clearly saw that after explaining the Skeleton Emperor's abilities to them, the number in the reputation column on the semi-transparent panel increased significantly. Soma, let's go to the Mizukage's building together. Jozo said. All right. Jozo strapped the Blue Rose Sword to his waist, then, with one hand, he gripped the handle of the Skeleton Emperor. He glanced to the side, picked up a piece of cloth, and wrapped the Skeleton Emperor in it. Similar to the state of Same Hata being wrapped in bandages. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Mizukage's building. Mizukage-sama. This time 3rd Mizukage shouldn't be busy, after the guard ninja below reported, he immediately returned downstairs, indicating that Soma and Jozo could go up. Soma, Jozo. 3rd Mizukage smiled. His gaze was drawn to something resting on Jozo's shoulder. Because the strength of a Kage was definitely not weak. Coupled with the Hidden Mist Village's special ninjato culture. Therefore, Jozo, carrying ninja tools, could also enter the Mizukage's building without being stopped. What's this? 3rd Mizukage thought of a possibility. Could it be a new Zanpakuto crafted by you, Soma? Soma nodded. Yes, Mizukage-sama. 3rd Mizukage's face brightened. Jozo then uncovered the black cloth wrapped around the Skeleton Emperor. An axe. 3rd Mizukage examined the Skeleton Emperor. It looks heavy and sturdy, somewhat resembling the blunt sword among the 7 ninja swords. Soma, does this Zanpakuto have any special abilities? Soma explained. Indeed, Mizukage-sama. This Zanpakuto, named Skeleton Emperor, possesses the power of decay. Similar to Jozo and Ao, 3rd Mizukage was also surprised by the abilities of the Skeleton Emperor. Can one really possess such miraculous power? Soma, in your opinion, which type of ninja would this Zanpakuto be most compatible with? I'll have the ANBU ninja arrange it immediately. In terms of attributes, I'm not sure, but I believe the Skeleton Emperor would enjoy a sense of superiority. Superiority? 3rd Mizukage raised an eyebrow. In the village, besides himself, who else could claim to be superior? Within the village, the highest position is the Mizukage. 3rd Mizukage earnestly observed Jozo carrying the Skeleton Emperor on his shoulder, a voice echoing in his mind. If what Soma says is true, there's no one in the entire Hidden Mist Village more suitable for this ninjato than me. A ninjato exclusively for me. If it enjoys a sense of superiority, then undoubtedly, the abilities of this ninjato won't be weak. In 3rd Mizukage's heart, another ambition arose involuntarily. Previously, 3rd Mizukage aimed to surpass 2nd Mizukage in achievements with the help of the Zanpakuto and the Shinigami Squad, securing himself the 2nd position among the Mizukage. In terms of strength, 3rd Mizukage had no confidence when facing the 1st and 2nd Mizukage. However, the situation had changed now. 3rd Mizukage was familiar with Soma's ninja tools. Jozo's strength had greatly increased with the Blue Rose Sword. And with Kagaya Niko's Dragon Bone, in close combat, there were hardly any opponents of equal strength who could defeat Kagaya Niko, even those slightly stronger couldn't. Previously, 3rd Mizukage didn't have high hopes because he failed to gain recognition from the ninja tools after several attempts. But now, the Skeleton Emperor had appeared. Jozo, hand me the Skeleton Emperor. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Jozo handed over the Skeleton Emperor. Third Mizukage caught it. Immediately, a voice sounded in Soma's mind. A contractee suitable for the Skeleton Emperor has appeared. Baragan approval, upper mid, attribute compatibility, mid, overall compatibility, good. Shall we proceed with the contract? Proceed. Soma didn't hesitate. One upper mid, one mid when combined, it basically fell right into the good range. If one aspect was slightly off, it would have fallen to eligible. But since it was good, Soma had no reason not to proceed with the contract. Considering the situation with the Skeleton Emperor, Soma couldn't think of anyone in the Hidden Mist village who could achieve an excellent or higher compatibility with the Skeleton Emperor. Having a good compatibility was satisfying enough for Soma. Third Mizukage infused his chakra into the Skeleton Emperor. The next moment, there was a slight change in the Skeleton Emperor. But the change wasn't very noticeable. Third Mizukage brought the Skeleton Emperor closer to a nearby decorative plant. The leaves slowly started to wither. Third Mizukage's eyes lit up. It's really happening. As Soma guided, at the moment the contract was completed, Third Mizukage suddenly felt a strong sense of familiarity emanating from the Skeleton Emperor. Even the handle of the axe warmed up. Does this mean I have gained the recognition of the Skeleton Emperor? Third Mizukage glanced down at the axe in his hand, then back at the greenery. The aging process is somewhat slow. But this ability is extremely unique. Right now, it's probably because I haven't mastered it to a skilled level yet. Once I'm skilled, I'm sure I can better utilize the abilities of the Skeleton Emperor, just like Jozo. Skeleton Emperor contract successful. Compatibility, good. The abilities of the Skeleton Emperor have been amplified to a certain extent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining water release talent at the good level. The host has been detected to possess water release talent at the perfect level, initiating talent synthesis. The host's water release talent has been enhanced, but it has not yet reached the next level. To break through, another water release talent at the good level is needed. Third Mizukage retracted his chakra. Soma, I feel a similar sensation to Jozo and the others. Mizukage-sama, it seems the Skeleton Emperor has acknowledged you. Jozo congratulated Third Mizukage. Mizukage-sama, congratulations. Third Mizukage looked at Soma and smiled. Soma, thank you. I'm very satisfied with this Zanpakuto, and I'll use it well, preserving its reputation. Third Mizukage paused before speaking. Oh, by the way, Soma, is there anything else you need on Forging Island? Soma replied, regarding that, Mizukage-sama, besides the Zanpakuto I forge, we've also expanded our services to include crafting surgical knives. The feedback from the medical department has been quite positive. However, at the moment, besides me, Forging Island only has one other blacksmith. It's becoming overwhelming. I was hoping Mizukage-sama could provide me with a list of the previous blacksmiths on Forging Island, along with some information about their personalities and performance. I intend to recruit more blacksmiths. Third Mizukage nodded. No problem at all. I'll have the ANBU ninja take care of it. Once the information is gathered, it will be sent directly to Forging Island. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. You're welcome. After Soma and Jozo left, Third Mizukage glanced at the Skeleton Emperor beside him, a thought crossing his mind. The next moment, he vanished from sight. Shortly after, Third Mizukage's figure appeared above the open sea. Let me test it out. Under my full power, how strong will the abilities of this Skeleton Emperor be?
Thanks for listening.